You duplicate the McCree just to make a point, Yaki.
Once again, BQB. Oh no. And they C9 in the final seconds, no! Gravitic Flux cleans up absolutely everybody. Now the much more dangerous copy comes in. What a fire strike on an aim gun! Huge shatter in the back line! Yaki's charging in, gets the pick up. Another shatter! I don't know if it's enough. A third one! Yaki, God, he's going crazy in the back line.
The full spot fights both supports. Rolf and Karkar both taken down by that one. Karkar already going to be gone 15% away from that big sound parry, and Rolf absorbs yet another pulse bomb from Yaki. Again.
Speed Freaks game. Speed Freaks have 500 meg internet for just $39.99 a month plus taxes and fees. Let us guide the Speed Freak in you.
We welcome you to the Florida Mayhem Collegiate Rumble presented by Frontier Communications. I am LeBosco. Alongside of me is my partner in Kenobi, getting ready for our first matchup of the day. It's the number 4 seed versus the number 5 seed in the University of Florida versus Florida Atlantic University. Kenobi, it's awesome to get to do some collegiate Overwatch. We get to take a break from our contender stuff to come here and help out the Florida Mayhem.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute since I have casted some collegiate Overwatch, and I love the scene. I love everything that it's about. So I'm very excited to see both of these teams. We have UF Orange versus FAU to start us off. A banger of a match it should be. I cannot wait.
Yes, and University of Florida, the first team we're going to talk about, just give you a rundown of the players that we get to see. Get to talk about who they are. Boosh is one of the main players on this team, an undecided major, one of the players that we're going to get to see along with Yang, computer science major. We get to see some people who got some really awesome degrees. Zikronax, who hasn't picked yet, exploratory, which is always a nice way to go, and then you can kind of figure it out later. College is, he goes to University of Florida. You go have fun there. That's what you do at Florida.
I've seen some documentaries. I've seen it.
Yeah, exactly. Death by Kitty, a mechanical engineer. We also have Omelet, who she is a graphic designer. Christopher K, plant science is his major. And then for the two players who will probably end up seeing, Shadow Fear, who really already has his degree, criminology and psychology, but is going to go for the bar soon, wants to be a lawyer, so is in the Juris Doctorate for law. So he's taken the bar in July. And then we have Tesla, who's an aerospace engineer.
Good luck to all of them. I mean, especially if you're going for the bar. I know the bar, from everything I've heard, I'm not smart enough to go to the bar, but good luck to them. I bet they are definitely smart enough with that degree that they have. But moving on, as we go to FAU, we have Kiki, who is a multimedia studies major. We have Flooding Yin. I hope I said Flooding Yin. There we go.
Yes.
I said that one correctly. She is a computer engineering major. Goodmaker, computer science major. Yafi is a computer engineering major. Orange is a computer engineering major. So you're just the team already, as you can see here. Second Amendment, also another computing engineering major. And then rounding it off, we have Telem X, who is a management and leadership and entrepreneur major. And we have Despair as well. They don't have a major yet listed here, but I'm sure they're doing something pretty cool as well. But a lot of computer engineering, computer science.
Shocker.
Seems to be a little bit of a theme, right? Computer, gaming, esports, it all mixes together in some certain way.
Yeah, and then we have Florida, who runs a comp that they call Meatball. So totally goes with everything, I guess, right? They favor the ball hog compositions, which we haven't seen a whole lot of them, Kenobi, but if you know how to do it, it can be really good.
They do exist, and for the other side, for FAU, we do see a more standard variation of compositions here. We see the Dive is their favorite, plus the Rhine Zarya, and that means that we're going to Lijiang first, and Rhine Zarya and Dive both have some sort of semblance on that map. You can play specifically depending on what subset map you do get, so I think for the start of this, FAU with their composition seems to be in a little bit of a better place. It's more standard. Meatball, obviously, can work. It just causes a lot of chaos. You're just running around, the Hammond, pile drives onto you, and then you get hooked and you die. That is how that composition is going to work. It's kind of like pseudo dive, but not really. So I'm interested to see what this composition is that UF Orange has and that they are going to bring to the table, because I think it could be very interesting against something like Dive or like Rhine Zarya.
And this is something that they've done well with. Obviously, they took first place at the Gator LAN. One of the other teams that were going to get to cast was actually at that too. I believe it was Florida Gulf Coast was the one who also was at that tournament. Those were the two teams in the finals for that. So we get to see both of those teams here as well. But for Florida Atlantic, I mean, they've been around the TESPA scene. They've been around a lot, Kenobi.
A lot of recent team accomplishments that they have. They're consistently a top 4 CSL team in the recent tournaments. They're usually knocked off by the eventual tournament champions. So that's always kind of a little nice notch to have on your belt. They are a top 4 Florida team placement in the FIU charity tournament, the Battle for Bama COVID charity tournament quarterfinals. They lost the championship to Auburn University, so got to that finals. And then they are 3-1 in TESPA, losing their first match to Pitt. And then now they have not lost since then. So it's pretty good standings and accomplishments right now and results for FAU.
Fun fact about my casting career, Kenobi, I've actually called Florida Atlantic before. Not in esports, though. Okay. It was in sports. It was real sports. It was hockey. When I was doing Northwestern's hockey. No, they lost. They lost to
Oh, well, I'm sure they're happy that you're casting them right now.
Yeah, totally.
Might curse them. Might be that way, man.
I don't
We
know.
gotta
We'll
talk
see.
with them after this.
We'll have to see. That was like 7 years ago, though, too. So, like, all those players who were like playing hockey at that time have probably graduated and moved
Hey,
on. I'm a boomer, okay? I might
hey,
not
man.
look it, but I'm a boomer.
Hey, man. You know, as a Red Sox fan, I know curses can last for a very long time. So 7 years is like nothing in sports.
Well, you're not going to get cursed if you want to try and win a skin, though. That's the good thing. That's something that you can do while you're watching this stream, because periodically during this, the Mayhem will be asking official giveaway questions in chat. So all you got to do, answer that question. You'll be entered into a giveaway for a skin drop. So you just got to pay attention to see if your name is picked. And then if you are, then you just have to contact the Florida Mayhem through Twitter, Instagram, whatever way you want. Contact the Mayhem and you will get that. You got to be quick with it, though. So once your name is out there, you've got to go, or they're going to find somebody else who is paying attention. So get those skins, of course.
Got to be quick on the keyboard. There's a lot of good skins flown around right now as well. So this is definitely a very good time to be doing that. I'm excited to see what skins are going to be offered up. You know, are we going to be getting some cool legendary ones? It's going to be a fun time, I think, here during this entire tournament. And with both of these teams, I wonder if we see them play more towards this like favorite composition. Are they just going to one trick it? Do they have some other things in the, do they have some other things in the tool belt that they can work for them? We see obviously FAU has Dive and Ryan Zarya, but UF has just this meatball composition. I am very excited to see what exactly this does, because Wrecking Ball Roadhog, not necessarily a combination that you would expect too much in a team comp, especially now in things like Overwatch League, things like Contenders, not something you see too often.
I guess it's like, because you can do the pile driver and then you throw someone in the air and then you throw the hook out at somebody. I guess that's sort of the initiation you're sort of looking for with the Roadhog, but you obviously are leaving your front and back lines very open. There's no shielding or anything like that. But Lijiang Tower is somewhere they can at least make this work. This is a map that University of Florida favors too.
And for FAU, they actually favor Oasis, so this might be the little bit of an edge that UF is going to have going into this specific matchup. There are a lot of those opportunities to create chaos in some of these certain matches, which is what I kind of feel like this meatball composition does. It's meant to just cause as much chaos as possible, pull people away from each other, disrupt them with the wrecking ball, and then use that halt hook to bring them back, or use that hook to bring them back into you. I think there on a couple of those maps, maybe like Night Market or as well as Gardens, I think you can maybe see some play there. But as we're going to go into game now, we're going to have to see what both of these teams are going to bring to the table as we start here. Going to Night Market as our first map.
So when you think of Night Market, Kenobi, I mean, this is, I think, where you think of more your Death Bally, your Rush comps, that sort of style, just based on how the map is. But you can play Dive, you can play those other things here too.
You can play Dive, but realistically, if you're going to be playing something like Rush, you want to take that point presence first, because against compositions like Dive, it's very hard to get point presence away from something like a double shield, like a Rush composition, unless you're really just putting a ton of spam down. But as we already see from UF, they're hovering.
They're hovering the mud wall
already. And on the other side for FAU, we see some double shield going on. This is going to be for them. So for FAU, I would expect them right now to take the Symmetra, teleport directly onto the point, and then just hold that point presence by themselves. And then you're going to have to be looking at UF. How are they going to be able to kind of pull apart the death ball, right? How are you going to pull apart the defense? Is it the damage from the Pharah? Is it the halt? Is it the hooks from Yang 2024 there? That's what you're going to be looking out for in these first couple of fights. How are they going to break the death ball on the point?
Funny enough, though, Death by Kitty in the sky with the Pharah and then the hook on the Goodmaker. It's already 2 down for Florida Atlantic, already in a good spot for University of Florida, as you have control of the point 2 for University of Florida. Florida just now just trying to make sure they clear off those Symmetra turrets. They do lose their Wrecking Ball, but they are in control of the point, and they've got a crossfire going on.
And FAU is still trying to contest here, but they've lost their Symmetra. They've also lost their Hanzo here for UF Orange. So this is a scrappy fight. A pick onto Yang 204. This might be exactly what FAU needs to come back and take this point away.
Building up percentage, though, up to 15% for UF. FAU, though, clearing this with no problem. Kiki just throwing that hammer through these players onto the Wrecking Ball as well. The stall ends 22% gapped for UF.
So that's actually pretty good for UF. They managed to win that first fight off of the back of a really nice snipe from Death by Kitty onto the Lucio. And once you lose that speed, it's very easy for UF Orange to kind of disrupt you, and you can't get away from all the spam that they have. So now coming back into this fight, Barrage is ready and available for Death by Kitty. And as you can see, there's nothing really on the opposition side to eat at Labasco. They just have to use their shields, and shields don't usually do well against Pharah Barrages.
Kiki does have the Earth Shatter, but you don't have as many targets as you normally would have. There's one of them in Yang going in for the charge and taking him down. FAU using what they have nicely, but the coalescence by UF to come right back in, and now they are starting to get control. Burst down one tank onto the Orisa, and they will take this right back. About 44% will get built up here for FAU.
And you talked about the Shatter not getting really that much value. They're actually going to switch Kiki completely back off of that Reinhardt onto that Sigma, so you're going to be offering a little bit more damage, a little bit more mobile shielding. You also have something that can deal with the spam from the Pharah in the air with that shield and with the kinetic grasp that he has. So I think this is a really nice switch up for FAU as they're going to try and recontest here. Blizzard available, but there's the mine.
Have to be careful of them using the ice block to make sure that you don't die to the mines. University of Florida, a little bit of a flank from their Roadhog there, but the Halt trying to spot it out. Now Yafi going on will take Yang down. So FAU has an opening here with that early pick.
We see Death by Kitty just trying to pump some damage onto that Tracer. Actually, the Hanzo's able to get a kill, but he's traded back. Death by Kitty eventually does get that Tracer, and now there is a lack of damage right now for FAU. They don't have any of their DPS on the point. It just has to be the tanks who clean this up.
Oh, but Kiki is doing exactly that. Gets those Hyperspheres to hit, but now trying to get that Vera. Nicely hits him with the Accretion Rock, and then the follow-up afterwards. Whole hog by Yang.
Oh, what?
Flings it right back for UF. They still have control of the point, 80%.
Yang comes back with a huge whole hog and is able to maybe get a little bit more percentage, getting a double boop with the whole hog. I haven't seen that in a very long time, Labasco, but it is FAU who ends up getting the point back. We talk about ultimates for this next fight, Labasco. Blizzard still available for Goodmaker. Hasn't really had a good opportunity to use it, but now that FAU has control of this point, this is one of those best chances.
Dragon Strike onto the point will separate players. Now the hook by Yang will be able to get the Moira down. Goodmaker, though, uses the Blizzard, quickly eliminates Yang. So Yang out of the fight. Even fight here between these two teams. 75% in building still for FAU.
Oh, and the Sigma's caught out all alone. The flank was so much. He's using Gurdic Flux just to escape here. Labasco doesn't get the value that it needs, and Yang is cleaning up on this Roadhog.
And now you still have control. You still have to deal with Kiki, but that's all you have to deal with. And now it'll be 90%. They might not even have a chance to get back. Just the Tracer, but getting chased down by the Wrecking Ball.
Tracer gonna get out just barely, but I don't know if there's anyone who's gonna be able to get a touch. The Lucio got hooked, so he's gonna be very slow to get to the point, and he won't be able to do so. That is UF Orange taking this first sub-map with the Meatball comp, working very well, especially with Yang getting an insane amount of value off of those hooks and off of the whole hog, something you don't necessarily expect to see too often.
Yeah, this is already a crazy start to the Florida Mayhem Collegiate Rumble. I mean, you just look at it, how close that first point was. We now are moving, it looks like, we're at Gardens now, Kenobi. So you have the fair that's still a possibility here.
And I'd like that Goodmaker is hovering the Ashe here. Ashe, something that is very adept at dealing with Pharahs in the air because of that hit scan roll. And they are going to be sticking with the Sigma as well. So offering, again, that ability to use those shields a little bit more mobily to deal with the Pharah and the spam damage coming out from UF Orange. But UF Orange has been playing this composition very well so far, just getting basically DPS picks where they shouldn't be happening. We're going to see how UF Orange or FAU is going to deal with this. I would expect them to go through the White Room here, because if you go through White Room, Labasco, that leaves the Pharah not as much ability to spam you as much as they would want to if you're in the open going through Bridge.
And that's exactly what we're seeing here. Death by Kitty on the ground, has to get back up into the sky, trying to help deal with the Tracer. Not really working, but UF in control of the point. But like you said, the White Room in control of FAU. They get one pick, but Yafi goes down too, so we're back to a 5v5, and control goes over to UF.
See a halt here, gets no value whatsoever. The Hammond's going to go in, but it's going to be able to get out. So now this is the chance where FAU can get onto this point, especially with that pick onto the Hanzo. This is the perfect moment for them.
Fighting through the spam from the Rockets from Death by Kitty, and Kiki gets booped off the map. Nice shot by Goodmaker, though. So FAU still creating an opportunity to get onto this point. Still an even fight, but percentage still building up for University of Florida. FAU slowly chipping away, but the res bringing one back in means that Florida can still fight.
We see Goodmaker going to go down to this Coalescence here, and this should be UF Orange taking this first point. The Coalescence is all that they're going to need here. And UF Orange making this composition work very well against this. I mean, the thing, Lobosco, about FAU's comp, there's not that much damage in it, especially with when you have the Moira. Moira not really known for her DPS, so something like a Zenyatta or an Ana here would be very good to deal with just the extreme health bars and sustain that UF Orange has. Lucio would also help if you able to speed onto the point and just run at this composition, because I think that's what you need to do here.
Flooding in, she gets taken down right before they can even get across to the bridge or to the weight room. So now they have to wait for that respawn. Their answers, Yafi has gone over to the Reaper. So to get a little bit of that extra damage, nice little halt there to get a lot of damage onto one target. No eliminations from it. They do have Bob, though, for Goodmaker once they get into position. And just on the flank constantly is the Kronax, just dealing damage. Yafi trying to teleport in, pretty telegraphed, but is able to get inside. The Kronax did go down, so
that Dragon Strike.
The res on the Dragon Strike and the hook into it, and there's 2 down. FAU struggling, and it's 93% for University of Florida.
And I think this is going to be it, Lobosco. I don't think there's any way that FAU is going to be able to hold here, especially with the hold hog, just to clean things up nice and fresh for the side of FAU, and that's going to be them taking this first round.
Nothing that can happen for Florida Atlantic. Barrage used on point by Death by Kitty, and just a quick stall by Yafi for as long as possible. But that's all it is a stall coming back one by one. University of Florida, though, they make the meatball composition work, and they take map number 1 here in this best of 3.
Best of three. Best of 3. Yeah, you got it eventually. But I think it was well played there from U of F. Again, Yang is going to be getting the play of the game here on that Roadhog. Got so much value on this pick that I didn't necessarily expect to, especially against things like double shield Lobosco, where you would expect that it would be very difficult for a Roadhog to be able to get hooks and farm up his ultimates as quickly as he was. But he was doing a very good job. So I'm very impressed with this, I guess, meatball composition is what they want to call it. It felt like a little bit kind of like a disruption spam composition, kind of a mix of both of those in there, but very impressed with so far with what I've seen from UF Orange.
They set up a good crossfire, right? Like they have the Hanzo on one side, the Fair's usually somewhere else. So your focus has to be on one of those 2 sides. And then you also have the disruption from the Roadhog and from the Wrecking Ball. So it's a cool composition to see how it works, Kenobi, but it feels like it's a composition that maybe will have a little bit more trouble as we get into the other map types in this game.
Yeah, I think especially with both of the maps that they got, both the subset maps where they were on, like where you can get a lot of value with environmental kills. You know, you have yourself a whole hog, which can push people off the match, which we saw actually. The hog did Yang in that last matchup. We also saw that there were some Wrecking Ball kills off the side as well. So I think specifically for this next matchup, I wonder if they're going to stick to this composition and what FAU is going to do, because they didn't really adapt to the composition as well as I would have liked. You know, they kept the Moira and the Brig, but if you're running rush compositions, Lucio usually is something that I would have liked to have seen, just so you can speed onto point and speed into that team composition. Because if you get to the back line, like that's Hanzo's not going to live. If you just run at that Hanzo, he's just going to die. The enemy team has no peel. So I would have liked to have seen maybe a little bit of a variation in terms of that. They did pick a Reaper, which I do like as well, but still there just wasn't enough damage to deal through all of those chunky health bars of the Hammond and the Roadhog.
And flooding in, she was on the Brigitte. We did see her on, prior to that, we saw her on the Lucio, and they were running that more, classic rush style. Do they keep running rush against this? They do have dive in their back pocket as well. Are they maybe better off even just trying it? Because they, that's something we haven't seen from them yet either for Florida Atlantic.
I think trying dive would be a good idea as well. They can also just run rush and just decide to just like zoom at the people who are not going to be diving at you, because it is the Hog. You can basically take him down if you have things like a Reaper, like a May. Hogs are very easy to kill if you're just rushing at them. Zarya as well, if they like the Zarya. Zarya loves fighting against Roadhogs, just because you can bubble any of the hooks he has. You can get a lot of charge that way, and then you can farm up your grab very quickly. Let's remember, Roadhog has 600 health. That's 600 health worth of Graviton charge on top of his take a breather. So there is a possibility, I think, for them. Dive would be a little bit more tricky because you have to be a little bit more coordinated and make sure your backline isn't dying to their dives that are going on to you. So it is kind of a catch-22. I think if they play the rush comp and they make some, adjustments towards getting more damage and trying to take down the backline instead of taking down the front line, I think that's kind of how I would like to see it play out.
Well, they're going to Junkertown as the next map, Kenobi. And when you think of Junkertown, I mean, there's a lot more space. Like Widowmaker's an option here if that's something they want to try and do. I mean, what is the thought process behind this as the map choice?
I think you pick Junkertown here. They can't, because UF can't really play, especially on first. It's going to be very difficult to play the Hammond and the Roadhog, this meatball composition, and the Pharah. There's no way realistically that Pharah should be getting any value on this map, because you should just swap to Widow and then you just kill the Pharah. Pharah has nowhere to hide on this first point of A. So I think that might be part of their process as well. This composition is their bread and butter. If we take them to Junkertown on A specifically, they can't play it. Maybe they can play it around B and C, but for A, for sure, it's going to be very difficult for the meatball composition to work out.
Yeah, it's such a wide open map. There's so, at least at the beginning, so there's a lot that you can do. And then, of course, there's the different chokes that even the meatball composition can have trouble breaking through. So we're going to go into this in just a moment, but just looking at it here, Kenobi, I still think there's a possibility that it could be a pretty close map, just because you look at Night Market, that was such a close first point that we had. I know it wasn't the same once we got to Gardens, but Night Market, I feel like might be a little bit of a better indicator.
It was very back and forth, and if it wasn't for some clutch plays from Yang and Death Kitty, respectively, they would have probably come back FAU and taken that map, but some hero plays coming out from the UFF players really stifled that comeback for them. You're right, it was a pretty close map, but once we got to Night Market or Gardens, like you mentioned, it was really close and felt like they didn't really have FAU a way to adapt to the composition that UFF was running. So we go into Junkertown now, and I wonder if if UFF sticks to the meatball composition here on first, that means that they just are so confident in their play that they're willing to run it anywhere. Because definitely A on Junkertown is definitely not where you want to be running this composition.
And I'm confident you can win skins if you're paying attention to chat. Why? Because the Florida Mayhem is going to be giving skins away periodically. So make sure that you're paying attention for the giveaway question that they'll be asking. All you need to do to be entered to win is answer that question and then look to see if you win. So pay attention to chat, win some cool skins, and it looks like they're kind of doing it, but they're not. They're going with the halt hook comp instead here on Junkertown for Florida.
A little bit of a blast from the past here, Lavasco. Junkertown always, way back in the day, Orisa and Roadhog's playground. You can get a lot of value with those halt hooks. It's a little bit more difficult now with Sigma in the mix, because Sigma can throw out his shield to block anything incoming from any of the halts from the other Orisa. So it's going to be a bit difficult for UF Orange to get value out of those halt hooks if FAU plays this correctly with their Sigma shields. And for FAU, when we look at their composition, they have a Sombra waiting in the back, trying to go around and scout, maybe get some good hacks onto something like a Roadhog, like the Lucio as well, get some value, and then use EMP to break this entire thing open. Actually going to switch over to the Tracer, so Caster Cursed already, even as we start this match.
Did that little scouting and decided to go to the Tracer. Death by Kitty, by the way, playing the McCree this time, so different here from the side of University of Florida, but Florida Atlantic pushing that cart forward, get pulled into the halt. Nobody getting hooked in just yet, though. They've been able to weather that storm so far, and they're forcing back UFF.
UFF's gonna not be able to push aggressively here, but there's a flank from Yang 2024. He's able to take out Goodmaker, but it's traded back for another DPS on the other side.
And now Death by Kitty trying to deal with the Tracer, misses the flashbang. Just pushing in is Despair for Florida Atlantic onto the Ana. She's so low, forcing back the Ana, but getting hooked in. Yang on these flanks has been crazy, but it's not enough. Florida Atlantic in control.
Yang getting so much value on the flanks, but you're right, it is the Tracer who is doing so much right now, being a complete nuisance to the backline of US Orange. Nice shot there from the Ashe onto the Lucio, kind of driving by right through your screens. It's going to be UF Orange losing that first point. FAU taking it pretty convincingly at the start here, Lasco. 5-minute time bank going into this second part of Junkertown. Not a lot of ultimates to talk about yet. There is a nano boost available for Omelet, but the big one I'm looking out for is that Gravitic Flux from Kiki comboed with this Halt from Despair. This could be a lot of damage that UFF Orange can't deal with because they do not have a Lucio sound barrier.
Just kind of waiting right now, too, to get that pulse bomb is Yafi just, pinging some headshots onto the Ashe. And there's the elimination by Death by Kitty. So advantage over to U of F. But the Deadeye gets pulled into the Gravitic Flux, so now we're back even.
Even as you mentioned, and Despair just on the front line here has the Supercharger available if they want to use it. Nice pull to get the Lucio off the high ground.
Might have to save it here, but they throw in the nano boost, and they're down to only a few players left. They do get some ultimates out, but they wasted their nanos. The only problem for Florida Atlantic.
Yang on these flanks is getting so much value. I have never seen a flanking Roadhog get so much value in my life, Labasco, but he's managing to do it, and UFF is able to stall the push from FAU. As we go into this next point, both Superchargers available. The only difference is that there is a rally from the Brigitte on the other side, but it is going to be matched by the sound barrier, so both sustain ultimates available and ready for whenever this next fight breaks out.
Orange Streak trying to build up to another nano boost. To boosh down almost immediately. The sound barrier not enough to save. Yafi now can try and get a little bit more aggressive with that sound barrier over, but Yang evening things up by taking out Goodmaker. But quickly answering back is Yafi. So a back and forth fight, but the cart still moves is the problem for University of Florida. Florida Atlantic is about to get another point, and they do.
They just take it right under the noses there of UF Orange, and now FAU is going to push in to third of Junkertown, Labasco, with 4 minutes and 40 seconds. That is an insane time bank, and UF Orange just doesn't seem to know how to deal with Yafi on this Tracer here, always getting the better of the other DPS. Death by Kitty having a little bit of a rough time with those flashbangs trying to take that Tracer down, but hopefully in this third point that gets a little bit better. Pulse Bomb available for Yafi here. If he can get onto one of the backliners, possibly the Brigitte, that's the best case scenario.
Kiki already has high ground positioning, though, is the only problem. So Florida Atlantic in a very good position as far as their composition, coming from above with the Gravitic Flux, pulling players in, slamming them down, and Death by Kitty gets taken out. Kiki's still on the high ground trying to deal with Yang. There's a Supercharger on the low ground coming through by Boosh, and it looks like Florida might be able to stop this push finally from Florida Atlantic.
We see here Goodmaker coming back on the McCree, but we're going back to Vicky on this Sigma, and actually they're winning the fight. They've somehow FAU turned this around by just an amazing play coming out from the Tracer on Yafi.
So they keep the cart moving. They've got 3 minutes and 32 seconds left. Halting players in. Coalescence to answer from University of Florida. You have the Hanzo losing the battle to the Tracer, and Florida Atlantic still in a great position, finally getting hit with that flashbang, but Yafi able to recall immediately. Yeah,
they get
using the whole hog, but they got off the carts. Florida Atlantic with over 3 minutes.
Do we count that as a Charlie Niner?
They were going to lose anyway.
They were going to lose anyway, but they could have maybe gotten back on the point. There were some people still there, but well, that's like a half of a Charlie Niner. You know, like a Charlie 4.5. You know,
Charlie 4.5er.
Charlie 4.5er. We've coined it. You're welcome, Overwatch community.
Yeah. That kind of felt that way because it's like they probably still end up losing even if they do get on. And they give this big time bank over to Florida Atlantic. So this is a good bounce back for Florida Atlantic, Kenobi. But for University of Florida, looking a little bit rougher when they're not on that meatball comp.
It seems like the meatball is their meatball comp, basically. It's their bread and butter composition, and when they're on this composition, it looks a little bit less coordinated. Where you see on those control maps when they were running the meatball, there was a lot of opportunity for them to kind of make their solo plays, and Yang has been doing that, but in maps like this, flanks like that only work a dime a dozen, right? You saw it work a couple of times, but then the rest of the time, those flanks are not getting as much value on the Roadhog. It has to be you're getting kills and you're getting those one clips, but if you're not going to be able to do that, then the comp and the flank kind of falls apart entirely. So we see UF Orange I don't expect Death by Kitty to come out here on the Pharah. I would hope not, because this is a very open map, and Goodmaker has shown that they are very adept at hitting those shots in the air.
Yeah, Goodmaker's not a goon on the McCree, right? Like, that's for sure. So, a very good player for this Florida Atlantic team. Yafi been really good on the Tracer too. Yang on the flank again, looking for the McCree specifically, gets stunned, but does take the focus and allow for Death by Kitty to get the rocket in and get the kill. So Florida Atlantic already retreating.
And there, the flank works perfectly for the side of UF Orange. They see that Goodmaker is a little bit off on their own. The hook goes to him. He doesn't have any respawns or any inability to get out of the way, and they take him down very quickly. And this should be, right now, UF winning this fight. There is no one to deal with that Pharah in the air.
UF Orange still slowly pushing this cart. Boosh trying to get some forward positioning, and 3 rockets in a row direct from Death by Kitty.
Yeah, I said Death by Kitty shouldn't play the Pharah. Never mind. No, it's good. Proven me wrong. Completely proven wrong off of the back of that first hook from Yang, and it's worked ever since then. After that first pick onto Goodmaker, switching up some of their composition a little bit, is FAU going to the Rhine Zarya, so offering a little bit more sustainability against this Pharah spam damage. Also, Kiki can farm up a little bit more with that Zarya, has the ability to farm up charge with the bubbles from all that spam damage, so I like this switch going into the second point.
Also, the Baptiste gets added into Kenobi, so you're talking sustainability. That's a lot more, but Goodmaker, sustainability be damned. Yang on the flank again, and Death by Kitty just holding on to this barrage, looking for a good opportunity. Yang still behind. They don't do anything about Yang. The Dragon Strike wasn't even needed.
Yang is completely taking over this game right now. It seems like FAU has no idea how to deal with this man on his flanks. He's picking up the good members every single time he gets a hooked. It's always the DPS who are the detriment to Death by Kitty in the air. And Death by Kitty now, without having to deal with the McCree, with the Tracer constantly poking them, is able to just play for free in that air, already has the barrage available to them. And they're looking at a pretty good time bank going into the second if they cap right now.
Already getting some early damage on to players. And then Yang again on the flank! They can't stop him!
Just need permanent Yang POV here, I think, is what we need. I mean, he gets another hook there. Barrage is ready and available for the Pharah, but I don't even think they're going to need it, Labasco. The whole hog is going to clean things up. There's a hook right there to end everything, and Yang has taken over this game completely, Labasco. FAU is shook right now. They don't know how to deal with it.
I wonder if Yang is a Moose fan, because that's the vibes I'm getting from Yang.
I think so. I think that is definitely a possibility right now, that he has been watching maybe some Snizzle Nose, montages as well. He's been watching some of those, but he's making this Roadhog work to perfection. Barrage still available for Death by Kitty. It's really the only ultimate that they have, so this one's going to have to make it work. Luckily for FAU, they have some ultimates to work with. They have the Nano, can stick it on the Rhine, and can just have him go in.
Well, Yafi already down. Death by Kitty still has this barrage since the beginning of the game and hasn't had the need to use it. They do lose one player, but quickly get the res back in, so they're back to full strength. Goodmaker playing so far back now, Kenobi.
Goodmaker just waiting patiently, doesn't want to be in the sights of this Pharah, who is just doing so much damage. The Reinhardt's going in, he goes down, High Noon gets 2, and that's good. They got the Mercy. That means there is no Mercy pocket for this Pharah.
Maybe now is when they'll finally get this stall. Death by Kitty uses the barrage. They throw Coalescence into. They're committing to this for UF Orange. They're trying to win it here and now. Have Boosh on, using everything that they have in the bank to try and get this. 2 players still on the cart to stall, but they only have 2 left, 2 for UF Orange, and it looks like their push is finally going to come to a halt.
They're still trying to commit to this, Lolobosco, but the respawns are in favor here of FAU, and once Bosch is down, I think that's all but the crying, and also Death by Kitty going down means there is no more damage left, so it is going to be a valiant hold here for FAU on this defense. They stop the bleeding all the way at the end of the entire map, so that's probably a better chance than ever to do that.
They still have a chance, though, to have at least basically an even time bank with Florida Atlantic. Like, that is in the realm of possibility. So you have players up on the high ground now. Yang trying to get up there. It's not really working for him, though. So I guess he won't be able to go on the crazy flank he was planning. Will instead try to spam in front. Finds the Wrecking Ball, though, instead.
And you don't need to flank if they come to you, Labasco. That, you know, Hammond donates himself to Yang's hook. Now here comes the supercharger as well. UF Orange wants this point and they want it now.
Oh, there's the hook onto the back. Teast missing the player in front, but still manages to find Pater. And they have only a wrecking ball on cart to deal with. Bob not in a position to stall, but can at least try and do damage. But it's not enough. UF Florida does finally, UF Orange, excuse me, 2 minutes on the clock for them, 2:26 for Florida Atlantic. So very close timings.
And I can't help but feel like, how are they going to deal with Yang on these flanks? They know he's doing it. Every single time he's flanking and getting those picks onto the DPS players, onto the supports, those main targets that you want to be getting with those hooks so you can one-shot. And FAU just doesn't seem to have an ability to deal with it just yet. They haven't adapted to the fact that Yang is going on these very deep flanks. They have to know at this point, though, Labasco. Like, there is no way that if you see Yang on that hog, he's flanking. He's not playing in front of you. He is playing on the side of you. And you need to be very careful or else you're going to get hooked and you're going to get one shot.
They made it work, right? Like they know how to make this composition work with the Roadhog. How do you deal with the flanks though if you're Florida Atlantic?
I like that they do have the Ana, so that is one way to be able to deal with it, because maybe you can get a sleep onto the Roadhog, but also I think the tank line also needs to be a little bit more wary of it. You know, you have a Sigma, well, you don't anymore, but they switched to the Diva, but that is also a very good idea to deal with Roadhog. You have the Diva available for you. You can use that defense matrix to matrix anyone who gets hooked so that that one shot does not come through. But Goodmaker going on to this Widowmaker, especially on this map, it has a lot of good sight lines. If the Pharah is going to continue to be played, you can play also very far away from your team. That means you're not in a position to get hooked. So I like this switch up already from FAU.
Playing a lot further back, gets a shot onto the Hanzo in Zikronex, so able to at least put a little bit of damage output on. They are giving up a little bit of space here in the beginning. Yafi on the flank, making sure to stay on the side, not trying to get hooked yet by that Roadhog, and you know, Goodmaker's staying patient in the back.
And there's the flank, and there's the Diva already on the Roadhog. So they have been doing, that's already a good job from them. Dealing with that flanking Roadhog doesn't get any value, and Death by Kitty is gone with a good shot from Goodmaker.
Death by Kitty does get rezzed right back into the fight, though. So as soon as you're taken out, brought right back in, and UF Orange still keeping this going.
We're just waiting patiently. The Diva is down, so that means one-shot potential is back and ready for Yang on this Roadhog. He is slept, so he isn't going to be able to use that just yet.
Dragon Strike in there, in, and now the whole hog in. Too much damage, and Yang cleaning up, and UF Orange keeps this cart rolling around the corner.
Yafi just a lonely Tracer left on the payload here, and we're waiting. I believe this is going to be a take from US Orange. I'm not sure that FAU is going to be able to take a recontest here. Vicky is there, or Kiki is there if they want to try and make something happen and just touch the cart.
Yang on the side. Again, just looking. Can't quite get that. Just trying to anticipate where the recall was. Didn't work out. But they are about to get the cart to the point. They didn't get on for Florida Atlantic.
But Yafi's making something happen. Nice stick as well. Yafi popping off right now on this Tracer. The res is trying to come through, but they aren't able to get it. Oh, they do actually. Miraculously, that res is able to get through. Self-destruct as well coming in. Takes down Yang. And this might be a hold here at the very death for FAU.
Boosh on the point, though, at least keeping it stalled out. Players are respawning close for Florida, so they still have a chance on the point. Boosh pile driving in. Still have Kiki, though, on that Devo, along with Yafi doing a ton of work. Barrage coming in to try and clear it off. Yang finds Yafi, so you no longer have that Tracer who is doing all of the clearing, and now Florida Atlantic starts to lose it.
Oh, this is disastrous as well. Florida Atlantic used so many ultimates in that fight, Labasco. They tried to hold it there at the door, but the respawn's just too close from UF Orange, and UF Orange completely wipes the floor with FAU there, and now they'll be able to get this a pretty significant far way past that second point. Probably going to get one more fight at second from FAU to try and make this defense. Pulse Bomb ready and available for Yafi. Someone on the back line can get caught with this, and it could be what FAU needs to turn the tides of this fight.
They do have to use their immortality field really quickly, though, is the only thing, Kenobi. So they've already lost that. They are getting extremely close to taking the second point. Zachronix missing with the Pulse Bomb, but Death by Kitty is able to get Despair off of the cart. Yafi's still there, throws out a Pulse Bomb of his own. Yang making sure to stay up with the Take a Breather. Boosh going through multiple players and keeping them away, and they get the next part of this map for University of Florida.
I mean, this is just an incredible push from University of Florida here. They are going to have FAU switch over to the Reinhardt, so offering a little bit more point presence and trying to rush onto the cart with the Diva as well. But it's going to be very difficult for them now to stop this just push from UF Orange.
I don't know how they're going to be able to do it. There's so much momentum for UF Orange. Florida Atlantic looking for their opportunity to just get back in here. Focusing multiple players is Yafi trying to get Death by Kitty, but Yang coming in. What's this self-destruct from Kiki? Gets 3, though. Now you have the nano-boosted Tracer on there along with Zachronix on the Reaper now, but it's finally going to get stopped. Florida Atlantic will get them, but they do get 2 points for University of Florida.
Kiki with the hero plays there on that Diva is able to make sure that they don't get the full cap, or the second full cap, I should say, for UF Orange. But this was pretty significant as a time bank and as a push. Labasco only having 2 minutes and pushing all the way, basically halfway through that third point, is a pretty good amount of time for UF Orange, and only 2 minutes and 26 seconds for FAU. They have to make a pretty substantial push themselves. So if UF Orange, you're definitely happy with that one.
Without a doubt. I mean, how can you not be? You had the smaller time bank. You push so much further with only 2 minutes on the clock. They just keep finding ways to win fights. That one fight where Yafi gets like the 5K, you think it's over, and they can't finish it off for Florida Atlantic. So it's all on Florida Atlantic now to keep their hopes alive here, at least in this game and in this tournament.
Yeah, it was a call for Florida Atlantic University for them to take that fight at the first point of once they capped. Taking that defense was a very difficult decision, because if you win that fight, you stop it there and it's a pretty easy cap for yourselves. But if you lose and you commit so many ultimates like they did, as you can see what happened, you get snowballed pretty significantly, and then you're facing down a 44.43 meter cap. So a coin flip that happened ended up not working out for them.
Death by Kitty already on this Pharah. Getting taken down, though, so it's already starting off perfectly for Florida Atlantic. They've got the early elimination on this aggressive hold that Florida did early on.
We're just waiting here. Flooding, he's actually going to be switching over to the Brigitte, so offering a little bit more ability to deal with the Tracer and with the spam damage from the other side on UFF, as we see Omelet's going to go down as well. So this is actually a pretty good start for FAU.
They give up a lot of space, too, for Florida, says they've got to try and regroup. So they will be on the final stretch of this first point. Time is going to start to become a factor here soon. We're about at the minute 35 mark. Yang having to take a breather as he's on that front line trying to deal with Kiki, who is playing the Sigma. And Omelet, the first one to go down. No res available. Florida Atlantic looking good on this first part. Yang in the middle, though, still trying to be a detriment, but gets hit by the Deadeye.
FAU is going to be able to take this first point, luckily enough for them, so they have a minute left where they can get towards that second point, and hopefully, if for them, cap at the end of this map of Junkertown, as we're waiting for the doors to open here. Ultimates, as we talk about for this next fight, we do have the Tracer Pulse Bomb available and the Supercharger, so this is very snowballable right now for FAU as we go into the second point of Junkertown.
Pulse Bomb for Yafi playing along in those corridors on the right side of the map, looking for somebody to come into position, maybe looking for that flanking Roadhog and Yang. They are very careful watching their flanks. Yafi going in towards the Moira, not going to get the elimination, but does at least force them to have to pay attention to Yafi. Now we'll find Boosh, throws some damage in, 30 seconds left. They're halfway, they're past the halfway point here of the second part. Death by Kitty's down to Goodmaker and Kiki following up. No more DPS available. Yang still on the high ground. Coalescence in response from Christopher K. Nano boost to save Kiki, though, keeping themselves at full strength for Florida.
Okay, nothing.
Gravitic Flux, though, gets canceled. This is still looking good, though, for Florida Atlantic. They have the numbers, but the hook by Yang, and he's able to run away.
Yang also gets the kill onto the Ana, and this is actually... UF is going to be able to hold this, Labasco. This is insanity off the back of the Roadhog play. Once again, UFF is able to hold, and by God, this Roadhog player is a wonder, Labasco. Carries that last fight with some clutch plays. Everyone in the rest of the tournament's got to be looking out for this guy and this team, because if he's playing Roadhog like that, I don't know who can stop them. This is amazing Roadhog play.
Without a doubt. And it's not like Florida Atlantic's any slouch of a team. You know, these are all players that are over 4K, and this is a very good team that just lost. It was a hard-fought match, though, for UF Orange to advance on Kenobi.
Really well played from UF Orange, and a composition in the meatball. I wasn't sure how it was going to work out, and UF Orange proved that it works out pretty well. When you do have someone like Yang as your Roadhog player. Even the Halt Hook ended up working well for them as well. So, hey, credits to them. They made a interesting composition that we haven't seen in a long time work out pretty well.
A tough way for it to end for Florida Atlantic, though, but I thought they gave us a good showing. Some really good players on their side. I mean, it's 2-0, but it was closer than a 2-0.
Yeah, it was. I mean, especially on Control, we did see a back and forth there. We saw this map relatively close. I mean, 5-4 isn't really, or 5-3 isn't, you know, indicative of a stomp. So there were some good moments from FAU. They can leave this tournament with their heads held high. They played a pretty decent match.
Yes, and they get to go play University of Central Florida now. That's the next matchup that they will get in the semifinals. But we've got more Overwatch that we're going to get to do here. Kenobi, our next matchup, we thought a little bit different than what we thought it was going to be, but we get Florida Southern College versus Florida State. So that should be a very good one. And that's what we have coming up next. Don't go anywhere, because that's what you get to see next. And also don't forget, look in chat. Mayhem trying to give away skins. You want to win those. So be paying attention for that too. But final thoughts here for this one, Kenobi.
I thought it was really cool to see a team kind of innovate a little bit with their composition, you know, stick to their guns, play with their best at. We come from Chinese contenders. That's kind of what we know. So it was really cool to see both of the, or at least one of these teams, you know, play to their strengths. So did FAU as well. They played to their strengths, but it was the little interesting wrinkle of Yang on that Roadhog that really pushed UF over the edge. So I'm excited to see them through the rest of this tournament.
The Florida Mayhem Collegiate rumbles on. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with that next game here in a little bit.
At Zaxby's, there's nothing better than hand-breaded chicken, unless it's hand-breaded chicken with sauce. From sweet to savory, mild to wild, even that world-famous Zax sauce. Whatever you're craving, we've got the sauce at Zaxby's.
Speed Freaks game. Speed Freaks have 500 meg internet for just $39.99 a month plus taxes and fees. Let us guide the Speed Freak in you.
We welcome you back for the Florida Mayhem Collegiate Rumble presented by Frontier Communications. It is Labasco. Alongside of me is Kenobi. We're getting ready for our second matchup here in these quarterfinals. Kenobi, the next two teams we get to see are Florida Southern College versus Florida State University. So another matchup. We're going to see who goes on to the semifinals. They will await Full Sail University versus Florida Gulf Coast's victor if they're able to advance on here, whichever team it might be.
Yeah, FSC versus FSU. Going to be a little bit harder for us casters to commentate it that way, but I think we can handle it, me and you. So I can't wait for this matchup as well to start. We do have a very, special guest, I would say, in this matchup. We have our friend Doorcasts from FSU, who is going to be on that team. They said they're going to win everything. So, this is where you put up or shut up right now. It's the quarterfinals. You got 3 more wins to go, and I definitely want to see how he's going to be able to play.
Well, they're going to have to go against a pretty good team in Florida Southern College, but we get to take a look at the bracket here. We see, of course, that University of Florida will play University of Central Florida in that semifinal over there. Both teams winning in 2-0s on that other side. So that should be a pretty good one that will have determine who goes to the finals. There will be a third place match too for these teams, Kenobi, because there is actually a little bit, I believe, of money on the line here for the teams.
There is. So it is going to be a third place match that determines who gets more of that bigger cut of money between both those two. But as we talk about these two teams right now, third seed and sixth seed, I believe, for both of them is what we're going to be looking at when we look at these two teams. So a little bit more discrepancy than what we said in our last match, which was the 4 and 5. So I'm very excited to see which, if like the seeding matters in this tournament. That's what, because we saw with like May Melee and Overwatch for North America, every higher seed won the matchup. So I wonder here if that's going to kind of is going to be a similar trend that we're going to be seeing throughout the rest of this tournament.
Definitely could be something. We'll start talking first about Florida Southern College. Kenobi, they've got Jofis on their team, who is a marine biology major. There's some cool majors that some of these players have. Then you have Yeezy, who, not that Yeezy, business management though. So, you know, something similar to Kanye, and the fact that they both want to do something well in the business side of the world. Obviously, Kanye's music too, but that's beside the point. We have Snowy as well, who is a math major, so knows a lot more quick maths than you and I will ever know.
Yeah, caster math is never really a good thing. I'm not a big fan of math, and a math major, that is a brave person to take one of those.
Widow Main, Will is a econ finance, and then also I believe psych minor. So a pretty interesting mix there that you have. Obviously, Widowmaker is probably going to be Widow Main's most played hero. We have K as well. They are a communications/film major. So maybe one of our, maybe we'll see some cool frag videos one day from K. And then Momo, she is a criminology and psychology major. Wonder which route she'll go. If she'll go maybe the law route like we saw in our last game, where we had another crim psych major who then decided, you know what, I'm also going to do law.
Yeah, and going over to FSU now, Florida State University, their team, we have Axis 8, who is a mechanical engineer. That is going to be their main tank player. Then we have G-Man, who is going to be a psychology major. So that's the first of those that we've seen today. Unholy Banjo, which is a phenomenal name, by the way, is a CS and business major. Wi-Fi, a music major. Well, first one of those we've seen today as well. Core Brew is going to be an exploratory major. And then Mellow Panda, sports management. So that's a cool little major as well. And then Door rounding it off with a comp sci major for this team.
Yeah, so really cool mix of majors that we get from both of these players. And then, you know, I didn't mention, you know, Jofis is a tank player. Yeezy's also a tank player. Snowy's one of the DPS. Obviously, Widow Main DPS. And then Case and Momo are the support for Florida Southern. So Florida Southern versus Florida State. That'll be the thing that I'll make sure we try to that we're going to get correct the entire time. So,
well, I mean, we're probably going to, at least like one time, I'm going to say FSC when I mean FSU. It'll happen. It'll happen at least one time.
That's right. I was saying Florida for University of Florida a bunch in the last game. So it just kind of is one of those things that happen. But one of the things that you can do that make happen that won't be confusing at all is just answering the questions that the Mayhem are going to put in chat. Because if you do, you're going to have a chance to win a giveaway of a free skin for you. So be sure to be paying attention to chat while you're watching these games, because the Florida Mayhem will be doing that. And, you know, free skins are always a cool thing to get, you know.
Yeah, it's free 99. You just answer some questions and you get free skins. Just do it.
Give me the free drops.
It's
easy peasy.
See, I can't go into chat right now and get my free skins.
We
I
can't
do that.
I mean, we
can, but we're casting, so
we're casters. Okay, we have an integrity to have. We can't be trying to win skins while we're casting. We can't do that. But we can take a look and see that our first map is Busan. So as far as Busan is concerned, styles of compositions we can see is pretty up there, Kenobi, based on what map we get. And we didn't really get a lot from Florida Southern of what they want to run. But for FSU, Ryan Zarya brawl comps are what they favor, along with double shield compositions.
And they actually should be said that their favorite map is actually Busan. So it is going to be very interesting to see how prepared they are for this map. If it is their favorite map, I assume they have a lot of good strategies for this matchup, and it favors them. It would depend on which map we go to for the Ryan Zarya brawl and, you know, the double shield. You know, Mecha Base has always been a map where it's been a lot of those brawly type of compositions with the double shield. You can also get away with playing it on the other types of maps as well. So I wonder how FSU will come out, if they're going to come out like a, like a man on fire and just run over SFC, or if FSC has something to deal with it.
That's a good movie. Man on Fire. Have you seen that movie, Kenobi?
I haven't.
Oh, Denzel Washington. Watch it.
I know he's in that. Yeah, I know he's in that.
It's a really good movie.
So is Denzel Washington. Denzel Washington's a very good actor as well.
Exactly. Good actor, good movie. So watch that movie for sure. But yeah, it's definitely something where the compositions that Florida State will play can work really well. So it makes sense that this is a map that they would potentially want to go to for FSC. Like just seeing from the players what they said that they've been playing the most. It seems, well, two of them say that their most played is Anna. So Anna Lucio though maybe. But as far as for the tanks, Reinhardt, something Reinhardt based, maybe, if that's what they're playing the most, as far as Joe Fizz.
Yeah, Reinhardt's a very good hero at the current moment, especially without the ability to have anything like hero pools, which we don't have at the current moment in this tournament. Everything's open. So Reinhardt, before hero pools was a thing, had a lot of prominence. You would play Ryan Diva. Now, like kind of Ryan Sigma, Ryan Orisa is showing a bit more prominence. So that is a possibility. As we're going to be going into game very soon, our first map is going to be mecha based, so expect those brawly compositions definitely to come to the forefront here in this map.
Yes, double shields are always a possibility here too. We'll see. Team in red is Florida State. Florida Southern is our team in the blue. So Florida FSU gets to kind of keep with the color scheme of their university. So I guess that helps a little bit, Kenobi.
Yeah, you get your home jersey basically.
Yeah, exactly.
It's always a little bit of a pride boost when you get to wear the color of your favorite university. But we do see both these teams looking like they're going to be running some sort of rush or double shield composition here. Widowmaker, well, Widowmain, I don't think it's going to play Widow on this map specifically because it's very difficult, especially against a rush composition to get a lot of value, or against a double shield composition as well. So it is going to be probably the May McCree as we see both these teams rolling out. Another Roadhog player, it seems like we are going to have Lobosco. We just can't escape him right now, as Easy is going to be bringing that to the table here.
Yeah, FSC will run out with the Roadhog. The double shield composition is what FSU is going to run. Fire strikes in on either side. And Yeezy, our focus here at the moment, getting stunned. The charge away. Jofis is able to get Axis 8 down, but it's an even trade because Yeezy is dead as well. Snowy extremely low, and Wi-Fi will make sure to finish that one off. And this is looking like a pretty even trade between both of these teams, but FSU starting to come out in front.
It's back and forth. Lobosco, Wi-Fi on this McCree on the flank is getting a lot of work done. Dor is trying to keep the Nano Reinhardt away from his team, but Axis 8 is just going to run on him. He doesn't even care. He gives his life for it, but it should be here FSU taking this first point and starting to tick up that percentage. And the thing is, Lobosco, they didn't use a lot of ultimates in that last fight. They didn't use any, actually, so they're going to be in the advantage because FSC used that Nano. And if you look at FSU, a treasure trove of ultimates available for them, as Dor doesn't quite section off the rest of the team with that wall.
Easy just missing with that hook on to Dor. Dor getting up to that Blizzard now, immediately throwing it out. Jofis actually charges right into it. Wasn't going off when he did. And this is a very well-controlled play from Florida State. Dor, by the way, Kenobi, made a bold prediction. Said that FSU, they're going to win it all. And that he's going to be part of the reason why.
Not looking so bad right now. That was a very well-played Blizzard from Dor at the start. He also had that wall at the start of the map that really put his team into overdrive in terms of their ultimate economy and getting those picks. And now a low rotation coming out from FSC. They're just going to try to go right onto this point here. They have the advantage when it comes to Blizzard.
Supercharger going to get thrown out. Blizzard in response. Players getting frozen up. 3 players already down for FSU. FSC in control of the point will get the flip, but 48% built up for FSU.
And FSC, good job there using that Blizzard effectively. They take the low ground rotation. They know that if they just get onto point, they have the Blizzard, and FSU doesn't, which means that they're going to be in the advantage whenever FSU tries to engage onto them. So really nice rotation coming out from them. They also still have a lot of ultimates to work with. Lobosco Nano available, but that's a nice wall from Dor. Yeezys is flattened against it.
Makes it a lot easier to keep your ult economy if you get a pick before anything even happens. Big anti-nade, though, is the problem, and there's a nano boost for Axis 8 to just go swinging through, but Jofis is the one who will charge him away, but he ends up going down himself. YFI behind the Reinhardt shield, throwing out a ton of damage, and FSU in position to take this point back.
Just trying right here. Whole Hog is committed just to try and kill Door. That's a little bit BM there, my guy. Not sure that you needed that in that scenario specifically, but it is just going to be a lonely Roadhog on the high ground right now. Going to have to retreat back to his team. And as we set up for this next fight, Labasco, not a lot of ultimates to talk about. A lot of them were used in that last fight, and it was FSC who didn't come out on top. But the main ones you're going to be looking out for in this next fight, Labasco, who can get the Blizzard first, Widowmane or Door, because that will lead to whoever is going to win this next fight.
Axis 8 getting close to another Earth Shatter, though, too. So goes up with the Ice Wall. Players move on to the point. Getting hooked in was Axis. Throws up the shield, though, able to keep himself ahead. Deadeye in the air, waiting and waiting. Wi-Fi finally pulls the trigger and gets one, but the work was done on the ground to win the fight for FSU.
Wi-Fi gonna go down here, but it's all just a matter of time. The Coalescence is committed from Mellow Panda. Not sure that was needed. You could have been able to kept that for the next fight that is going to happen, but this is going to be last fight for FSC here. They get this one chance. Door is waiting with the wall. He gets slapped. That's insane.
He hasn't gone down yet, been able to be kept alive, but the Blizzard gets thrown right on top of him, and now you have an even trade. Door going down, and FSC has created an opportunity to take this point back. FSU desperately holding on in overtime. Snowy using the Deadeye from up top. They still have ultimates to come back with. G-Man used the Supercharger, too, at the end.
Yeah, that was Momo coming in super clutch on the, he calls the bluff of Door on that May, and actually Door used that Blizzard as well to no value whatsoever, so all of the ultimates that FSU had just get no value at all, and it's FSC who now has the advantage.
They use the wall effectively to make sure that they can't get walled off themselves for SSU, but FSC now in a position here to take this first point of Mecha Base, healing up both sides, getting those cooldowns out. Nice freeze by Door to get Jofus down, so now they can move on to point in control. Sound barrier used in desperation for FSC. Wi-Fi on the flank for FSU, trying to clear this point off. They have control. They just need the focus fire to win the point, and that's exactly what they do. Axis leading with that hammer. Also gets the wall to make sure that nobody can get back up. Sound barrier used for FSU. They have everything they need to take this point, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
Melopen is just going to beam everyone down with the Coalescence, and this should just be all over but the crying Labasco. FSU 99-99 is going to take this first round of Mecha Base.
A very good run for Florida State after a little bit of a mistake to get them back into that too, Kenobi. I mean, Door uses that Blizzard. They're out of ultimates. You think, oh man, this is tough to come back from.
But it was really well played from them as well, just deciding to rush onto FSU. They know, or rush on to FSC rather. FSU knows that there is only a Hammond, so there isn't anything like a Sigma, like a trying to negate any of the damage once they rush through. So they just rush onto the Reinhardt. Jofus goes down, isn't able to use that Shatter, and once the Reinhardt goes down in this composition, the rest of the dominoes behind him usually fall as well. And really well aggressive play coming out from FSU as we go into this next map. We're going to downtown. Wi-Fi going to be on that Widowmaker, so an interesting little wrinkle to this double shield composition coming out from FSU. Widowmane not going to be on the Widowmaker on the map that I would expect everyone would want them to play it on.
Right, and then on the other side for Florida Southern College, they are coming out with the Reinhardt and the Zarya quickly pushing in, trying to collapse onto those tanks. Wi-Fi able to find Snowy on that high ground, and now just shooting towards those main tanks on the front line and just trying to get through the Reinhardt shield. G-Man, in the meantime, on the front lines, will down Yeezy. So this is looking really good again for FSU early on.
Snowy switches over to the Widowmaker, is actually able to take down Wi-Fi, but they just went off the map, Labasco. I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but this is going to be an FSU win. And now we do see a Widow v Widow battle here. Snowy taking it into their own hands. Widowmane not going to be playing the Widowmaker versus Wi-Fi, which is good because we did see that last fight, the opening fight, Wi-Fi was just able to sit there on the high ground, uncontested completely, but now FSC has something to contest that Widowmaker, a Widowmaker of their own.
Yeah, and you want to keep the May too, so maybe that's why you see Snowy make the switch over, and obviously there's confidence that you can have them play it. Wi-Fi able to find Snowy, though. Couldn't find out where Widowmane was, but the nice shot with the Icicle by Widowmane. So both Widowmakers out into the 5v5, but Axis 8 quickly throwing it in favor of SSU. Nice shield to block off the May, but the Coalescence healing her back up. the battle now moves on to the point. Widowmane about to get the Blizzard extremely close to it. Door gets it as well, throws it out, and they will get the 2 eliminations off of it and keep control of the point for FSU.
Might be a little bit of blessing in disguise that Widowmane didn't get that Blizzard in that last fight, because there might have been a panic ultimate that would have completely ruined their ultimate economy. So now FSC is in the advantage when we come into this next fight. They're going to have Blizzard advantage, so they can play a little bit more aggressively and rush onto the point and take control of it themselves. But the only thing that is going to be able to stop them is that Corbrew is going to be close towards that sound barrier that can negate some of the damage from the Blizzard.
Players getting pulled into that hull, but Axis 8 able to have that shield up and not have any problems dealing with the damage coming out. But Widowmane able to snipe out Corbrew, and now we'll throw up the wall. This looks like FSC's opportunity to re-aggress back in and take the point.
Yeah, Corbrew going down was very detrimental for FSU. He had the sound barrier, could have possibly sustained them through that last fight, but he's going to keep it for this next fight along with Kamek. They are going to both have their support, or both teams are going to have both their support ultimates. The only difference between both of these teams is that Door is a lot closer towards his Blizzard than Widowmane is. He should be able to get it in this next fight, and if not this fight, he will get it the next fight.
Kay has the sound barrier, uses it for the gravitic flux coming out from FSU. Momo will be able to get the first elim, and then the gravitic flux counter from Jofis finds one. FSC keeping control of the point. FSU, they're just getting pulled off of that high ground and picked apart.
And this is actually not too bad for FSU here, Labasco. They did force out a lot of the ultimates from FSC, mainly the support ones. So that means now when Dora comes back into this fight with that Blizzard, there's going to be nothing to stop it besides Axis, or besides Jofis getting an eat with his kinetic grasp. And that usually shouldn't happen against a May. So going into this next fight, be on the lookout for that Blizzard.
Widowmane not really close to theirs, though, but Door has made it work really well with the Blizzards. Did have that one that didn't get anything earlier on. Snowy going off the high ground, now back onto the low ground to try and deal with the advancing tanks of FSU. And Wi-Fi the first one to fall. And there's another headshot from Snowy onto Corbrew. And this is falling apart for Florida State.
Oh, they're committing!
They use the Blizzard. Deadeye, though, with the other Blizzard collapsing, and now they're just frozen up. Very easy to deal with for FSC.
And that's disastrous, Labasco. That fight took so long, so now we're going to be in last fight territory here. Door does not have that May Blizzard, actually going to be swapping onto the Echo in desperation here. The only way that FSU can win this is if this flux is huge from Axis 8.
Door taking a limited damage. They can't even get there! Oh no! They didn't even get there in time. They didn't have anybody go to the point.
Just an unfortunate situation there for FSU. I mean, Widowmane there, props to them calling the bluff completely of FSU, using that Blizzard and forcing the Blizzard out from Door, a decision that I think he's probably kicking himself for in this next round, because if he had kept that for that last fight, there's a possibility that they would have been able to get back onto the point and use the Blizzard to secure them that win. But they don't get to that position, and now we are going to a decider round here on Shrine between both of these teams. FSU looking to bring out the McCree Torb, so Door's going to be on that Torb, offers the ability to kind of put a lot of shield damage into this double shield of FSC.
A very popular composition we see on this point too, Kenobi. So Door's positioning with where he ends up putting his turret is one of the things we'll have to pay attention to. Already spamming out a lot of damage. Widowmane doing the same on the other side. Door eating a lot of that damage. Yeezy throwing down that shield. Already lost. Has to fortify here to stay alive. And now we have this battle happening. That turret on the side, trying to deal with it quickly, is FSC. Coalescence already coming out. And Door's turret is down, so you don't have that flanking turret anymore. You've got to stay out of view of the Coalescence.
This fight is lasting so long. No kills just yet. Widowmane is extremely low, but they are going to get the Blizzard. They have it very soon. Sound barrier committed. This should be a win now for FSC with the Blizzard.
Yeah, throwing the Blizzard out, but it got eaten! Axis is able to eat it. That's a huge eat coming out for FSU. The poke war continues, and Deadeye is up for Snowy, but gets picked off by Wi-Fi, getting the better of him this time. FSU now gets aggressive.
They're going to go in. Wi-Fi is down to Widowmain, but there's the Flux. It is massive. There's the Supercharger committed as well. This fight is just going back and forth, Labasco. It never ends.
Jof is using that Gravitic Flux, but it's turning red in the kill feed. Florida State will be the first capture. They used a lot, but they still have a Deadeye on either side.
I feel like we saw an entire ultimate rotation, and that was the first fight. We saw an entire ultimate. But, I mean, huge props to Axis 8. If that Blizzard goes through, FSC wins that fight outright at the start. But so really clutch play coming out from him. We get to breathe a little bit as we come into this next fight. Coalescence available almost for both teams, but it is Melopando who has the first one.
Deadeye from Snowy won't hit anything. Wi-Fi now looking for a Deadeye on the flank. Multiple targets, only gets one though, but he does get Snowy, so you lose a little bit of that front lane pressure from your McCree, not able to use that flashbang and just not getting that consistent damage out. But Axis is not quitting yet. Has the Gravitic Flux in just a second, but has to fight through a Blizzard. Widowmain throwing that down. Door gets Jofist though. Axis getting some damage out, but the sound barrier used in response. FSC still in this fight.
They're trying their best in terms of ultimates. Not really anything to talk about. It just has to be pure mechanics. Wi-Fi goes down. So does the turret from Door. And this is just stall tactics right now for FSU, trying to take as much of this point as they can.
They have a lot of shields they still have to work through too for FSC, so those players are staying alive. Door the next one to fall. Coalescence coming out. Sound barrier getting used, or no, not getting used yet, but it's close for Corbrew. There was a supercharger that came out from Yeezy, but they have to get through their own May wall, and they finally get everybody together and clear the point, but it's up to 82%, excuse me.
82% pretty good for Florida State. I mean, after they took about 15% more than they probably had any right to in that fight, and they can actually come back and recontest with an advantage. They have supercharger advantage. They also have the sound barrier as well, so they can rush onto FSC because they know that FSC doesn't have those support ultimates. They don't have the damage from the supercharger. The only thing they can probably guess is that there is going to be a Blizzard and there is going to be a Flux.
Now the supercharger coming out first, a lot of damage getting thrown in, but G-Man is able to get that down around the corner. Going to be hard to take care, especially when the Axis is on the front line. FSU with their incoming pick, but now they have to fight through a Blizzard. Multiple players get caught in, and the Molten Core was used. Door loses it because of the Blizzard. This is disastrous for Florida State. FSC with a chance.
And FSC only wins that off of the back of a High Noon and a Blizzard. They keep the rest of their ultimates, Labasco, and now they are going to be sitting in an advantageous position right now in this next fight, still being able to hold. Their Flux is online, and both of their support ultimates are online as well. Corbrew used that sound barrier in that last fight to no avail, and it might cost them this next fight.
64% built up to 4. The side of Florida Southern, so this might be our last fight depending on how long it lasts. I mean, we've only had like 3 fights so far in this map. Crazy enough. Gravitic Flux, multiple players, pulls the Coalescence up in the air, but Wi-Fi in the air is able to find a kill with the Deadeye. Snowy is gone. Coalescence battling on either side. Axis trying to get in the grill of multiple players, and Door just throwing damage out from the side, trying to work back up to another Molten Core.
Big supercharger, though. Zor is going to go down to Widowmain. This is a scrappy back-and-forth fight. Labasco, Widowmain, very close to that Blizzard. He has it. It's hitting again!
Another eat coming through. Widowmain not able to get that one off. Use of the flashbang by Snowy. There's still a chance. Gets the Deadeye kill onto Corbrew over time. And it's going to be Snowy helping turn this around for FSC. They're going to win the map.
FSC wins off of the back of some incredible eats from the Sigma. Jofis really showing his stuff, or not Jofis, sorry, the other way around. My bad. It was a really well played map from FSC, and they're able to win that off the back of some really clutch plays. We're going to see Snowy getting that play of the game at the end here with this High Noon.
Incredible play at the end to win it. And like you said, there's the double kill, that triple kill that he ends up getting, and the Deadeye from behind that they couldn't deal with Kenobi. That's a wild one for that one to go, and it came down to the wire.
I mean, you see Jofis already, 32k damage blocked. That is a lot of damage blocked from a Sigma. As you can see, those fights lasted incredibly long, as we're going to be seeing FSC take that first map. Door, you know, you said they're going to win because of you. Now you're down 1-0. You need to win the next 2 and bring that back.
Yep. Well, Door is actually out, so Door's not going to be the one carrying. So Door got his opportunity, and Door didn't walk through the door. So he's going to have to sit on the bench and maybe try and win one of those Mayhem skins. Is what Door can do now. So
Yeah, he can go in chat, get a skin.
exactly. Remember, go into chat. Look, Mayhem will be asking questions. Answer the question. You get entered for a chance to win. But while you look for that, we're going to take a time out, and when we come back, we'll have map number 2 here between FSC and FSU.
한국 컨텐더스 명문팀에서 리그로 올라오게 돼서 사실은 부담감은 있어요.
Pops that one instantly. Creative gonna be taken out. The drop down. A bunch of damage coming in off the back of the Doomfist. The uppercut is there. Yaki, he finishes off over on Wheelhaul. It's gone. Stalker, the last one to fall. The wipe is there. Run away. They hold out home. QOQ dead on the ground. Suddenly Yaki comes alive. He's found MCD as well. Had been slow. Mag will finish him off. That resurrection paying off big time.
비록 메이엠은 지금까지 강팀은 아니었지만 제가 그 인식을 바꾸러 왔습니다.
It's time to light it up.
At Zaxby's, there's nothing better than hand-breaded chicken, unless it's hand-breaded chicken with sauce. From sweet to savory, mild to wild, even that world-famous Zax sauce. Whatever you're craving, we've got the sauce at Zaxby's.
We welcome you back for the Florida Mayhem Collegiate Rumble presented by Frontier Communications. Lobosco and Kenobi here with you. Kenobi, we're jumping right into Junkertown for our map. Florida State is staying as our team in red. They've made a substitution on only Banjo in at DPS. Florida Southern College staying on defense in blue, and they are going with the Reinhardt Hog combo.
Yeah, not a combo, again, you see too often, but if you know anything from our last matchup shows that Hog can work anywhere if you play a very hyper-aggressive flanking style. So I wonder if Easy's is going to do the same thing. It worked out really good for them, but excuse me, on the offensive side for FSU, you do see them running out more of a double sniper type of composition here, which on Junkertown always has a lot of favor because of the long sightlines that you can get. But we see Yeezy's just waiting here in this area, probably trying to get a nice little hook onto one of the DPS or backline members.
Well, Widowmane is finding shot after shot and already getting some players chunked down on this Ashe. Has to be a little bit careful, though. The headshot pull with the halt doesn't find Pater, but does deal some damage for Wi-Fi, and they do have the cart moving for FSU. But that's it. They haven't been able to get any eliminations, but cart progress is progress nonetheless.
Axis has been farming up his Gravitic Flux so insanely well right now, already towards that 80%, and it is going to be very difficult for FSC to deal with the damage if this Flux gets a lot of value.
Yeah, and the Nano Boost, the only one close for Momo. She's about to get that on the other side for FSC, but for FSU, they still have control. Snowy on the flank. There comes the Gravitic Flux, pulling players up, hiding to make sure that that doesn't get stunned out or anything of the like. So the damage does come on to multiple targets, but they can't follow up. G-Man instead dies. They do even it out by taking down Widowmane, but losing that main tank is such a huge loss. They have to back away for FSU.
And Widowmane is going to be rezzed back up, so nothing really lost for FSC here, as they're going to be waiting again for FSU to try and make a push.
No.
Wi-Fi is going down to Widowmane here, and this double sniper composition right now for FSU, not really getting that much value compared to their counterparts in FSC.
Yeah, even with that early Gravitic Flux, they couldn't make it work. And now they do finally regroup and get back into position, but they have to be careful of the Dynamite coming through. They get back onto Cart Coalescence to keep them up as they advance forward. Snowy moving away and trying to stay hidden from it. Bob gets thrown out, but immediately melted off the cart. So they're still in a decent position here for Florida State. And now the picks start to come.
Wi-Fi going to be able to take down Widowmain here, and this should be enough now for FSU, especially with that kill onto the Mercy. That should be enough for FSU to take this first point of A. Took them a little bit of a long time, but only 2 minutes. Not the worst time bank whatsoever going into the second point, but the only thing is that FSC have a lot of their ultimates available to them in this next fight. About to have a 6-pack or 5-pack, whereas FSU is going to be able to match them as well. So this next fight, a lot of particle effects about to happen with Bosco.
Question is, where will they decide to make the particle effects happen? Will they let them get through those doors, or will they come beforehand? Yuzi is on top, waiting for his opportunity to pounce. They have to know that he's there, as there he goes for the hook, misses it. Still playing on that high ground, having to be careful. Unholy Banjo spamming up onto the high ground, has that Dragon Strike he can use to dislodge them. Although they will just voluntarily jump off instead for FSC.
And now
they use the Hog with the Nano Boost, and they get 2.
That Hog on the flank. It's just like every time we see this map, Labosco, we're just going to see flanking Hogs. He is going to eventually go down, but only at the cost of a Nano, Valkyrie, and a whole Hog are they able to win that fight. So not the worst ultimate expenditure to win that. The only unfortunate thing is that FSU is coming back into this fight, Labosco, with 6 ults. But you know what they say usually, 6 ults and you lose. So hopefully FSU breaks the trend here with all of these ultimates that they have, especially the fact that there's no Nano. That means FSC can't really take any space with this Reinhardt composition.
Well, Wi-Fi wisely using very early on the infrared site to get the scouting information. There's the nice into the Dragon Strike 3 going down to the Coalescence afterwards. A good combination of ultimates from Florida State. Beautifully done.
And you win off of the back of only, really, the damage ultimate that you used was only that Dragon Strike and the Coal and the Halt. You kept a lot of your key ultimates. You kept the Sound Barrier, which means that you're going to have a sustain advantage when FSC comes back and tries to recontest here. So this is very well ultimate rotated by FSU, as we see Yeezy just waiting on the flank, seeing what he can get on that Hog.
It was spotted out, though, by Unholy Banjo. Gravitic Flux this time pulling players up into the sky. See if they get value out of it this time. Last time still ended up losing the fight. And there's the Reinhardt Shatter, and they now have to use Sound Barrier. They're trying to stay in this.
The Sound Barrier is not going to get any value, though, Labosco. They're just going to have to retreat with it, and Jofis comes up super clutch with that Reinhardt Shatter. Hits the members, the backline specifically, that you always want to hit with that Reinhardt Shatter. Forces out a panic Sound Barrier from Corbrew, and Wi-Fi getting hooked means that this is going to take more time off the clock for FSU as they come back into this next fight. On the defensive side for FSC, Nano is available, and that can just be put onto Jofis, and he can run roughshod all over FSU's composition here.
Yeah, Corbrew, unfortunately, she had to use that pretty early on. But the good thing is that they still will have the opportunity to come back in, and you get an early pick like that. Apparently, they do better when they don't have ultimates right now for Florida State.
They get the pick onto Snowy. That means no hit scan presence available to deal with the sniper in the air, and they don't have a flashbang as well to deal with Wi-Fi, but that's a nice hook. This Hanzo's very low, doesn't go down.
Was healed up by the Anna, and I think Corbrew was there as well, so they're both able to keep him up, and then he's able to still win that, and now they have control of the carts. Deadeye from up top from Snowy, though, will manage to get 2 with it.
He got a lot of damage done. He got a lot of damage. This is winnable for FSU here. They can probably try. Jofis going in with the charge, gets 1, and the Dynamite is melting the DPS of FSU here. FSC hold at the very death with a Reinhardt charge and some really well-played positioning coming out from the DPS of FSC.
It looked so winnable, Kenobi, and they weren't able to turn it around for Florida State, but Florida Southern College setting themselves a good win condition if this is the end. 15 seconds left.
Whole Hog available for FSC and Shatter as well. Those are the 2 ultimates that you have to be looking out for here, but FSU have the Flux.
They don't know?
They don't know. They don't know it's there.
Oh, he gets the Moira! He now uses the whole hog on to multiple targets, pushing players away, but it's still Florida State making the picks happen. They're still winning the fight, even with the flank from Yeezy.
He tried his best there, and he probably wanted to flank the Sigma out of the air. That would have been my option. If you're going to be using that flank, as soon as the Sigma goes for that gravitic flux, you try to hook him out of it and stop the damage, because Axis did get a really big pick onto Momo, who was on that Ana, and that really turned the tides, because FSC did not have the healing that they needed to sustain through the rush of FSU. So now FSU is coming into this third point after the switch from FSC, putting Momo onto that Lucio. It is FSU who has the advantage with this sound barrier, and I'd like to see them use it aggressively, push the point onto FSC, and make them work for this next fight.
Jofis with that Earth Shatter too. Wi-Fi coming down from above. About to get the Death Blossom. Has to back away though. Is able to get back nicely. And now they'll have to try and deal with Bob from Widowmane. Dragon Strike though through. Supercharger is up and out. And there's the damage coming through from Axis, who's been very good on the Sigma.
He does go down though, but it's going to cost Yeezys his life. Shatter comes out. It's massive. It's a 4-man.
Joseph turning it around when it looked like it was all but lost.
Joseph comes up super clutch again with another clutch play coming out from them. We've known throughout this entirety of the series so far, he's the one who makes these clutch plays, and now it's going to be desperation for FSU to try and get back onto this card. They aren't going to get a full fight. They're just going to have to get one touch, and then the fight's going to devolve from there.
The Wrecking Ball getting onto the card, getting extremely though has to try and get healed back up. Coalescence getting used from Mellow Panda, but gets stunned out and dies. That's right behind from Wi-Fi. Ambitious is the word for it, but it doesn't do anything. In Florida State, their push looks like it's going to end short of that third and final point.
That was a miscalculation, I think we can say, from Wi-Fi. He thought he was probably going to get a lot more value with the Death Blossom, thought he was in range of the Moira, who was coalescing, but it doesn't get any damage done, and it is FSC who is able to hold just at the death, 80 meters even for FSU.
Florida College, though, for the Southern College, still has to push it pretty far ways to win this map, though, Kenobi. It's still a tall task.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, getting it all the way to where FSU got it is something good for them, because they got it. They looked like they were almost going to lose right at the death of that second point, but the fact that they got to that second point is very important for the rest of this matchup. That means FSC has to work a little bit harder to get to where FSU was, that golden box of victory. As we see again on the defensive side for FSU, they're opting for the Hanzo again and the Reaper, so this is kind of a pseudo brawly rush style of composition. You have a little bit more shield break with the Hanzo as well than you do for FSC.
The Zen is something we haven't really seen too, really in this tournament, Kenobi. Like it's something we've seen a lot at the top level, but we haven't seen it a lot here today.
It offers a lot of damage, and it offers a lot of shield breaking potential as well. So if anyone does get caught with a Discord on them, especially one of the tanks, they are going to get blown up like someone like an Orisa, like someone like a Sigma as well. But this close hold, they're just trying to go right into them right now and surprise them.
Well, that's exactly what they tried to do. Players getting very aggressive in the front, and they do manage to get down K at the beginning, but the cart is moving away is the only problem. So they get that early pick, and now they'll start to come around and get into that standard position and get Jofis out of the fight too. So this is really aggressive early hold working out for Florida State.
And they're doing such a good job of following up on the Discord targets. Whoever is Discorded, they just rush onto, and they take him down like you saw on that Orisa. And now it's going to be very difficult here for FSC to try and push out of their spawn. We do see K switch over to the Moira to offer them a little bit more sustain to deal with the damage coming out from FSU.
Not as fast of a Gravitic Flux this time for Axis, but still ahead of the counterpart on the side of FSC. And they are keeping this cart stalled out. Have to use the Immortality Field is the only problem. And now with that down, that's when Widowmane can take advantage. Corbrew doing what she can to keep everybody healed up. But a lot of damage coming out onto these players. Amplification Matrix still not enough.
but they're wasting so much time, Labasco, and they've already taken a minute and 10 seconds off the clock from FSC, so that close hold ends up working out really well for them because they were also able to farm up ultimates themselves that are going to be able to match the ones that FSC have. So this isn't that bad of a scenario for FSU. They'll also get one more recontest here, and they have the ultimates to do so.
They know where pretty much everybody is, too. Good scouting arrow coming out from Unholy Banjo, who has the Dragon Strike and finds the headshot on the Momo. So now you don't have the nano boost for this. Graphitic Flux gets stunned.
He got stunned out of it
too. So this is so good for the contest from FSU. They use ultimates. They get the cart back. They still have the Transcendence available.
Oh, that is a complete disaster there. Yeezys gets rocked and isn't able to hit that Gravitic Flux, and especially with Momo going down that early, I'm curious as to why they decided to try and commit to that fight. You still have time to work with, you just maybe didn't want to give for FSU control of the cart, as we see Yeezys going in, trying to duel on the flank. Ultimates for both sides available. G-Man did use that supercharger, so that means FSC has the advantage with their own.
Death Blossom double kill coming out from Wi-Fi, and he tries to escape on the side. Probably going to lose his life, but he did enough work on the front line where it might not matter, but Snowy on the flank has done a ton until he gets hit by the volley from Mellow Panda, who still has the Transcendence available that they can use to stall out with.
But the respawns are going to be closer here for FSC. There's the supercharger as well. This should be an FSC take here. Transcendence is actually committed from Mellow Panda. I'm not so sure about that one, Labasco.
G-Man still gets lost too, even through all the healing that comes with Transcendence. Don't know if G-Man ended outside of it, but now you are desperately trying to hold here. A minute left to go for Florida Southern College, and they're on the high ground. Wi-Fi finds the shot, down to 7 HP. Unholy Banjo on the low ground too, keeping this one going for FSU.
Again, the respawns are still closer here for the defending, or for the offensive side. They just need to get these picks, but they aren't getting them fast enough. Axis is very close, has this Gravitic Flux available to him. He might not need it though with K going down.
Use of the halt though, Jofus doing what they can. Widowmane has made the switch over to the Echo. Now gets the sticky bombs on. Not going to get the kill though, and Gravitic Flux by Axis. 20 seconds left. This is looking like a full hold for Florida State.
One more fight here for FSC. Luckily enough for them, they have some ultimates to work with. Labasco Coalescence is in their favor. They have the sustain. There is also going to be their own Flux, but they don't have an Orisa to combo it with, so this has to be a raw Flux. K has to get onto the cart and just stall for time.
Big anti-nade coming out from Momo. Dragon Strike on the cart. It's an even fight, starting to go in favor of Florida State. Jofus on the Wrecking Ball doing what they can, but it's not going to be enough, as this is going the way of Florida State. Snowy desperately trying to hold on, though, on the cart, but it won't be enough. Florida State force a game number 3.
Florida State looking very good, full holding that Junkertown round. This double sniper comp and double shield comp looks like it's very good for them. I wonder if FSC is going to pick a map where we don't get to see that as much. But we're going to have to see going into this next map, as we do see Mellow Panda gets that play of the game. This is probably the Hulk Coalescence, if I had to guess.
Yeah, that with the Dragon Strike, this was so beautifully done too. Like, look at that combo. That's perfection.
Really well played, and they were able to snowball off of that as well. And this, FSU looking pretty good on the second map of Junkertown. We're gonna have to see if they can continue to get that momentum towards that third map. G-Man had a lot of really, really good halts in that map. I mean, you saw it in the play of the game. You saw it in a couple of those other combinations as well. He had a really phenomenal game on that Orisa, and I'm very impressed with him.
Yeah, something that they needed to have happen too. I mean, Florida Southern still made that a very hard map for FSU. They don't even complete it themselves. So, good defenses from both of these teams. We still have another map, though, to try and figure out who's going to advance on. We do know, though, Kenobi, who these teams will be playing in the next round, and it will be Full Sail University. They went and 2-0'd Florida Gulf Coast. So Full Sail waiting for the victor of this one, since we're all tied up 1-1.
And this is also, out of all the quarterfinal messages, this is the only one that has gone to 3 games. So this one, very a close and competitive game from both these teams. It looked like FSC had some moments where they could have pulled it back on that Junkertown, but FSU's defense was just stalwart, and very impressed with how good they look on this new composition, or not this new composition, I'd say, but on the double sniper composition. Wi-Fi had some really good moments on that Widowmaker and on the hit scans that they were playing. So I think if they can translate that over to King's Row, which is going to be our next map, I think FSU has a very good shot at taking this series.
Yeah, I think the teams might end up switching sides, so we'll find that out in just a second. But I think the one thing, too, that you think about for the side of Florida State, that map feels like a confidence booster just with how map number 1 went, where it was so close. You're able to get a full hold on a team that you've kind of been battling pretty evenly.
Yeah, and it's also, I wonder how FSC is going to react to that, because getting full held on any map is just, it hurts the mental just a little bit, right? So maybe they're going to be going into this next map, they can kind of just push this out of their minds and say, okay, it was Junkertown, they're very good at double sniper. We can go to this next map in King's Row and play more of what we want to play in terms of our composition. So we're going to have to see exactly how it plays out with both of these teams as we go into that next map. No changes or substitutions available for either of these teams. I think they will be sticking to the same sides.
Yeah, not a surprise, too. Unholy Banjo, who came in for Door, played really well. So not surprised to see Unholy Banjo coming back in for this next map. So looked pretty good on the DPS.
Oh,
actually Door's back in. I take that back.
So Door is going to be in, which kind of tells me that they're going to probably play more of the like Torb or more of the May, which is something that we saw Door play a lot in that first series. He had a pretty good May. His ultimate timings were, he had 1 or 2 blizzards that I wasn't necessarily happy with, but besides that, he had some really good walls. His Torbjorn ultis were also very good. So I wonder if that's what they're trying to play towards, more of a rush brawly style compositions.
That might be what they end up trying to do, Kenobi. I mean, that's kind of what they did when we saw them on Busan. It's definitely a possible for them to go back to that for Florida Southern College. I think it's pretty, we're going to see their compositions haven't varied a whole lot so far.
Yeah, they've been mostly playing. I mean, the Hog has been a staple, which again is so weird to me because we saw it in the first map or the first match as well. We saw a lot of Hog. We saw a lot of Hog here for FSC as well. And Jesus isn't getting necessarily the same value that who was it? Yang was getting in our first series. Yang was getting the same amount of value on those Roadhog flanks, and there was just no way for the other team to deal with him. But this time, Easy's isn't getting the same amount of value, same kind of carry potential that we saw from the Roadhog players before. So I wonder if they continue to just stick with that. Maybe it's a comfort thing for Yeezys where Hog is really what they're sticking towards mostly, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, that's something we're waiting on here. I think both teams about to be ready to go into King's Row at the very least, just I think figuring things out. But while they're figuring things out, you can figure out how you can get a free skin. It's very simple, actually. All you have to do is be paying attention to chat. Florida Mayhem will be asking questions periodically during the games that are going on. Something like, who's your favorite hero or something like that they'll ask. And all you got to do is answer that question, and then you will be entered into a random drawing to see if you can win a free skin or not. So answer a simple question, get a free skin. Like, that sounds good to me, Kenobi.
That's very easy. But who is your favorite Overwatch hero, Labasco?
My favorite Overwatch hero? That's so tough to pick. It's a great question that I decided to ask, right?
Come on, you're up for a skin right now.
I wouldn't be up for a skin.
Imagine you're up in chat and you got to say the first thing that comes to your mind.
It's either Tracer or McCree is going to be the first one that comes to mind. It's really tough between those two. I enjoy playing those two.
Actually, well, I was going to say minus Tracer, but I also really like Reinhardt and Winston. It is a hard question.
Is that the main tank in you that's saying the Winston and the Reinhardt?
Yes, I can play Winston and Reinhardt. I can't play Tracer. I mean, I can. It's just going to be very bad. Sorry if you're in my ranked games and I get locked DPS, but that's what I'm playing.
You just got to practice it. That's all. You can get there, Kenobi. I have faith.
Yeah, I'll stay lowly in plat right now. Actually, no, I'm in diamond. So
our producer V-Flight has faith too. You're in diamond. I don't even remember what diamond is anymore because I just play with whoever and I don't care about my ranked at all anymore. So I'm like, I hover around plat somewhere. That's your casters for you, plat and diamond. We watch more Overwatch than we play.
Watching Overwatch is. To be fair, watching Overwatch is a really cool experience. Like these games that we've been seeing so far, it's been really cool to learn about these new types of compositions that they're running. Meatball composition, not something I really thought about ever, but it actually ended up working really well for our first team in UF Orange. So seeing kind of new intricacies like that built into the game and being played at a high level is actually really cool to see.
It really is. And we do have the team switching sides. So Florida State will be playing on the blue side. Red side will be Florida Southern College. So just a little note for you there to make sure that you pay attention and see that happening. And of course, if you're somebody who keeps sticky notes up at home, which if you're a caster, you probably do, that way you know too. So
I will have to switch mine at some point, as we see. So FSU aren't going to get their buff with their, red color. They're going to go back to the blue, and it is going to be FSC who is going to be on the red themselves. So a little bit of a swatch up there. Again, we do have Dor, who is in instead of, I think it was Young Banjo.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Unholy Banjo, not Young
Unholy
Banjo.
Banjo.
It's an unholy Banjo.
Unholy Banjo, yes.
That he wields.
Yeah. That sounds like it'd be really cool for like a D&D character. You just have like an unholy banjo. Like what would it do? It has like its own intelligence and stuff. That sounds really cool. Might steal that actually.
Yeah, so Florida Southern College, lucky for them, they get to stay with their colors on either side because their colors are literally red and blue. So like they get the buff always. Now Florida State, they've lost the buff, right? Because they're blue now. But we see their composition, they're running the May, which we kind of expected on Dor.
And we do see the double shield. They talked about that they like more brawly compositions, and this is some good amount of brawl themselves. We actually see Snowy going to be on the Widowmaker. I expect that to change before. Actually, it might not. He was trying to just go for maybe just a pick at the start, but it's actually going to be a Widowmaker that they're sticking on. So look out for Snowy to see if they can get any value off of this Widowmaker against the double shield composition, which is very difficult usually.
Wi-Fi just throwing damage out. They do have a player get caught behind the wall, though, is the only problem. Able to get him back in front, though, for Axis 8, and he's able to stay alive and cleaves through 2 and one of them with the Fire Strike.
And again, it's kind of like you're fighting a 5v6 essentially right now with the Widowmaker pick. The Widowmaker doesn't really get that much value because you're going up against something like a double shield, especially on this map where you have to kind of find some off angles, but all the shields cover every single angle.
Makes it very difficult. I wonder what Snowy will end up doing if Snowy will keep this pick. Because like you said, it's very difficult to come through this, especially when Halts are doing all that damage with the Fire Strike, and then Dor follows it up with an Icicle.
They're just waiting right now. FSU in the driver's seat when it comes to these ults. Here comes a wall as well. This Reinhardt should be dead right here. Actually, they've sectioned off 4 members. They can really make an aggressive play.
Trying to make that play be very aggressive. The Earth Shatter getting blocked from Yeezy does manage to take Dor out, though, so we have an even fight. Joph is aggressive on the Zarya, super high charge, too, and dealing out a ton of damage. Have to get through a supercharger, though, is the only thing now, and they quickly take care of that, and the Deadeye from the side from Wi-Fi to try and even things back up. This looks like a losing fight for Florida State.
Trying as hard as they can, though, but Widowmain is going to make sure that this fight ends right here with 2 nice picks right there. And after 2 minutes, FSC is finally going to break the defense of FSU, and I like that they're playing aggressively up here. They're just trying to get any of those stragglers and create a lot of space so that FSU cannot recontest onto this cart anytime soon. Get it about halfway through this second point of King's Row, and then there's going to be a fight.
Yeah, they even have that wall that they just put up there, stalls for a little bit longer, so you should at least be able to get through that all-important choke that teams like to try and hold at. Yeezy, what are you doing? Yeezy is waiting in the hit. Will they see him? They don't see him. They don't see him at all. He hits everybody. The Coalescence comes out. It doesn't matter. The Sound Barrier gets used as well for Florida State. They're losing too many, though. The Blizzard, too little, too late from Dor.
Wi-Fi just trying his best to take this fight still against this Reinhardt. Yeezy, though, is just going to club him, and he's going to go down. FSC wins the fight, and they're going to continue to push this through that second point.
I like that. Clubbed him. No chance at all whatsoever, and we get a pause here, Kenobi. So a momentary pause. It looks like we have a DC on the side of Florida State, so that's super unfortunate. They lose one of their tanks. That's a pretty massive loss right now. Alt economy-wise, they were already kind of in a bad spot because they just had used a lot, Kenobi, but now you're even further behind.
Yeah, a little bit of an unfortunate situation here for FSU. Tech issues. You just hate to see them. You hate to see a game kind of ruined by those, but it does happen. And like you mentioned, it is a lot of alt charge that is not going to be there for that next fight when they do come back. But it looks like we are going to be going to a break, Labasco.
Yeah, we'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, we'll have this map back started up for you, so don't go anywhere.
Hi, I'm Karan, and I'm in the Jeep chair hot seat.
Feeder, not feeder. San Francisco Shock, Sinatra.
Not feeder. 둠피스트를 너무 잘해요.
New York Excelsior, Libero.
Not feeder. 메이한테 너무 처맞았기 때문에 리베로 선수.
토론토 로직스.
Not feeder. Maybe? 위도 잘하시는 것 같아요. 히트 스캔 종류.
Houston Outlaws, Blase.
Feeder.
Why?
그때 맥크리가 너무 아팠어요.
Shanghai Dragons, Lee Jae-gon.
Feeder. 루시 할 때 맨날 던져요 그냥. 예전에 같은 치였는데 그때부터 계속 던졌어요.
Philadelphia Fusion, Carpe.
Not feeder. 그냥 영웅까지 진짜 개쳐맞았죠 카르페 선수한테.
LA Valiant, Apply.
Feeder. 경쟁전에서 몇 번 봤는데 조금 그 다음에 안 만나기 어보이드 하고 나서 좀 꼴 좀 빤 것 같아요. 그래서 그때 4등 찍었어요.
LA Gladiators, LH Cloudy.
Feeder. 그때 게임에서 만났을 때 진짜 너무 쉽게 이겨가지고 그 사람도 어보이드 한 것 같아요.
Florida Mayhem, Fate.
Not feeder. 왜냐면 항상 보고 많이 배웠고 잘하는 형이기 때문에 보고 많이 배우고 있어요.
Paris Eternal, Sparkle.
Feeder. 진짜 경쟁전에서 미친놈 마냥 갖다 꼬라박아요 그냥. 그래서 항상 안 만나기 자리는 항상 1등석.
Florida Mayhem, Gargoyle.
Feeder. 게임 하다 보면 갑자기 말없이 뭔가 하고 있는데 저 앞에 가가지고 아씨발 나 죽는다 이러고 뒤져요.
Florida Mayhem, 강남진.
Feeder. 자꾸 죽기 전에 살려달라고 하는데 살려줄 수는 없는 위치에서 살려달라고 하니까 뭐야 이 새끼 이러고 그냥 가만히 있어요.
Yaki, Florida Mayhem.
Feeder. 왜냐면 저랑 이제 연계를 하면서 궁을 써야 될 때가 있는데 그냥 갑자기 제가 돼? 쓸 수 있어? 쓸 수 있어? 한 진짜 5번 물어봐요. 근데 가만히 말없이 써요. 그러면은 좀 화가 나죠. 네?
Pariah, Florida Mayhem.
Not feeder. 항상 저는 잘하고 캐리하죠. 다음 경기 때도 보여드릴게요. 아틀란타전에서. Thanks for watching. Please subscribe.
I'm on fire.
Not too bad, not too bad. And they won the
Yeah.
fight, so he does get his ultimate charge back. And this is a very scary position for FSC right now. This part where the cart is, Labasco, one of the hardest to ever get or ever to cap, especially if you lose the fights. Your respawns are so far away, so it's going to be very difficult for FSC to try and get in here.
Well, they're using an aggressive sound barrier, but the wall from Door beautifully keeping that sound barrier from being too effective. The shatter coming around the corner, but the supercharger out instead. But G-Man put it in a position where it was easy to take down, and Snowy with the Deadeye getting FSC out in front. Axis 8 missing with the charge, getting bounced around from this composition, and FSU will lose this fight and lose this point eventually.
And it turns out that Axis 8, you know, even though he got his shatter back, it didn't matter because he didn't hit anyone with it. It was a nice block from Yeezys, so they aren't able to get any value out of that shatter whatsoever. And now FSC is able to push into this third point of King's Row. 3.5 minutes about Labasco of time left in the bank. Biggest ult that you have to look out for in this next fight is Widowmain with this Blizzard. Corberu needs to get the sound barrier in time to match it.
About to get the sound barrier too, just 6 percentage points away. And Yeezy fell off the map! That's not what Yeezy taught me, that's for sure. And now they have to run back to spawn.
Well, that's just a complete misplay from Yeezys. They're going off the edge, and it is going to lose a lot of momentum for FSC as they have to reset now and come back into this next fight. Ultimates are still the same for everyone, but the only difference is that now FSU does have that sound barrier to negate the damage from the Blizzard that Widowman is going to have.
Oh, Wi-Fi from behind! What? Doof Dad from the Deadeye gets killed immediately, but the effectiveness of the Deadeye already being felt. Widowmain trying to block their escape. It won't be enough, though. They will be chased down, and they won't get back into their spawn. Instead, they'll be sent back to spawn.
FSU putting up a very good defense right now, and unfortunately for FSC, Widowmain used that Blizzard in that last fight. Door, luckily enough for FSU, was able to keep theirs, so now it's them who have the advantage. K is going to be able to have the sound barrier in time, though, for this Blizzard from Door.
Door just needs to not feed his ult. We've seen Door do that a few times. The Deadeye from Snowy, he had to get pulled away, otherwise he was going to die, but his team dies instead.
That was a very aggressive high noon from Snowy there. Very, very aggressive. I don't think that one worked out well enough for him. And again, Door is still able to keep his Blizzard, so whenever FSC decides to get fully onto the cart, Door is going to be ready with that Blizzard and waiting.
So now players on the left side trying to come in for FSC. The Blizzard coming out from Door, and everybody avoids it, but they had players split off, and as a result, they lose two. They're going to have to regroup again with 1:06 left to go. FSC down to the brink.
We're getting towards that last fight territory.
They kick it back.
Oh, that is a huge halt from G-Man, comboed with that Fire Strike, and now Labasco, I think we're at that point where it's only one or two more fights that FSC is going to have left. Widowmain has foregone the Hanzo completely and is going to be going for that Mei instead, so trying to match Door with these walls.
Oh, the wall coming out pretty early on from FSC. Speaking of walls, and now there's the wall. Actually just blocks everybody away, so it'll allow for some cooldowns to come back.
Again?
Deadeye from behind gets two again for Wi-Fi. He gets the Zarya down low before he dies, but again, his life means naught when everyone else is dead on the team for FSC.
He can't keep getting away with it, Labasco. That's the second time that he flanks with that high noon, and it wins them the fight. Wi-Fi and Snowy have switched over to Widowmaker, so we have a little bit of a Widowmaker duel, but we have only 7 seconds left. Snowy has to make something with these picks.
The Shatter not getting anything for Axis, and now the sound barrier coming out. Players getting caught in it. Door will be able to take down Yeezy, so the main tank out of the fight, but you still have more players to deal with. Snowy trying to find some effectiveness on this Widow. Supercharger coming out, though, for FSU, and everything's coming up blue. Florida State will be able to hold here before that final point, set themselves a good win condition to take this and move on to the semifinals.
FSU, even through all of the tech, or not all of the one tech issue that they had, was able to sustain and defend at that point right there at second. Very well fought defense from them. And for FSC, I mean, how do you let a McCree do double high noons from behind you? Like that shouldn't happen.
Not
like,
one,
first,
but two.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. Like it shouldn't happen again.
But it did. And
Yeah,
now
it
they
did.
are in such a good position for FSU.
Very good position for them. We'll see if FSU decides to continue to keep Door on the May, or if they're going to switch over to something a little bit more brawly, like offer Wi-Fi on the Reaper, Door on the Reaper, something like that. He's played the Torbjorn as well. On the defensive side, though, they're sticking more, again, towards the double shield composition that they were running before. Widowmane on the May, Snowy on the McCree. Snowy's had some good moments on the McCree, but Wi-Fi has been beating them in the 1v1 significantly more times than not.
I'm just looking here. I want to know what Wi-Fi is going to run. That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah. Well, he's in spawn, so whatever we say, he'll probably just change whatever we do.
Exactly. Like I just want to see more flank McCree, Deadeyes. I'm kind of selfish that way.
I don't know if he can do that on offense. It's a little bit harder.
Yeah, a little bit.
To do that on defense.
Well, showing the Widowmaker here, at least at the beginning. We'll probably switch that, though, after he sees that it's the double shield, and that's exactly what he does.
Switching over, probably going to go to the Hanzo. I was going to say going to McCree to match the one from Snowy, but Hanzo here offers a little bit more of an ability to get onto that high ground and use that to really put some damage onto the DPS. Like you can see, Snowy gets hit with an arrow and goes down.
So one down already for the defense. Good block of Axis, who already got that ultimate, but he's still at least keeping pressure on that front line. In Wi-Fi, getting already close to that Dragon Strike. Coalescence around the corner. They are making this pretty ineffective, this amplification matrix too. Mellow Panda with the very good Coalescence.
That was very convincing at the start here from FSU as they take the point very easily, and now they can move this on to second with a lot of time in their bank, and they're also going to be able to have a supercharger from G-Man, so if FSC decides to rush onto them, they can use that supercharger and really make them question their decision if they want to continue that fight.
Well, you see Door just kind of waiting for them to come in front, blocks off players, but they get blocked off themselves. So now Door is stuck between a rock and a hard place, and it's a flashbang from behind that Door gets. So Door making things difficult on his team with that one.
Oh, what a wall! That was an insane wall there, sectioning off right after the haul happened. Didn't let Wi-Fi get back on to that high ground. And now FSC is going to be the ones in the driver's seat. Blizzard available for Widowmane, Sound Barrier as well available for K. They can play this very aggressive if they want to and just push the pedal to the metal against FSU.
There are a lot of ultimates coming up for FSU. The Earth Shatter, the first one coming out, and it gets hit with a shatter of their own. Quickly get out the shatter or the sound barrier to keep everybody up, though. And now we have Coalescence and Dragon Strike used too. A lot of players still up. Axis the first one to fall.
They're still waiting here. Still a lot of posturing going on, but Door is going to go down, and this should be enough for FSC to hit the go button and try and kill G-Man here. They're going to get the kill.
So now you've used a bunch of ultimates onto either side, Kanopi. There's still some ults available, though. They've got the supercharger for both teams.
And I'd like to see here FSC play this a little bit more aggressively with their supercharger. Just know that you have that. You can force it out as well of the enemy side. And for FSU, if they do that, you are going to have the advantage because you have Amp Matrix.
Very aggressive use of the supercharger. They quickly take out the immortality field. Blizzard comes up next, and that's all they need to get this cart finally through the choke and around these two corners.
FSU used all of their ultimates that were available to them in that last fight. Now they are going to have the Shatter available to them, but luckily for FSC, you were able to keep your own supercharger and you kept Amp Matrix. So now, if FSU decides to rush aggressively onto you, you're going to have to make some decisions because they're going up against a lot of damage amplification, and Wi-Fi has gone over to the Symmetra, something we don't see too much of Labasco, if at all, on King's Row, at least on King's Row second.
not something that can't work, but boy, you've really got to make it work. And G-Man dying to the supercharged up Snowy is not a way for that to happen for FSU. So FSC back in control of the point, and we know how detrimental this spot where the card is can be for an attacking team.
And it's not the worst case scenario for FSU. They did force out both the Amp Matrix and the Supercharger, so now they know no damage amplification for the other side, which means they can play a little bit more fast and loose if they want to go in aggressively, but they have to be careful of Widowmane's Blizzard here.
Trying to burn through those shields with that Symmetra left click. The May walls end up missing. The dive from behind, but it's blocked by Axis, who saw it out, and now he got aggressive. Charging in, but the charge from Yeezy is better, and now the Blizzard will freeze up the rest of FSU, and FSC will keep control.
So close. Their door is still alive on this cart. They don't have the respawns, though, Labasco, and they are going to end up eventually going down. 2 minutes left in the time bank for FSU. Wi-Fi still continuing to play the Symmetra. It does make a little bit of sense that you are against a double shield, so you can ramp up that Symmetra a little bit more, but you have to play a little bit more slow, and FSC is not letting them do that. They're playing much more aggressive and making FSU play on the back foot a little bit. Luckily for FSU, you are coming into this fight with the Blizzard, and you have a Coalescence, so you can play much more aggressive now and try to take the fight to FSC.
Supercharger going to get, or sorry, Blizzard going to get out first, and it forces everybody away. Amplification Matrix next, but Jofus dies. The Blizzard wall will keep that amp from getting any value too.
Big
Shatter gets 3.
That is an insane shatter there from Yeezys, takes down all of FSU, and we're getting to the dire straits now of Labasco for FSU here in this matchup. They don't have a lot of ultimates to work with here. They're gonna have the sound barrier, possibly as well get the supercharger, but this is going to be last fight with where the card is right now and the respawns that they have to take. This is last fight territory. FSU, it's do or die right now.
Doors made the switch over to Ash here for this final fight. Snowy trying to go for a second flanking use of that Deadeye, hiding in behind, but they kind of knew he was there, and now the Deadeye from behind, and they get one already in Wi-Fi, so they're down to a 6v5. Still shooting from behind is Snowy, trying to stay healed up his Axis, but he has the McCree behind him.
They're just waiting patiently. Good retreat, though, already from FSU. They're trying to get away, didn't lose any more members, so that means they're going to be able to get at least just one more attempt at this, but Widowmane has the Blizzard ready and available to them. Have to look out for Corbrew here. Has to hit the money sound barrier here to negate that damage, especially because there's a Supercharger comboed with it.
Supercharger out first. Now you have the Supercharger on either side. Amplification Matrix next. Coalescence, Blizzard out. Big Earth Shatter through. Sound barrier gets used, but it's not enough. FSU keeping their hopes alive.
Axis comes up super clutch with a massive shatter. Technical difficulties be damned. This man does not want to lose, and FSU is going to take this second point. And now it's just a matter of time before they get to that golden box of victory. It's halfway through. Ultimates, not a lot to talk about, Labasco. Bob is the biggest one for FSU, whereas for FSC, they have the shatter. They also have the sound barrier. Something's got to give for FSU here. They have to make a miracle play.
Potentially 2 fights, depending on how long this goes. Bob extremely close, quickly thrown out, goes into the room. Shatter coming out, gets blocked. One ult that gets blocked. This is still looking good for FSU. Yeezy trying to swing through, gets hit with the dynamites. Bob is still doing damage. You have the high charge Wi-Fi as well. Amplification Matrix needs to be huge for FSC. As they shatter huge from Axis, and FSU will roll on to the golden box of victory and move on to the semifinals.
I mean, okay, Axis went, and he's like, okay, I disconnected. It's fine. He got some spinach or whatever, and now he comes back and he carries FSU to a victory. That was an insane Reinhardt performance from him, and FSU is going to be advancing.
What a way for that to end, though, Kenobi. I mean, you talk about the brink. Overtime on second point to push it. FSC gets the play of the game, too. Just wrecking was Momo. She did so much damage on that Baptiste, and also a lot of healing, too. 26k healing, too. So a really tough game from FSC, but it just wasn't enough.
well fought though from both teams as well. And FSU Door gets to, he said that their team was going to win. He gets that shot to continue to move on in the bracket. So he's putting his money where his mouth is right now, and they are going to be taking this win and moving on to face the next person in the bracket, who I believe is going to be Full Sail University.
Yep. So our semifinals are set. So as you heard Kenobi say, one of them is going to be Full Sail University versus Florida State. Our other one is University of Central Florida versus University of Florida. So two great semifinals. We've got one of those coming up for you next here on this Florida Mayhem channel. So don't go anywhere. There's more left for the Florida Mayhem Collegiate Rumble presented by Frontier Communications. We'll see you in a little bit.
I'm Saya player. I'm in the chip share hot seat.
Do you think it's better to play a more aggressive or passive Widowmaker?
네, 물론 뭐 위도메이커 자체는 상황에 맞게 공격적이게 할 수 있을 때 하고 수비적일 때는 또 수비적이게 할 수 있으면 좋은데 저는 개인적으로 좀 더 공격적인 성향을 추구해요.
Which maps do you think Widow is the best DPS pick for?
뭐 특정 맵이 전체적으로 좋다 이런 건 없고요. 뭐 쓰레기촌 1포나 뭐 3포도 좋을 때도 있고요. 또는 뭐 도라도나 뭐 좀 2층이 있고 좀 넓은 맵 위주면은 다 쓸만한 것 같아요. 뭐 특정 구간에서는 계속 바꿔야 될 때가 있지만요.
During a game, when should you consider switching off of your Widow?
상대방의 픽에 따라서도 많이 바뀌고 뭐 맵 특성상에 따라서도 바뀌고 뭐 제가 그냥 위도우 영웅 자체가 잘 안 된다고 느껴질 때도 바꾸고요.
Which heroes counter Widow?
뭐 기본적으로는 트레이서, 겐지, 뭐 손브라, 뭐 볼 정도가 있겠는데요. 가장 큰 카운터 같은 경우에는 볼이라고 볼 수 있고요. 뭐 위도우 대 위도우에서 가장 큰 카운터는 또 잘하는 위도우 아니겠습니까?
Which game had your favorite Widow pop-off?
이번 연도엔 사실 없고요. 뭐 많이 나가지도 못했지만은 저번 연도도 괜찮게 했지만 아무래도 첫 시즌이 가장 괜찮았던 것 같아요. 첫 시즌은 뭐 위도우를 많이 쓰는 만큼 경기들도 대부분 괜찮은 모습 보여줬었고 뭐 카르페랑 붙었던 때도 괜찮았던 것 같고 뭐 저기 발리언트랑 했던 때도 괜찮았던 것 같고 그런 것 같아요. 네.
How can I set a final blows record on Junkertown like you?
진지하게 답변을 좀 하자면 뭐 기회도 잘 돼야 되고 그냥 집중해서 잘 쏴야죠. 딜각도 잘 만들려고 노력해야 되고 네. 팀이랑 합도 잘 맞아야 되고 뭐 복합적인 요소가 있겠죠.
Top 3 tips to being a good Widowmaker.
뭐 위도우뿐만이 아니긴 한데 항상 딜각을 잘 만들려고 노력하고 뭐 에임은 기본적으로 돼야 되고 상대방의 심리를 또 잘 읽어야 되고요. 만약에 적 위도우가 있을 때는 그리고 적 위도우랑 붙을 때 또 내가 안 맞는 각을 생각하면서 난 또 많이 넣을 수 있는 각을 생각하고 딱 그 정도인 것 같아요. Thank you for watching. Please like, comment and subscribe.
Speed Freaks game. Speed Freaks have 500 meg internet for just $39.99 a month plus taxes and fees. Let us guide the Speed Freak in you.
We welcome you back for the Florida Mayhem Collegiate Rumble presented by Frontier Communications. It's semifinals time here of this Rumble. Labasco and Kenobi here for one more match for you, and it's a good one that we're going to have as we are going to get to see here again University of Florida, but this time they're taking on the number 1 seed of the tournament, Kenobi, and University of Central Florida. So a very good matchup that we should have coming forward.
And this is again a best of 3. So first to 2, if anyone here is just tuning in. And if you're just tuning in, you're in for a treat for when you watch UF Orange, because UF Orange plays a lot of Roadhog, and their Roadhog player carried them in their last series. I know it's not something you've heard for a pretty long time, but you're in for a treat when you watch Yang play this Roadhog. And I wonder how UCF is going to be able to adapt to it. They are the first seed, so definitely have a lot of pedigree going into this part of the bracket, as we're going to be seeing them play up against University of Florida Orange. And our first map is going to be Legion.
Yes, and UCF has a pretty good history as far as them as a team. They were 15th in the Open Division for 2020 Season 2. They were known as Team Spirit, though, in that. And they also, it was 2/3 of this specific roster. They also were in the top 10 of the TESPA Varsity Collegiate Series. And that's pretty darn good. There's some really good teams at the top of the TESPA Varsity Collegiate Series. So, and they have Rafiki on their team. So like that alone is enough to worry about UCF.
And it says that their favorite composition is goats. They're after my own heart. I love goats. I miss goats all the time. There are some compositions currently that play a little bit like old goats did, but it's not really the same thing as it used to be. And I wonder how that's going to be going up against UF Orange's, they call it the meatball composition with the Hammond and with the Hog. And I wonder if they're going to be able to target Yang, if they've seen, what happened in their last series. That's probably the person that I would be looking out for if I'm UCF, to try and take them down and make sure that they aren't going to get as much value on that Roadhog as they did in the previous series.
And the players that will be doing that, since we haven't seen UCF on this broadcast, we'll give them to you quickly. Dean, a game design major, is the main tank. The flex tank is, the in-game name is Finite, but they said to say Infinity. So very interesting choice there. We're going to go with what's on the screen. So if it's Finite, it's Finite, right?
Yeah, it's fine. That's what we're going to be calling it. It's going to be very hard for me to call him Infinity in that the way that it's written on screen. But then moving down, we have our DPS players. We have Sir Dr. Titan, but they just want to be called Titan. That's one where I kind of want to see Sir Dr. Titan every single time. And then we have Storm, who is going to be the hit scan player. They are a computer science major, and Titan is a criminal justice major.
So dealing justice on the projectile DPS, justice from above, Farah,
that is a projectile player. Yep, you're right.
Exactly. We also have, for the supports, we have Oliver Oshis, who is going to be a health science major, who is their main support player. They also have the one, the only Rafiki, the computer engineer major, as one of their players who is on the bench. And I'm sorry, but Lion King just comes to mention, and like if you have Lion King on your side, like you win. You just win.
You win. Have you ever been to like Animal Kingdom at like Disney before, and you see the giant tree? You haven't?
I haven't been to Disney World. I've only been to Disneyland.
I mean, we're talking we're in a Florida collegiate tournament. Like Disney World's gonna come up because it's there.
Of course. Exactly. It for sure is. And speaking of things that are going to come up, Lijiang Tower is the map that's going to come up first, and it's gardens that we're going to get to see first. And while you're watching, don't forget, you have a chance to win some really cool skins courtesy of the Florida Mayhem. All you got to do, pay attention to chat. The Florida Mayhem will be asking questions. When they do, answer the question, and you'll be entered for a chance to win one of those awesome skins the Mayhem are giving away. So be sure to do that. And now we get to see here from both of these teams what at least they're showing right now. You know, when you can kind of switch at the beginning, you can kind of do whatever. But UCF maybe going to show us our first real Echo play.
Yeah, and for UF Orange, this is a composition that we're very familiar with them, including what they played in that last series, especially when we were on Gardens, when Lijiang Death by Kitty did a very good job of getting a lot of value with that Pharah. And for UCF here, I would expect them to take this double shield composition, again, rotate it through that white room. That means the Pharah can't get as much value as you would if you were running out in through the open, and that's exactly what they're going to do, Labasco. Make sure the Pharah is kind of hindered by the geometry of the map.
Death by Kitty not even in the air yet, knowing that they're going through that white room, so kind of waiting. Now we'll spam in to that room, so have to deal with those rockets first if you're UCF. The Echo, of course, and Titan also poking and prodding, but Finite the first one to go down to the skill orb. And then, of course, you have the Brigitte answering back to get Boosh, who's coming in on this meatball comp.
And there's just so much spam going into this white room that it's very difficult for UCF to push, especially with Finite being down. That's a shield you don't have. Yang on the flank looking for one of those picks, gets low, but he's going to have to take a breather and should be fine. And you can already see Yang up to his old tricks, just standing on the side here, trying to get some value with that Roadhog and with those picks.
And that's the thing, too. Like, they have, like, 3 different ways that their crossfire is coming from. You have the Fair from one side, but Titan easily taking the Pharah out there, especially because the Mercy wasn't connected at the hip, throws the sticky bombs out. Titan very close to getting that Echo duplicate. We'll be curious to see the target for that too. The miss on the Gravitic Flux, but Dean able to follow it up with the Hyper Spheres. UCF, maybe their chance here, almost have this point.
Through all of this, though, they are still ticking up our UF Orange, the percentage, so they're going to get around that 50 mark before UCF is able to take it. Whole Hog committed here, trying to just milk as much percentage off the clock as possible. Storm goes down. This might actually be winnable for UFF.
And now they also get out the Brigitte, so now UCF have to be careful. They still haven't gotten control. Big nade, though, will make sure that they can eliminate 3 targets. And now they finally get the flip over. 69%, nicely done, though, for the start for UF Orange.
Very nice for UF Orange there as they take that amount of percent. And we are going to be seeing UCF now. They're going to be the ones in control of this point. And with UF Orange's composition, it's very hard to retake unless you're getting a couple of offset picks. And UCF, with the ultimates that they have, they should continue to snowball this. Make sure that Yang is not able to get any value off of these flanks. Keep checks on him every single time. Know where he is at all times, because that way that destroys a lot of what UF Orange's strengths are.
And Titan already making sure to keep track. Spotted him out. Now the rest of the team of UF Orange joining. And the target for the Echo duplicate is going to be the Pharah for Titan. Not a lot of value yet, but now getting close to that barrage. Not going to get a whole lot, though, out of the duplicate. Does get the barrage off now just at the end of the ulti, but not enough damage in. And now Coalescence to push forward for UF Orange, but instead they lose Boosh of the Echo, making a difference. And there's another kill for Titan, looking for a third. A little bit of help from Storm to get that.
And this Echo is being played very well here by UCF. The focus beam targets have been excellent so far, only using it against members that are under 50% health, so you get that maximum value. Even though the duplicate choice of the Pharah wasn't my favorite, the rest of it has been pretty on point for Sir Dr. Titan. Christopher is going to go down. That is an interesting play from that Moira. That means that when we recontest here, Labasco, this is last fight territory for UF Orange.
My namesake, don't know why the Moira is so aggressively positioned. Maybe they're just not able to get back with the rest of the team. But either way, UF Orange working their way back in, trying for that hook. But Sir Titan able to do too much. Or Dr. Titan, we got to make sure we get the Doctor in there too. Storm getting extremely low, will go down, but this is still looking good for UCF as they are in control of this point, working their way through. Yang back in, but Yang with the whole hog not getting a lot of value. And now the Moira, I don't know if that was the choice, but you get all that extra healing. They should be able to stay alive, no problem for UCF and take Gardens.
Yeah, it's actually not that bad of a choice. You just top off the rest of your team, and if you were able to get some kills or some really good healing done, you could have gotten that coalescence, but it's kind of just a way to secure that fight, and UCF does a very good job of dealing with Yang on that flank. I mean, in the last Lijiang Tower that we saw UF Orange on, Yang was completely dominating the enemy team, and this time doesn't get as much value as he did in that last series, so UCF has the read, it looks like, on UF's orange composition and what they want to be doing.
They are changing it up a little bit, though. You're now going to have Bush go over to the Reinhardt this time instead. So a little wrinkle here, a little bit of a change, not playing the Wrecking Ball.
Actually going to be playing... That's Sigma. Is that going to be...
Oh, Sigma!
That's going to be it. This is kind of like in ranked when you're just like, oh, I want to play Sigma, and the other person picks Hog. Like, this is a very interesting choice of tanks here from the side of UF Orange. They're opting for the Sigma to kind of negate and have some more shielding, but Death by Kitty's going to get Storm at the start. That means there's no hit scan play, and Death by Kitty can play a little bit more aggressive now without that McCree on the field.
We saw dominance from UF Orange on this night market last time, too. They were able to control this point really well. The last time that we saw them on Lijiang Tower, Bush on this point, eating up a lot of damage and still maintaining players on the point. The only problem is they don't have a whole lot of shielding to stay up for long. Titan and Dean combining for the first two, and UCF will get control and take the point first once again.
That's a little bit where I'm confused about this choice, Labasco. If you want to play Hog and something else, like a main tank, you could just play the Orisa. The Orisa is going to offer you a little bit more shielding because of hers is off cooldown all the time. So that's interesting choice. That was why they've picked this decision to make a Sigma viable here as the main tank option, but it just doesn't seem to be working out as well.
Yang still going for those flanks as well. Not as much value as we've seen from him before. Gravitic Flux available. The Coalescence, though, leading the way for UF Orange. They'll get right back onto this point.
And UF Orange makes me completely eat my words. It ends up working out well for them right there. The damage and the sustain coming out from the Coalescence really pushes UF Orange onto that point, makes a lot of space and forces UCF to retreat. But luckily enough for UCF, going into this next fight, they have ultimates in spades. They have the Nano boost available that you can throw on the Echo, maybe have the Echo Nano into something, or duplicate into something like a Hog, and then Nano the Hog for a Nano whole Hog. That is an option that you can take here.
Gravitic Flux out first. The use of the hook ties it up, though. There's still 5v5 on this for both of these teams. UCF still trying to break their way in. Use of the Sigma duplicate. Gravitic Flux up into the air. Bush, though, not able to find anything, and UCF whittling away to get back onto the point.
They do have the advantage right now. Bush is still down, but Storm is taken down. Supercharger going to be committed by Finite here, but Sir Dr. Titan dies as well.
On the flank and making it work is Zekroic. So that's really working out for UF Orange, but the point has gone back over to UCF. So even though they got those couple of picks, it's still UCF in control.
Coalescence, though, available for Christopher. They can use it to engage aggressively here, but their picks are coming in for UCF somehow.
UCF still keeping control. Storm back in, helps take down the Hanzo, and now just looking towards that front line, building up to a pulse bomb. Yang with the hook in, but can't stay alive because Storm is on the flank. And Titan on the switch.
Oh, what?
Massive! And then was that a sleep? Well, the Deadeye did get off. It just didn't have as many targets as maybe we thought.
That was a wacky fight, Labasco, completely from all sides. Ultimates going in left and right. It seemed like at the end it was just a 1v1, and Death Kitty ends up losing using that high noon. And UCF now, again, UF Orange committed a lot of ultimates in that last fight. Now UCF is in the driver's seat when it comes to theirs. They can just flux here and get so much damage done in this next fight.
Well, they lead with that amplification matrix. UCF wisely will just go around the corner to stay away from it. Immortality field is out early on in the fight too, so they aren't going to have that as they advance onto the point, which will mean that this gravitic flux can get so much value for Dean, and they are well in control for UCF. Storm putting on a show on the Tracer too.
And Storm played that as perfectly as he could have there. He goes in, uses the Pulse Bomb to force out Immortality Field. Once they know that cooldown is down, Labasco, they say, great, we can now halt Flux. Everyone is going to die who gets caught in it, and we can win off the back of those kills. So really well played from UCF. UF Orange going to get maybe one last shot to touch, but they might not even be able to. They don't.
They get held off. There were too many players in the way, ensuring that they wouldn't get there, and UCF with a very handily won map number 1.
I mean, it looks like a completely different team does UF Orange than they did in that last series where Yang was getting so much value on the Roadhog. And here he had a couple of good hooks, but UCF is doing such a good job of playing around this Roadhog that it's not getting the same value that it did in that previous series. Death by Kitty trying their very best to win that fight, but they aren't going to be able to in that play of the game. And UCF looking very poised right now to get to that grand finals.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way too, Kenobi, when you just look at how everything went for UCF. They felt like even when they would lose the point, it still felt like they were the team in control.
Yeah, I really like the use of the Echo as well. Echo, very good. I mean, against a Hog in particular, you can do enough burst damage to where if you get them to 300 health and then you focusing beam them down and they basically evaporate. So I really like the composition coming out from UCF. The standard composition, as you could probably call it now, seems to be winning out against this little wrinkle that UF Orange has in their composition.
And Titan was able to play effectively off of the Echo too, showed a very good Hanzo there at the end and played it to perfection. So looking really good for University of Central Florida. But for UF Orange, this is really the first time where we've seen them be out of it like this. What is the adjustment from them? Because we know this Roadhog seems to be a linchpin to their compositions. What can they do to play around it, or do they have to abandon it?
I would wonder, depending on what map we go to next. We did see them play the Orisa Hog, which I like a little bit better. On Control, you can kind of get away with Hammond because of how much disruption that he causes, especially on Lijiang, right? So if we go to another map, like we went to Junkertown last time, if we go to another map, an Escort map, I wonder if they're going to bring out the Orisa, which I think I like a little bit better than the, Hammond Hog or the Sigma Hog, which I just really didn't like. That one didn't really make sense to me entirely as we went into that last map of Night Market, but hopefully maybe there's some tank line changes that we see. I think you do, if Yang is this good on the Roadhog like we saw in the previous series, you can keep him on that role if that is kind of what we're going for.
Yeah, you have to just play around it a little bit better, it feels like, more than anything else. And the Wrecking Ball composition's not really going to work on Escort very well. We know that. So maybe the Orisa does come back. Just your Chengdu. Unless you're Chengdu, but there's only one team that's the Chengdu Panthers. I almost said Chengdu.
The Chengdu Panthers.
I don't know why I wanted to say Panthers. I don't know why.
I'm trying to figure out like any Florida team that might be related to the Panthers, but
maybe I was thinking of the Carolina Panthers for some reason. I have no idea.
That's just a misplay from you, my G.
That is a huge misplay. I don't know why. I don't know why Panthers is where my brain went for Chengdu, but Chengdu Panthers wouldn't be bad though.
It wouldn't be good, but it wouldn't be bad.
I mean,
Panthers is better.
Oh, of course. I mean, when you're the Fighting Pandas like they are, like, you can't beat that without a doubt. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, our next map is going to be Dorado. So we do know that. And we know that this is, again, a map where you can play Orisa Hog. It is viable to play that type of competition, especially if you're just like, we're going into this with the idea that they want to consistently play a Yang on this Hog. So Orisa Hog is your best bet, I think, on this map. And UCF, again, they've been playing very well around it. I would expect them to continue to run an Orisa Sigma themselves. Storm and Sir Dr. Titan, have been doing a very good job on their DPS roles specifically. So I think they really don't have too much to change in this next matchup. They just have to continue to deal with Yang on that Roadhog and any adaptations that UF Orange bring to the table when we go into Dorado.
Yeah, looking at just quickly, I looked to see what Yang had as favorite hero and most played hero for team.
Is it Roadhog?
It's a Roadhog for both of
Yeah,
them.
I mean,
so
obviously. Yeah.
so we're probably not getting too much of a difference. There is more of what I wanted to get. Maybe we could get a different skin for him, but we don't have skins enabled. But you can have enabled skins at your own home, right? So you should try and win some skins thanks to the Florida Mayhem, because periodically during these games, they are giving away skins. All you have to do, pay attention to chat, because what's happening in chat is they will ask a question, answer the question, you get entered in for a chance for the prize. If you win it, contact the Florida Mayhem, Twitter, Instagram, whatever way you want to do it. As long as it's an official Florida Mayhem social media, they will get the skin to you. Make sure you answer right away, though, okay? We want to make sure you're getting your skins when you win. You got to get what you deserve.
What's your favorite? Do you have a favorite Overwatch League skin or Overwatch skin?
Ooh, like Overwatch skin in general?
Yeah.
That is like, I don't know if I have a favorite one. I've never like thought about like what's like, I always have liked the America McCree. I just always think that's a classic.
That's a good one. Yeah,
it's like a classic skin though. That's not like cool out there, wild, awesome. Like Genji has some really cool skins that I like.
I think Power Ranger Genji is one of my favorite skins.
Yeah, Power Ranger Genji, where he's basically the Green Ranger. Yeah,
that's one of my favorites. There's a lot of good skins in this game. I think we take a lot like for granted how many, even like the new Mercy one, very good skin. A lot of the like skins are something that are really good, and you can get them for free just by answering these questions. So why aren't you doing that? You know, during the game, answer those questions, get free skins. It's free, free 99.
Exactly. The Miami Vice skins, by the way, that we get because of the Florida Mayhem, also really cool.
Very cool.
V-Plate was trying to give us a challenge to say the new Zenyatta skin, I think.
I don't even know what the new... I know the new Zenyatta skin is like it's like Mayan Incan kind of like style, and I think it actually looks pretty cool as well.
I actually haven't seen that one yet.
Red Riding Ash is also a very, very good skin.
Red Riding Ash is a really funny one. Yeah. Like that one, I need to get that
so
skin.
Much sense. It makes so much sense to have that skin. I can't. The coolest thing about Ash, in terms of like how they can make skins for her, is you have to make skins for Bob as well, and they have to match aesthetically. And I think that's super cool for any skin design for that character.
Yes. By the way, shout outs to V-Flight, who is our producer for this, and to Univath, who is the camera operator for the game. So thanks to them for everything that they're doing. I think that V-Flight's eventually going to give us that skin name to try and say it, I guess. But regardless, we get to see defensively what we're getting from UCF, and they're going with the Ash, and they're going with the Torb with the Orisa Sigma.
Oh yeah, I'm not pronouncing that name.
Yeah, I'm not getting that, V-Flight.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, back to the game. We do see Yang.
He wrote it in our chat, and it's not
covering the Sigma. Is this going to happen right off the bat? Are we going to finally see Yang switch over to something? Maybe they realize that, okay, the Hog isn't working now. We have to play a little bit more standard, and we do see Yang come out on that Sigma. So mirroring tank lines for both of these teams. Tesla gonna be on that Genji. Not sure how much value that can get against this Torbjorn composition coming from UCF.
Got subbed in for this too, something we need to mention as well. Wasn't in previously and is now here. We did have one player already go down, so or sorry, it was the turret that went down. So we're still even 6v6, but Yang now showing us something we haven't seen him do. We'll see how much of a difference it makes. Storm getting a lot of damage out thanks to the dynamite and just using her gun to great effect. And Sir Titan from underneath the cart, you know, Torbjorn's pretty short, can do that. And there's the first eliminations coming through for UCF.
UCF really doing a good job right now of pushing back the entirety of UF. Oh, he goes for the hammer kill.
He didn't get it.
Stolen away by Finet. That is very unfortunate. But with this comp from UF Orange, realistically, what you're looking for here is that Nano Blade. It is a win condition ultimate, and you have to wait. They're very close to it in this next fight, and Avarocious isn't going to have that Transcendence to deal with it. So if UF Orange gets this Nano Blade, they can very easily win this next fight.
Well, Storm going to be the first one down in this next fight, so creating something for themselves as UF Orange. They have to get through this Molten Core, though, of Sir Dr. Titan. There is a lot of space to walk through, but the flank from Dean pulls up one, actually got two, and Yang is dead as well. They're able to turn this around for UCF.
The flank of the Sigma works so well, works to perfection. He's actually able to solo out the entire backline as well as those 2 picks he got first. So Dean, we've seen a lot of flanking ultimates today that have worked very well. So the flanking Sigma ulti works to perfection for UCF, and they're able to stop the push from UF Orange. Now UF Orange, it's their time to shine. They're not going to get a better chance than they have right now. Nanoblade is ready and available. Unfortunately for them, Alvarocious has had enough time to farm up towards that Transcendence, so could possibly negate some of the damage coming out from this.
Nanoblade still can be effective through it, especially if the follow-up damage is there. Now out comes the Blade. Transcendence used immediately. They haven't used the Nano boost yet.
He's not Nano,
though.
what?
He's not, or he didn't use the Nano on the Genji. I don't know where it went. They still win the fight, but it wasn't because of the Nanoblade.
I mean, somehow, some way, a Vanilla Blade was able to get 2 kills in the year of our Lord 2020. You don't see that very often, Labasco. Genji is not the greatest character at the current moment, but Teslo and UF Orange making it work. And now they're going to be pushing on into the second part of Dorado here. They have the advantage when it comes to that supercharger, so they're going to have more damage. Also, Christopher gonna have that Transcendence, so they are winning in terms of the damage output and the sustain output going into this second fight that we're gonna have here on Dorado.
Yeah, but there's Bob on the other side, and you know Bob does things sometimes. So
does he?
Sometimes. Bob can do things, not always, but it's an ultimate. You know, that's the important part, right? UCF has control. The high ground is the more important part. They get out the Dragon Stride at the beginning, but Storm, Accretion rocked into oblivion. Gravitic Flux forces out the Transcendence to keep everybody alive. Supercharger used next, though, and it's not getting a lot of value. The cart is moving, though.
Dragon Strike coming in, though, to take people off the cart. Zyronax is going to go down, actually. So now, with the respawns, UCF is in the advantage in this fight, Labasco, but that's a huge ante onto 2 members.
Not enough, though. There's too much damage to deal with, and UCF grabs control of the cart in an ideal position.
So we have 2 minutes and 30 seconds left for UF Orange to get this next tick. They are this next point, rather. They are going to continue to farm up towards that Nanoblade. They've shown that they don't necessarily need it, but Alvarocious is going to have the Transcendence whenever that blade is going to come out. The thing that I would like to see from UF Orange is you use the Flux aggressively, force out the Transcendence, and then you can Nanoblade or just raw blade and get some kills that way. I think that's the best case scenario right now for UF Orange as they go into this attack.
Almost lost some players too at the beginning, and they lose their Hanzo at the beginning. So UF Orange already behind the 8-ball, and Omelette, she falls next. UCF well in control of the card again.
We're still going to be looking at, nice shot though onto Bosch. We're still going to be looking, Labasco, for this blade. When is it going to come out? When is it going to get the damage? And are they going to be able to force out some of the cooldowns from UCF to make sure the blade gets a lot of value? Unfortunately for them now, with the Baptiste, you can use that Gravitic Flux and you can try to Flux early to force out Transcendence, but if you're UCF, you just use the Baptiste, you throw down that Immortality field, and then you keep the Transcendence for the blade that is going to be coming up. So a lot of questions and decisions going to have to be made in this next fight with the minute left.
And Christopher K is so far away from the sound barrier that a lot of these ultimates are going to be super tough to deal with. Gravitic Flux, though, Immortality Field is what they use first, so they don't even have to sacrifice the ultimate. They use Bob, which you're okay losing. Now the blade is out, but it gets the kill before the Transcendence can save. Quickly taking out the Supercharger 2 is Teslo, and this is a fight that still can move, maybe for UF Orange, but Storm not letting that happen, uses the Coach Stun to back away, and then hits the headshot. At the end, UCF stabilizes with 34 seconds left.
And the Genji was actually nanoed in that fight, but did so little damage that I didn't even think they were. So the Nanoblade does not get any the value that they wanted to have. And now with 20 seconds, Labasco, last fight territory for UF Orange. They get one shot at this. No ultimates to work with. They need to get the sound barrier as soon as possible before Dean hits him with this Gravitic Flux.
They also have the amplification matrix that they're going to have to push into as well. And there's the Halt going to use the accretion rock first, though. Genji trying to dash up onto the high ground, gets hit with the coach gun, immediately blanked off the map. No chance at all. Graphitic Flux Halt pulls the rest of the players in, and they are quickly decimated. And UCF has set their win condition for the championship. What a finish for them here on their defense.
UCF looking very convincing, and if it was only for that nano blade at the start, that blade at the start from Tesla, this could have very easily have been a full hold for UCF. They just look completely dominant, and UF Orange don't look nearly as dominant as they did when they had their Roadhog combination. This just looks like a completely different team, and UCF is poised to take this map and take this series heading towards that grand final.
There's still win condition set, right? Like University of Florida still has a good defensive hold on first point that can make a difference in this game. And if anything, it feels like defensively is where we've seen them be pretty good at times.
Yeah, especially remember back to their first series, their defense was pretty phenomenal on that Junkertown map, but I'm interested to see what they opt for on the defense here. Are they just going to say, screw it, let's put Yang back on the hog, it's what we're best at, it's what we're known for, or are they going to make some other type of adjustments in terms of their tank line? We're waiting. Looks like it's going to be the Sigma and the Orisa. That was a Diva. I was about to be pretty sour if it was Sigma Diva, because I don't think the tank line works at all. But it is going to be the Sigma and the Orisa, so more standard coming out from UF Orange here as they're going to be on defense.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to... it was funny because they showed Diva for a second. I was a little surprised. But yes, this makes a lot of sense. They're very late getting over there, Kenobi.
Yeah, the Tesla took a little bit of time to decide what they wanted to play, but it is going to be Tesla coming back on the Ashe. So Ashe versus Ashe matchup here between UCF and between the UF Orange. Storm gets incredibly low at the start, but is able to live. Actually, Bosch gets booped down. That's a very good play from the Hammond to start.
A good start at the very least. They get those players off of the high ground, so the cart will have a little bit of free space to take, but not a whole lot happening yet. These teams still poking each other out at this choke. What happens at the choke is going to be the most important part, and getting the pick at the beginning for Zcronex is a very good start.
Dean gonna go into the fountain, roll around, and try and get some disruption, but Dr. Titan is down, and Tesla is doing a very good job so far with this Ashe, getting a lot of good hits onto the backline and DPS of UCF.
It almost makes you wonder what would have happened if we were seeing this sooner from Tesla instead of the Genji. Almost gets the kill with the help of the Dynamite, but will get a lot of ult charge instead.
And Christopher K is close towards that Coalescence, so they have the sustain for this next fight and some added damage if they decide to use it aggressively. But Zyrax is down, and Omelet 2 as well.
So already UCF creating their win condition off the back of an amplification matrix. Dean in the middle of it all too. And Sir Dr. Titan about to get that duplicate ult.
Dean is causing so much disruption right now into the backline of UF Orange. No one was able to survive his dive and his disruption back there. So we see Storm trying to get to the top of the high ground, but not going to work. Don't put that one in the highlight reel, as very easy cap for at the start here for UCF, and they're rolling into the second point of Dorado with a couple of ultimates to work with. Specifically, Bob is ready.
Bob at the ready. Tesla has to stay alive, though, to be able to use it is the only problem. Getting brought down low, healed right back up, looking for Titan, not able to get those shots to hit, but now the duplicate can be used from above. Bob coming out from Storm, though, is what's making the difference in this fight for UCF, forcing everybody into that small room. There's nothing they can do right now for UF Orange.
And this is very scary because the card is still moving this entire time, Labasco. They're just caught in this room. Superchargers are ready and available for Finite as well, and they can end this fight before it even starts.
Amplification Matrix too, so they can't even come out of that room, and they are just being torn apart by UCF.
Bosch coming back, though. Tesla's making something happen with the Bob and with the Viper already. It's not going to be enough, though. Bosch is just waiting here alone with that supercharger ready and available. Might get taken down, actually, by this Hammond. No, just going to survive barely.
Has to get some healing, though. Not having any healing yet. Oh, he had to reload, though. The reload saves the life of the I almost couldn't say Risa there.
And we're coming back into this next fight. Labasco Cart almost towards that golden box of victory. You see Dean going in, trying to get some disruption on the high ground. He does, and he's able to boop them off that high ground. Not fully, but almost.
So Supercharger for Finite. They use the duplicate onto the Sigma and just shooting out those Hyperspheres, trying to build up to that ultimate, but the shielding a little bit too much to deal with right now. Only 5 seconds left. Not going to be enough time to get the Gravitic Flux off, and that not getting value looks disastrous for UCF, and they're going to have to go back to spawn.
UF Orange can take a little bit of a breather here. They're able to stop USCF from getting to that golden box of victory, and they're able to stop this attack just a little bit longer. They use the Supercharger, but not much else besides that, and the Amplification Matrix, so not looking too bad for them in the Ultimate Economy department. UCF, however, is coming back themselves with Amplification in the name of that Supercharger. You also have the Zenyatta, who's going to have Transcendence, so Sustain is the name of the game right now for UCF going into this next point.
They don't have
what a shot.
Oh my gosh, that shot incredible to take out Storm at the beginning, and now Yang can just hold out. But Sir Titan from behind getting one and evening things back up. So now you still have a chance here for UCF. Supercharger has to be dealt with by Yang, trying to get it out of the fight. And UCF, though, starting to get the picks they need to finish this off.
UCF trying their best to take these picks down. The respawns, though, are closer for UF Orange, but Omelette is down. So is Christopher. That's the healers gone, Labasco. This is done and dusted.
Have the mines come out too. Bob in desperation, but it's not enough. UCF will be our team to advance on to the championship round. And a good 2-0 for them to make it there.
UCF looking incredibly strong against this team of UF Orange. UF Orange tried the Roadhog play, didn't end up working. The meatball just falls on the floor, doesn't end up working at all this matchup, and it's going to be UCF taking this victory and heading to the grand finals. They look like the team to beat now, Labasco. This is a very strong team.
Yeah, they get to play Full Sail University as the team that they'll see in the championship. So the number 1 and number 2 seed make it all the way. It's chalk here for the championship game, but it's number 4 versus number 6 that we get there. So it's actually kind of almost chalk the entire way that we have for these games. Pretty crazy to see. Not done yet, though, is UF Orange. University of Florida will get a chance to play in the 3rd place game against Florida State University. You'll be able to see that on the ELO Hell page. Or actually, no, they're both going to be, I take that back, they're both going to be here. So you get to see 3rd place, then you get to see championship game.
Yeah, stick it right here. Don't touch that browser. You will be seeing both these games on this channel. That just means you get to get more skins as well.
Yeah.
So that still carries over. Just because we're leaving doesn't mean you're not getting free swag. Rich Rat and Neckler will also be giving you free swag. So don't worry about that in the slightest.
Yes, they will shill as much as I do, I'm sure. You know, that's always the thing to do, because
that's a hefty challenge. I don't know if they can do that.
They can try. I have faith in them. They can tell you about the fact that you pay attention to chat to try and win some skins. What do you mean pay attention to chat? Questions will be asked by the Florida Mayhem. Answer that question. You'll get entered into a drawing for it. You'll get your name. Your name will pop up. You either Instagram, Twitter, some sort of social media, get in contact with the Mayhem. They will give you your skin if you're one of the winners. So be sure to be on the lookout for that. But looking at this here, I mean, UCF, we haven't seen Full Sail, but UCF, like you said, can play a multitude of compositions. It seems like they're going to be a tough championship contender against Full Sail.
I wouldn't be shocked if this grand finals went 5 games. Both of those teams look very good. Full Sail University has some good players in their own roster, so I think it's going to be a banger of a matchup, and you should definitely stick around for the grand finals.
You definitely should, and stay for the 3rd place game too. I said it was all chalk, but I forgot Florida Southern lost to Florida State, so not quite all chalk. It's because the 6th seed getting in, right? But still, pay attention to that one. We saw Florida State play, so it'll be fun to see them play against one of their football rivals in University of Florida whenever they do get the chance to play each other. But that's going to do it for Kenobi and I. Thanks again for tuning in, for us being on the broadcast. Come and watch Rich Rad and Necra, though. That's going to be a fun one after us. Stay around for all the games left. We'll see you next time.
Hi, I'm Karen, and I'm in the Jeep chair hot seat.
Feeder, not feeder. San Francisco Shock, Sinatra.
Not feeder. 둠피스트를 너무 잘해요.
New York Excelsior, Libero.
Not feeder. 메이한테 너무 처맞았기 때문에 리베로 선수.
토론토 로직스.
Not feeder. Maybe? 위도 잘하시는 것 같아요. 히트 스캔 종류.
Houston Outlaws, Blase.
feeder.
Why?
그때 맥크리가 너무 아팠어요.
Shanghai Dragons, Lee Jae-gon.
feeder. 루시 할 때 맨날 던져요 그냥. 예전에 같은 팀이었는데 그때부터 계속 던졌어요.
Philadelphia Fusion, Carpe.
Not feeder. 그냥 영혼까지 진짜 개쳐맞았죠 카르페 선수한테.
LA Valiant, Apply.
feeder. 경쟁전에서 몇 번 봤는데 조금 그 다음에 안 만나기 어보이드 하고 나서 좀 꼴 좀 빤 것 같아요. 그래서 그때 4등 찍었어요.
LA Gladiators, LH Cloudy.
feeder. 그때 게임에서 만났을 때 진짜 너무 쉽게 이겨가지고 그 사람도 어보이드 한 것 같아요.
Florida Mayhem, Fate.
Not feeder. 왜냐면 항상 보고 많이 배웠고 잘하는 형이기 때문에 보고 많이 배우고 있어요.
Paris Eternal, Sparkle.
feeder. 진짜 경쟁전에서 미친놈 마냥 갖다 꼬라박아요 그냥. 그래서 항상 안 만나기 자리는 항상 1등석.
Florida Mayhem, Gargoyle.
feeder. 게임 하다 보면 갑자기 말없이 뭔가 하고 있는데 저 앞에 가가지고 아씨발 나 죽는다 이러고 뒤져요.
Florida Mayhem, 강남진.
feeder. 자꾸 죽기 전에 살려달라고 하는데 살려줄 수는 없는 위치에서 살려달라고 하니까 왜 이렇게 이러고 그냥 가만히 있어요.
Yaki, Florida Mayhem.
feeder. 왜냐면 저랑 이제 연계를 하면서 궁을 써야 될 때가 있는데 그냥 갑자기 제가 돼? 쓸 수 있어? 쓸 수 있어? 한 진짜 5번 물어봐요. 근데 가만히 말없이 써요. 그러면은 좀 화가 나죠. 네?
Orion, Florida Mayhem.
Not feeder. 항상 저는 잘하고 캐리하죠. 다음 경기 때도 보여드릴게요. 아틀란타전에서. Thanks for watching. Please subscribe.
When you duplicate from the green just to make a point, Yaki.
Once again, BQB. Oh no. And they C9 in the final seconds. No. Gravitic Flux cleans up absolutely everybody. Now the much more dangerous copy comes in. What a fire strike on an aim gun! Huge shatter in the back line! Yaki charging in, gets the pickup. Another shatter! I don't know if it's enough. A third one! Yaki God, he's going crazy in the back line.
I'm side player. I'm in the chip share hot seat.
Do you think it's better to play a more aggressive or passive Widowmaker?
네, 물론 뭐 위도메이커 자체는 상황에 맞게 공격적이게 할 수 있을 때 하고 수비적일 때는 또 수비적이게 할 수 있으면 좋은데 저는 개인적으로 좀 더 공격적인 성향을 추구해요.
Which maps do you think Widow is the best DPS pick for?
뭐 특정 맵이 전체적으로 좋다 이런 건 없고요. 뭐 쓰레기촌 1포나 뭐 3포도 좋을 때도 있고요. 또는 뭐 도라도나 뭐 좀 2층이 있고 좀 넓은 맵 위주면은 다 쓸만한 것 같아요. 뭐 특정 구간에서는 계속 바꿔야 될 때가 있지만요.
During a game, when should you consider switching off of your Widow?
상대방의 픽에 따라서도 많이 바뀌고 뭐 맵 특성상에 따라서도 바뀌고 뭐 제가 그냥 위도 영웅 자체가 잘 안 된다고 느껴질 때도 바꾸고요.
Which heroes counter Widow?
뭐 기본적으로는 트레이서, 겐지, 뭐 손브라, 뭐 볼 정도가 있겠는데요. 가장 큰 카운터 같은 경우에는 볼이라고 볼 수 있고요. 뭐 위도 대 위도에서 가장 큰 카운터는 또 잘하는 위도 아니겠습니까?
Which game had your favorite Widow pop-off?
이번 연도엔 사실 없고요. 뭐 많이 나가지도 못했지만은 저번 연도도 괜찮게 했지만 아무래도 첫 시즌이 가장 괜찮았던 것 같아요. 첫 시즌은 뭐 위도를 많이 쓰는 만큼 경기들도 대부분 괜찮은 모습 보여줬었고 뭐 카르페랑 붙었던 때도 괜찮았던 것 같고 뭐 저기 발리언트랑 했던 때도 괜찮았던 것 같고 그런 것 같아요. 네.
How can I set a final blows record on Junkertown like you?
진지하게 답변을 좀 하자면 뭐 기회도 잘 돼야 되고 그냥 집중해서 잘 쏴야죠. 딜각도 잘 만들려고 노력해야 되고 네. 팀이랑 합도 잘 맞아야 되고 뭐 복합적인 요소가 있겠죠.
Top 3 tips to being a good Widowmaker.
뭐 위도뿐만이 아니긴 한데 항상 딜각을 잘 만들려고 노력하고 뭐 에임은 기본적으로 돼야 되고 상대방의 심리를 또 잘 읽어야 되고요. 만약에 적 위도우가 있을 때는 그리고 적 위도우랑 붙을 때 또 내가 안 맞는 각을 생각하면서 난 또 많이 넣을 수 있는 각을 생각하고 딱 그 정도인 것 같아요. Thank you for watching. Please like, comment, and subscribe.
Speed Freaks game. Speed Freaks have 500 meg internet for just $39.99 a month plus taxes and fees. Let us guide the Speed Freak in you.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, as we bring you the remainder of the 2020 Florida Mayhem Collegiate Rumble, and it's going to be a doozy. We have the bronze match first, then to the climactic finish for that first and second place. I am your caster here, Rich Rad, with the amazing Necra, the one, the only. How are you doing, my lovely friend, as we are going to get the rest of this Rumble underway?
I'm so excited, Rich. I am from Florida, so not only is this a tournament that is near and dear to my heart because I love the collegiate scene, but I love Florida. And what better way to show my love for Florida and also show my love for all of these amazing Florida teams that are brawling it out today in the Mayhem Collegiate Rumble.
I mean, we've seen some seriously exciting gameplay and also some just overall compositions that are a little bit out of the wheelhouse. I mean, you said you love Florida. I have not been to a climate like that myself. I mean, I've been in, Arizona, where it's a volcanic wasteland in some regions of where I've been, to now living in Illinois, where it's basically the Arctic Circle every winter. So, I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing these types of plays come through, the continuation of how these teams are going to go head to head. And, we've got a really, really huge matchup coming up for this bronze match. It might not be the grand finals, but it is still a doozy between both University of Florida and Florida State University.
Rich, I can't tell you how much I wanted these two teams to meet each other at some point in the tournament. I didn't care when, I didn't care where, but I cared about the fact that these two teams met up with each other because they have one of the biggest rivalries in the collegiate football scene. And these two schools want to show each other up super, super hard. So let's talk about who's going to be there to show each other up.
Yes, indeed. And, honestly, let's look at it. I mean, we've got so much going on. We've got some huge names in here that we want to talk about. We've got Wi-Fi being one specifically from Florida State University, who's been doing some serious work here. We also have on the counter side Tesla as well, doing some serious work between these two. And again, you made that comment about, the physical. You got to clash bodies. Well, we're going to be clashing some keys today between these two. And I'm really interested to see, like you said, who's going to be taking that third place position. Again, the total value being distributed is $5,000 again for the 40, 30, 20, 10 breakdown. And, this could be anybody's game for this bronze match.
Yeah, it really could. You talked about some of the powerhouses on Florida State University's team, but UF Orange has some really big hitters as well. I've definitely been keeping my eye on Death by Kitty, who's been playing the Farah super, super well, along with their counterpart in Omelette, who's been doing a phenomenal job of supporting their DPS as well as the front lines. And you also have Zekranax, who's been showing us up on the Hanzo. So lots of different ways that you can kind of play for University of Florida. And I definitely expect, that's one of the reasons why I love collegiate, because you get a chance to see all of these unique compositions.
And I mean, there's been some that have led a little bit more to the meta here and there. It's been, I think, more notorious of a meta selection on the control type of map, which is what we're going to start out with here first. And, going on to Busan, there's a lot of variation on this map. We've talked about it before. There's a lot of, verticality to the downtown map, with the mecha base being a little bit more enclosed. We've seen some great response with an Ashe play recently as well that has really rolled its way through a lot of the games that we've seen today as well.
Well, I think that's one of the reasons why Door is in for Florida State University. It's because they are their May player. And I fully expect to see that May come out, especially if we play on Mecha Base, because Door has shown us some really great walls and some really great blizzards on that map in particular. When I'm looking at the other rounds, I expect that you're also going to see some of that Ashe come out from Door, because they have been playing that character as well. And the hit scans are going to be super useful, especially if those tanks can create that space on downtown. And Sanctuary is a little bit different because you do have that smaller piece of the puzzle that you have to fight over, but that's where these two teams are going to bash heads, and that's what I'm super excited about.
And as we get into it, you called the map last, and it is going to be that baby control point right on there with that massive drum.
Oh yeah. I can't wait to see what these two teams decide to come out with. But something that I want to point out is that we did see a lot of Reinhardt from both of these teams, especially when you take a look at University of Florida. They played a little bit of Reinhardt, but mostly they played the Wrecking Ball. They played Wrecking Ball and Roadhog, a comp that they have coined the Meatball. I would love to see it come out here. I think that Yang's definitely not going to stray away from playing that Roadhog, and you can see Boosh already hovering over the Wrecking Ball is their choice for this map.
We'll see if we get this spicy meatball here from University of Florida. Hopefully there's enough sauce in there. I'm definitely like a big sauce kind of guy, especially if it's homemade. The Italian heritage calling it out as we bound to get this underway. And you're right. I mean, that just even thinking meatball is just hilarious to think for a composition name.
Yeah, it's great, but you can see Door already rolling out onto the May, so this is going to be a bit more of a rush composition coming out from Florida State University, which begs to question whether they're going to be able to get the kills that they need with all of the disruption that University of Florida is going to have as a part of their comp.
And University of Florida manages to get that early advantage, taking down Wi-Fi on this Reaper. Looked for some great value on Boosh in the back with the Wrecking Ball, but couldn't really get too much value, as this is going to start favoring FSU with this potential rotation back onto the point.
Yeah, FSU is doing a fantastic job right now of trying to get themselves back into it, but there's a huge crossfire being created from University of Florida.
I mean, the fact that this Hanzo is getting that much damage out onto this front line, even the DMEC as well, allows Yang to just follow through with Boosh, causing so much harass, and that's going to be University of Florida taking this point first.
That's the disruption that I'm talking about. You've got Yang and your backline. You also have Boosh that's kind of back there too. And you gotta kind of take back to who are you looking at right now? Is it gonna be the Roadhog that has a hook that can just one-hit delete heroes? Or is it gonna be the Wrecking Ball that can Goomba stomp them into the ground?
Ooh, nice in the flank position here by Yang. Wants to find a lot of value all alone with this Hog. Ooh. Looking for a nice rounded corner for a potential one-hook shot. Not going to gain it. Doors, meanwhile, on the point, looking to give some presence as Yang rotates down. Because there's not really much value gained by Yang here, it's actually going to be a disadvantage with Florida State University taking this back and exerting dominance on this point, especially with Wi-Fi getting those hacks out on both of these tanks with the inability to escape this type of damage. But while there's a lot of focus on the two tanks, all of the DPS and supports from University of Florida lay down the law and will take it back.
I think that the switch that Wi-Fi made to play the Sombra was really, really smart. Look at how much mobility and how much utility the tanks have for the University of Florida. You have to shut that down in some way, and that's what Boosh fell into that trap of, which was getting hacked and then getting taken out, which means that there was just one piece of that disruption puzzle missing. So Wi-Fi also moving up to this EMP is going to give a huge opening to Florida State University.
Ooh, and there is a nice drawback here as Bob comes out. The hook following through by Yang as the whole Hog launches multiple members from FSU back. Boosh working so well in tandem as Tesla's Bob in the back unleashes some damage, rotating around with Boosh, gonna take down that dude, diving in with that fist. Can't get much value from Doors, unfortunately, with a rotation to try and escape. But this is 75% and last fight territory for FSU.
I still think that Florida State has a leg in this game. They have the EMP on lock, and they've got the Diva Bomb to hit with that. So the combo together is going to be really deadly if Florida State University can get it right. On top of that, they also have the Earth Shatter, and they're going to have the Coalescence too. So lots of tools.
Self-destruct actually going to pick one out in the back, as you said, getting some value, and this dive onto the control point being very cohesive with the Coalescence leading into it really allows FSU to keep point presence despite Boosh and that harass on this Wrecking Ball around the drum. Access typically playing that Reinhardt, now going to switch off to like the Diva play you said earlier, and actually getting a lot of value with that defense matrix, and this is almost going to be a take back here. The overtime will not last any longer as you have FSU stabilizing.
It's really interesting that we had Axis and G-Man kind of change those roles up, because we did see Axis mostly playing the Reinhardt before they decided to switch over to the Diva. But G-Man's ready with that Earth Shatter, didn't get a chance to use it in the last fight. But how are University of Florida going to stop this Earth Shatter from hitting? They don't have a shield.
Ooh, the minefield could be a way to prevent it, blocking and forcing that shield out defensively for the time being as the Earth Shatter comes out from G-Man, getting, I believe, one stun in the back with some follow-up damage. And now Tesla responding with Bob on the point, drawing back multiple members of FSU off this point. Wi-Fi still trying to do some work with that Sombra, but having to translocate out of these side positions. Almost 60% gained into this 99 that UF just wants to try and keep. And at this point, that Hanzo in the backline getting hit by the EMP reduces the amount of outgoing damage, while Yang also watches the flank. This is a good chance for University of Florida to take it back, but it really is going to rely on those DPS players, which right now come through a triple kill to follow on top of the double from the Dragon. The DMEC looks for the quad, but it's going to get stripped away by Yang as the 99 totally will be taken by University of Florida. One contested by FSU, but this is going to be a very staggered regroup, and it's just not going to be enough. But the sound barrier going to try and buy some time here, Necro.
That might buy enough time for some of the members of Florida State University to come back.
And Bomb's going to be placed in the back, drawing back a few members. Got the stun to knock up the Diva, and this rounding drum central section will be instantly DMEC. Tesla taking down the support, Bush following up, and it will come eventually to that climax here on this point. That will be this first map of Busan going to University of Florida.
University of Florida might be in the blue, but they got the orange with them too. Definitely have the school spirit against Florida State University, but it's been very, very close. Now that we're moving on to Busan downtown, I kind of expect to see a different strategy come out from both teams. Yes, we have a little bit more of a brawl-centric point on Sanctuary, but now we're moving into this wide open space where we've seen University of Florida flex over to the double sniper, which is exactly what they're going to do here, with Bush creating a lot of space that's going to provide enough pressure onto Florida State University to be able to get a lot of these shots in from Teslo on this Echo and Zekranax on this Widowmaker. But Florida State University has an ace up their sleeve. That's Wi-Fi sticking to the Sombra. That might help them.
Pile drive comes in early, hopefully going to be enough for that lead engage. And the other part is to really see the synergy between Tesla and Zekranox. As you said earlier, finding sightlines is going to be critical with this double shield composition. Yang rotating around, still looking for a hook, but being denied repeatedly with that shield coverage. And Zekranox almost takes down the support in the back line. Mello kept alive by the front line. Wi-Fi manages to sustain with the rest of the team. The hack's going to prevent those tanks from solidifying a position on this point. But the rotation now coming out from Tesla, along with Bush in the back. Minefield being instantly brought out here, getting one, with Bush taking a double. Despite the early percentage that FSU is gaining, this is going to be a nice take back here by University of Florida.
Something really tricky about Florida State University's composition is actually their healer choices. So you've got Corabrew playing the Lucio, which she's been doing a phenomenal job of every single match I've gotten a chance to see her play. But it also means that you don't have the same type of healing or the same type of damage output that you will have on the University of Florida. Omelet with the damage boost on the Echo is making Tesla a huge target because they're getting a lot done.
And while the target's onto Tesla, you've got a nice freeze coming through from Doors onto the Wrecking Ball. A pin comes up immediately after. Both Bush and Yang getting low, and Yush unfortunately not able to survive. And now Tesla has to fall back, going to be instantly taken out of that duplication. Could not yield the Blizzard, but while all of the focus is on Tesla in the back, you've got Zekranox getting a double and trying to clean up in this inner corner, manages to take down Doors, and that's still going to be a hold here from University of Florida.
You can't leave Zekranox uncontested, which is exactly why Wi-Fi switched over to the Widowmaker and got that quick pick.
I guarantee you Zekranox was like, all right, I'll let that happen. Here's the Mercy Res. We're going to take another round. Let's take this time too.
Oh yeah, they're going to have to. I think Wi-Fi switching over is a really smart choice because in some situations, you just have to play Widowmaker versus Widowmaker, and I think Wi-Fi can do it.
Well, Zekranox says otherwise instantly once that rotation comes through, and with a harass by Bush, despite the sacrifice of Yang on the front, this is still, I think, a favorable opportunity here for University of Florida to maintain. Bush gets a follow-up with a double. May from Doors looking to just harass. 85% right now. This is desperation for FSU to get on this point.
They're going to be coming back with a lot, though, and there's no defensive ultimate from University of Florida. Oh, but they could get together as 6.
I mean, Wi-Fi, another by Zekranox, taking out the Lucio. Can there be a third? Anyone able to touch? The overtime will commence, but Zekranox takes down Doors, pallying up on the wall. just demonstrating the hit scan capacity as the triple kill comes out as well from the Wrecking Ball. That is going to be University of Florida taking this first map of Busan. You said they had the blue, they had the orange. I love orange, so I'm okay with this.
That is their team colors, and they're wearing them super proudly for the Gators of the University of Florida. Congratulations to them on the first map, but I have a feeling that the Seminoles are not going to give this one up quite so easily, especially when we move into the next map.
I mean, the morale is going to come out right now because, like you said, there's still a lot to this. It was not an easily one-sided match. There was multiple attempts. The one thing that really did start to speak volumes was the momentum that came out on downtown, where Wi-Fi could not compete, forcing a rotation onto the Widowmaker, could not gain value, only got really the first pick. But the fact that that was acknowledged instantly by University of Florida, it was taken down. Zeekronox was able to just really have point presence and sightline advantage the whole time.
I wonder what Florida State University is actually going to do for their second map pick, because in the past, when they've been put into this situation, they've had Junkertown as a map pick. Is that going to be a smart choice, knowing that there is such a formidable hit scan on University of Florida? Is Wi-Fi up to that task of having to go toe-to-toe? We didn't get a chance to see too much of the Widow 1v1, where it did go very back and forth on Busan, but who's to say how that's going to go when we actually move into a full-fledged escort map?
I mean, it's very true. I mean, Legda even commented on it earlier when we had that Junkertown map. You know, you see in even these major league players where it comes from Carpe, it comes from Pine. If you're able to get that type of positioning and with those long sightlines, it can be absolutely detrimental to your team if you are not able to counter an entity such as that Widowmaker. And going into this next match, I'm really interested to see, like you said, Junkertown is one of the escort maps available. We also do have Watchpoint Gibraltar and Dorado as well. So there is still a nice different assortment of maps to go into, but I would agree with you to say hesitation on potentially that Junkertown map, knowing how Zeekronox has been able to play this Widow, already demonstrated on the control map.
I also wonder whether or not, depending on the map choice, if University of Florida is going to keep Teslo. And Teslo is one of the substitutes for University of Florida, where we got to see Death by Kitty in there a little bit earlier. And if it ends up being a map for the Pharmacy, Death by Kitty might come back out. It just depends on what Florida State University decides to do with this next map choice.
Well, and I mean, let's also talk a little bit. We're heavily focused on the DPS lineup, you know, the Widow v Widow, but we also want to look to when it comes to, you know, how the synergy is with the front line to obtain space. If it's not going to be, let's say, that Junkertown map, how do we see this, you know, synergy between Yang and Bush continuing forward? Will that consistent meatball type of composition work as we transition into it? We've seen it on multiple maps. And it actually looks like, surprisingly, as we're just finding out from our production, it's going to be Junkertown as the map. So we're opening it up to that sightline. And now that we know the map, do you think that we could see this meatball composition once again from University of Florida?
I think so. I think that University of Florida is confident enough in their tank's ability to create space for their DPS that they could continue to go with the Wrecking Ball and the Roadhog. I haven't seen too much else from Yang besides that Roadhog, but why would you when that Roadhog is super, super nutty? I don't know if you need to play anything else, especially if it's working. The only time that I would say maybe you might want to consider switching up the meatball, switching up the spices there is maybe going into that third point where the Wrecking Ball and the Roadhog might not synergize as well due to the enclosed space.
Agreed. And the interesting part of that, too, is we saw some previous matches of the Junkertown, specifically with that type of Roadhog play, where it never really reached that point. There were the couple of rounds that we had both Kenobi and also Labasco find that later run into these maps. But because it didn't reach that last point, that's what really, I think, allowed that Wrecking Ball whole hog Roadhog just to stick out and hold defensively. And if you can get enough aggression against it leading into that, that could be a downfall in how Yang is going to have to force an alternative tank.
I believe also that if FSU can put on the pressure, then there is a world where University of Florida switches up that tank line. you saw what happens when you don't have a shield in front of a Reinhardt. You can't play the Reinhardt games. You can't play the shield game. You just have to rely on being out of the way or knocking out the Reinhardt before they can even get the Earthshatter online. And that's a dangerous game to play. That's not always one that's going to go in your favor. So if Florida State can use that to their advantage, then they have a significant sometimes you just gotta you gotta take the smack on that one. But but yeah,
I mean,
I just that's kind of what I'm predicting here is that FSU might be able to put on the pressure and then give them the smack.
I mean, let's be real. Let's talk about the Reinhardt plays we've seen today. We've seen some very high risk, high reward. Let's be honest. There's a lot when it revolves around a Ryan. Even when I play Reinhardt, I don't play like you should be playing Reinhardt. I play high risk, high reward. I will be a sneaky. I know it's super weird, but every time I do, I basically am no longer a frontline tank. I'm like a sneaky backliner that kind of just jumps you at it. Basically, like the Roadhog we just saw on Busan is me as Reinhardt. But I digress as we enter into Junkertown, as it's going to be Florida State University on the attack first, with University of Florida now on the defense. And with the defense, we're not going to see, I think, something too unorthodox from University of Florida, or correction, from FSU here.
Florida State. Yeah, they did get a little bit of a side swap in there. So Florida State's going to be on the defense first, where University of Florida doesn't get a chance to have their color preference on this one. But they do have the preference of side, which they chose attack first. And so I really wonder what they're going to come out of the gates with. But let's talk about Florida State University's defense first. Wi-Fi already selecting the Widowmaker, expecting that Zekranax is going to be picking that Widow as well. And Door gonna stay in for this one for the double sniper with the Ashe, if you want to consider Ashe part of that double sniper comp.
I mean, Doors has been managing to do a lot of work with the Ashe. Despite there's a lot of favoritism towards the Mei, there's still been a lot of value with it, and synergizing with Wi-Fi could be really substantial against Zekranox.
Absolutely, but lo and behold, we have a bit of an issue here. It looks like we lost a player from the University of Florida, Busha. It probably needs a little bit of a reset there.
I mean, if there's a time for it to happen, it's the first 5 seconds. I mean, instead of you having 5 seconds left and then completely being out of the game entirely. But yeah, so we will allow that sixth final member to reconnect here for a short moment. But I mean, let's talk about it. So we talked about Doors going onto this Ashe. We have Wi-Fi with the Widowmaker. We do see Tesla on this Genji though, and that's a little interesting to see in this type of composition.
It's weird to see a Genji. We saw Tesla get a vanilla 2K blade on Dorado. Didn't even need the nano boost in order to get those kills. So maybe University of Florida has a strategy up their sleeve to really make use of this Genji. It also could just be to deflect. There is quite a bit of things that Florida State University can kind of throw out there. Just knowing how many times they've played Junkertown today and seeing their composition, you could deflect the dynamite. You could deflect a headshot coming in from Wi-Fi. There's so many different ways that I think that deflect can be used as a tool for University of Florida that it doesn't really surprise me that we're seeing Tesla on this pick.
And I think there's going to be really an early definitive answer on whether or not Tesla's going to want to stay on it. If this initial attack really doesn't work with that payload, I think it will revert instantly to an alternative pick. I don't think this is one that you kind of trial and error, especially when you're in this type of, last match position potentially, for that third place position. You still want to demonstrate your colors and your school, even though it is still for third place. Third place still gets a medal, friends. And
and some money.
Right, and some money. But as we still wait for that technical difficulty to be corrected, the other part too is we're going to look at the support lineup from Florida State University. There is this Baptiste Zenyatta, which is going to be slightly different from the attacking side, which is from University of Florida, which has the Lucio and the Ana. The Ana, of course, notoriously is very helpful when it comes to, like you said, we had the vanilla Genji. Maybe we'll get Blue Bunny Genji. I don't know. I thought of ice cream because you said vanilla, so I thought maybe blue nano stuff. Anyways, but the Ana goes so well with it, and there could be some value in that as well.
Yeah, so let's talk about those healers' choices. So we see that Omelet's playing the Ana, which there's a really good reason why. You have those bio nades, you get a chance to nade the team, despite the fact that there's double shield, and then you can't heal the team anymore. So regardless of that, I think that Corbrew and Mellow Panda being on the Baptiste and the Zenyatta are actually also very intelligent choices given that situation, because both can just do damage. If you can't heal the team, then you better be doing something, and in this case, it's going to be clicking head. So I like the close hold that we see coming out from FSU, and I hope that they can play this to their advantage.
There's going to be that nice little sportsman-ish, well, I was going to say sportsman-like patience as people get situated, but Wi-Fi, on the other hand, says no. With that early headshot onto their counterpart, a nice reset comes through. But with Tesla in the back, really trying to harass those shurikens coming out quickly. A nice Bionade landing, as you said earlier, with a pin from Yang across the map to find the land. And Wi-Fi no longer able to really compete. Doors cannot compete as well at this present time, with now already 45 seconds in, and that payload steadily moving under that bridgeway.
Yang playing Reinhardt like a true Roadhog, exactly like you said they would, Rich Rad. I really like that style, though, because I think that's something that's going to catch FSU off guard. That close hold wasn't able to really get what FSU wanted to accomplish done, which was just buy time off of the clock and see if they can buy themselves an extra point to be able to recontest. Look at this!
Tesla in the back, just gonna say, nah, fam, I'm just gonna come in here and do some work. Even though the dynamite comes out and a quick almost takedown, regroups as Boosh. I mean, you had Boosh lead into that fight, push everybody back. Tesla did Tesla things, and now they're at the checkpoint.
We doubted the power of Genji, or at least you did.
Yeah, I did.
I think you gotta take that back, Rich Rad. You gotta take that back.
I really do. I mean, he's got a massive dragon blade that looks super cool, and it's green, and we'll just leave it alone.
Yeah, it's not quite there yet, but definitely after, I think, being able to get some of this damage, we'll be able to get the blade online, but Wi-Fi is there with the flashbang.
Yeah, the counter to this now is very helpful. You've got Wi-Fi rotating onto the McCree for that flashbang, the CC. You have doors with Bob, so there is a great heavy hold potential just under that catwalk. But still has to watch out. Those shots in the back from Zekronox is really important.
Oh, I was going to say, I was so excited to see Yang sit in that stairwell waiting for that Earth Shatter.
Now, you hear the Dragon Blade, though, in the background as Tesla gets one, looks for another here. Managing to do so, looks for a third as those shurikens take down the Orisa from G-Man. Nice counter coming through from Wi-Fi to hopefully pick off Tesla, but Tesla says no, my friend. You're not stunning this ninja today, as the next checkpoint is going to be very easily obtained by University of Florida.
There's just a lot of different pieces of the puzzle that are working really well for this composition coming out from UF. You have the anti-nades that are making it difficult for Florida State University to get the healing online, which is why I think they switched over to the Brigitte. Now you've got the armor packs, which will be able to negate some of that, but we already see UF at the second checkpoint.
I mean, and there is a great usage of the minefield here to try and give some distance and recovery moving forward. You also have the infrasight for intel, while FSU has to play so critically defensive right now with the supercharger, forcing it out. Bob gonna be actually held onto with an assortment of other ultimates, and this is a nice recovery from FSU, though, despite how well University of Florida has been pushing forward with this composition.
Really good recovery, and they forced out a super unfavorable fight with very little ultimates that they had to use in order to win. So University of Florida is kind of having to work back up to those tools where Florida State has a lot of answers now, especially with the rally and the amplification matrix that there's really no answer to from UF.
And that amplification matrix still being held onto with Bob leading the charge first by door. But a shatter comes through by Yang in the back to try and harass the back line and can't really get too much out of it. Door is actually giving so much value on this Ashe being uncontested. The Earth Shatter just out of range. And if this can keep up with the space for Door, that's going to yield a lot of value on this defensive hold.
Oh, absolutely. Not only do you have the front line for Florida State in the faces of University of Florida, which means that, you know, Boosh isn't really there to really protect the team, but you also have Boosh in the back line that's trying... Ooh!
Oh, cutting the cord on the Wi-Fi. See what I did there? They don't have a cord, but it's okay. Now as you've got the Dragon Blade from Tesla overhead, diving in amongst the minefield, taking down one as two already get taken out. Ultimate synergy between Boosh and Tesla. This has been consistent since the start of this Junkertown map.
It really has. I mean, Boosh putting people in an unfavorable position with the minefield, and then Tesla taking advantage of all the chaos and saying, hey, give me that nano boost. I'm going to go do some work right now and make sure this payload can get him moving. I think that Wi-Fi being on this McCree is still a really great choice, but you're putting a lot of eggs into the McCree basket with the flashbang.
Though, while the flashbang is trying to find value and that Deadeye still being held onto, I'm surprised the Flux was used as early as it was on that high ground position. Couldn't really get multiple members. Wi-Fi can actually get a nice flashbang to the side, though, getting Boosh very low. Is the team finally going to collapse hard enough onto Boosh? But meanwhile, in that corner doorway, that gives an opportunity for the Shimada brothers to do some work as Doors tries to counter. Wi-Fi holding on to this Deadeye with the aggression coming in from Yang. Sticking near that mini health pack with the sustain with a take a breather. Nice sleep though onto Bob. While Doors still does some damage in the back, the Dynamite actually going to take down potentially another there through the amplification matrix. A reset comes through, and that will be a hold once again here for FSU on the defense.
This is a really tough position for UF to be in because Florida State not only has their respawns closer, but they also switched G-Man over to the Winston, which is able to very much contest those high ground points.
And it also still gets a significant amount of damage onto Tesla. If Tesla does dive into that, cannot deflect that Tesla cannon damage. And in the back, you still have Boosh and Tesla holding on. Yang gonna actually lead in with the whole hog, tucking one into the corner. Can't get the execution, though, onto Brew. But G-Man is out of the fight, and the primal range is no longer available for this engage until they get back into the fight. With Wi-Fi looking for that back corner, amplification matrix going to be forced out here from UF, but gets picked off. The deflect comes through by Tesla. You said it earlier for the Widow shot, but it's actually going to be on the ultimate as G-Man looks to hold on for FSU. Wi-Fi has to force the chains now to Tracer to get back to this point to even compete with 1 minute and 10 seconds still to go.
Well, we had to see a backup from UF, so there's a little bit of time here for FSU to get their bearings.
Oh, but the Nano Blade and Dragons coming through. The raging fire from a blade and an arrow manages to complete with just under 1 minute for University of Florida.
What a push coming out from UF, but FSU is here to make sure that this is not an easy fight. FSU really put the pedal to the metal in that last point. And I feel like once they got a chance to set up and they figured out that Tesla was going to be on the Genji and that was really the big linchpin of UF's composition, I think FSU finally figured it out. So I would love to see what happens on this attack coming out from FSU, because I think it's going to look really different.
Sweet chaos is definitely not something you'd hear, but that's exactly what I would say with that Tesla and Boosh synergy is really causing so much dismay for Florida State University. And now that we've got the swapped sides, we're still going to keep Tesla on this Genji, but a change up for the tank lineup, which I'm really liking and interested to see how Boosh is going to synergize with Yang.
Yeah, I really, really like this. Especially if Florida State University decided to come out with something like a Bastion. Then, you know, Boosh is kind of ready with the Zarya bubbles just for people to get close and buy them enough time in seconds. But I look at Yang's positioning right now. I wonder if the rest of the team is going to meet them at the choke, meet them at the door, or if it's just going to be Yang all by themselves.
Oh, they spotted Yang early, and Wi-Fi's on the Bastion. Gonna look to try and delete that shield instantly. The Zarya barrier not going to be worth anything at that point. And with that early stagger, with that forward position, this is an opportunity now for Florida State University to situate themselves on this payload and have a really good ride moving forward onto this, especially since Mello and Wi-Fi are picking off the members in the back of UF.
Ooh, that was really risky coming out from Yang, and I don't think that risk got the reward that UF was looking for. Now Florida State University has this Bastion set up on the cart with both sails ready to go, and they want to ship their way into this third place.
Steady wins behind those sails with the Wi-Fi damage. I didn't know they had Wi-Fi on ships. I mean, let's be real. It's something that we're going to see as the kinetic grass comes through in the back from Boosh to mitigate that incoming fire rate from Wi-Fi. But this reposition is actually done very well. The sleep comes through to mitigate some of the damage. Is there a follow-through onto that Bastion play? So much committed into it as Boosh finally gets the execution, and this Earth Shatter will solidify a position. And now the real question is, will Florida State University keep this Bastion just for the ultimate, or really keep pushing with this composition?
I think you have enough time in the bank that you can try with the ultimate, but I think ultimately you are going to see a swap up from FSU. You can't really walk these corridors when Zikronax is on this Hanzo, just showing everybody where they are.
I mean, picking out Mello like that is so devastating for this just attacking side, correction, the defensive side here. Now with Wi-Fi leading forward into the amplification matrix, getting a ton of shots onto Yang. The Dragon Strike, though, to counter from the defense will even up the score and manage to hold back once again. And despite this overzealous play that University of Florida is having, it's still working out in scrappy fights.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta press W in a lot of these situations, and if the other team isn't ready for you to press W, then you're kind of SOL. So I think that's a great strategy from UF, but now they're walking into a gravitic flux.
Access with a decent lift. Not too many going down from the damage as a whole, but there is a great follow-up by both the support line from Brew and Wi-Fi rotating around underneath. Flashbang on 2-1 does get Christopher picked off. But no flashbang for the Genji, having to wait for a moment. You got the dash reset. Tesla gonna get out of there, holding onto the Dragon Blade. And at this point, there is a very rare case of trying to compete against this point, and it's most likely gonna be looking for another defensive hold further back on those upper catwalks.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you can afford to get a little bit close, though, because Tesla does have the ability to deflect all of that damage away. But that leaves Axis, actually, into a really difficult position of, like, do you save your damage mitigation for the deflect, or do you save it for those other big things that UF is going to be throwing at you?
And with still a decent amount of time, you've got Tesla looking to drop in the back, but holding very, very steady as the flux comes through by Boosh. The supercharger committed in return as the immortality field comes out from Brew. Transcendence forced as well. Multiple ultimates coming out as Doors tries to help assist with that Bob positioning for that extra player's damage. And it actually works out in favor of Florida State University.
Yeah, really great fight for FSU. They really took advantage of how close UF was holding. And look at this, actually doing enough that Tesla says, you know what, I can't play Genji anymore because Wi-Fi has been doing a lot to be able to contest. And I think that my Tracer is going to be a little bit better, especially when you have Boosh going back over to the Wrecking Ball. They are looking to disrupt super, super hard in Florida State's backline.
And that High Noon comes out to lead into it by Wi-Fi, already forcing a change of composition, like you said, and going to really zone off multiple members. But Zikronax on the back line with a Dragon Strike, really trying to sever and disorient FSU, but it's not going to be able to do too much in the grand scale of things. Both of these tank front lines by Axis and G-Man trying to hold on with the supports, keeping this payload moving, and is going to actually still do some serious work and reach it with 3 minutes and 20 seconds to carry over into this final turn.
I think this is still a difficult composition for UF to run because, you know, where else does the synergy lie? Especially when you're going into such close quarters where you can't really use the mobility of the heroes as well. I definitely think that FSU just sticking together as a team is going to pay off in dividends for them.
Indeed, the dividends need to pay. Dividends are great. I'm not a stock person, but I know dividends are good. As you have 3 minutes to work with. Access now gonna try and find a flux when multiple members of UF are grouped together. G-Man already taking down Boosh is a critical element to this attack, though. Rotating around, the Hog on the high ground from Yang, looking to really prevail over FSU on this rotation, but it's just so difficult. That Discord Orb is allowing extra damage onto Yang and having to play even more defensively and being caught underneath this bridgeway with the dynamite coming through. It's a great support follow-up, but it's really just being such a difficult time while FSU regroups to try and push this payload. They've rounded the corner. Are anybody gonna touch? I'm absolutely baffled by this. I mean, I'm playing casually and talking casually because I'm thinking they can't. They really can't just allow this to round the bend, and then it does, and then it happens, and they're having a party on the rotating catwalk. I mean, I don't know.
There are a few times that I am left speechless in the game of Overwatch. I would say this is one of those times.
Yeah. Maybe it's because they're in Junkertown, the heat, they're getting famished, they're feeling a little dehydrated, gotta get your water intake. I have no idea. But that just actually happened, ladies and gentlemen, as we see a minute on the time bank for University of Florida. And they're going to do everything they can after that bit of a doozy.
Call them in quick, because FSU stonks are rising right now. That
Dividends.
was one for the books. That was absolutely one for the books. That was really well played by FSU. The way that they kind of juked out UF so that they couldn't get to the cart. And then they had the Gravitic Flux to be like, no, just no. You're not going to defend this. That was super brilliant heads-up play by FSU, and you've got to commend them for all of that credit. Now, though, we are going to see a bit of a difference in composition yet again, where Wi-Fi is not on the Widowmaker. Is that going to be a problem here?
I'm really curious as well to see how much value that's going to yield, and even exchange already 1-for-1, so it is a 5-for-5. The Reaper in the back doesn't get picked off. Zekronox doing a great job to cover their back line as Tesla assists as well. Losing Wi-Fi in this fight right now is not advantageous at all, and this is going to heavily dominate for University of Florida. They've got very minimal time left and going to enter into this overtime, but they're still going to get some decent distance with that early pickup.
Yeah, the early pickoff is super, super important here. UF is definitely going with a strategy where they can just try to take out as many bodies as possible to give them the biggest advantage possible in these fights. And I think that's the way that you get this cart to roll forward if you're UF, and roll far.
And with this last engage, there hopefully is going to still be enough movement and rolling forward to reach at least the checkpoint. Immortality Field will be used by Brew, but this consistent damage on the supports is critical as Tesla leads with the blade. Nobody able to stop this dominance and dash reset here. And you've got University of Florida taking the team kill and keeping it rolling.
They are definitely keeping it rolling, and then also now have Zekronax coming back with the Tracer. Don't know whether or not that choice was just because they got knocked out early and needed to come back into the fight, or if that's just going to be for pulse bomb pressure. We're about to find out.
Ooh, Wi-Fi just going to recall there, not going to look to continue chasing that down as the overtime still commences. Wi-Fi on the high ground, you've got access looking to regroup. At this point, you still need FSU to play defensively here to regroup as a full 6 to even compete in this overtime.
This is a doozy. This is a real doozy for Florida State University, but is there going to be enough for UF to deal with? Oh! Wow.
Tesla finding some serious advantage on the backline support. Mello caught out is not what this defensive side needs. Florida State University now at the disadvantage with Supercharger, with the Flux most likely going to be committed here. The Flux leading the way with Bob assisting, but it's not going to be enough. You still have this Tesla and Zekronax Genji Tracer working and is just absolutely routing all around FSU. And despite this 60 seconds, we're going into the last round of this push.
I want to hear UF's comms right now because I bet you they are rolling and gagging at the moment for how well they've been able to push this cart.
More wondering what the other comms are like, because I can guarantee you FSU is a little tilted right now with this Dragon Blade ready for Tesla, again wanting massive value. Wi-Fi trying to harass. The Supercharger comes out by G-Men to keep a final fight on the low ground, but Tesla gets one. The reset on the blade, looks for the third onto doors, but can't have that defect last long enough as the shots come through. Mello with the flay, taking down the Tracer. Both DPS out, but the payload still moves. The beefy tanks on the front from Bush and Yang, taking down Mello. This is still the game possibly able to be completed for University of Florida. A hook with the hog, dealing so much damage onto these shields, and this could be a completion.
If this is a completion, then this is the biggest Hail Mary that I have ever seen, and FSU is really going to have their work cut out for them, but it looks like UF is going all the way.
They have just a few meters to go. The overtime has been going since just around the catwalk for starting position. Coalescence committed. University of Florida still exerting dominance on this point despite the respawn. Doors in the back. Just needing to keep this up, and it will not be enough. And what a miraculous push from start to finish by University of Florida.
I'm speechless again. I don't know if you can tell, but I am speechless again.
You know, was it meant to be we'll just let them C9 us and then we'll just complete with 60 seconds?
That's just the biggest big brain flex that we have ever seen from a team.
That's a big bait and switch right now.
Oh my goodness. But now we're going into real overtime here, and FSU, they still have a sizable time bank with 2 minutes and 17 on the clock, but they've got to play flawlessly, and they have to push it all the way in order to give themselves a chance in this map and a chance at the 3rd place.
I mean, they have so much. Well, they've got like a minute and 17 seconds longer than what University of Florida had. But imagine the mental stability right now going into this of saying, did we just allow that to happen? That has got to be such a weight on the shoulders of FSU. And they are really going to want to bring this to another map. Because again, this is best of 3. So this is right now the moment for University of Florida to take it for that 3rd place spot.
Yeah, I don't know if UF is going to give them that opportunity, though. We're going to see who's going to come out on top of this one, the Gators or the Knolls, but I feel like the Gators are hungry.
And with that very, very aggressive play onto the Widowmaker, you've got Wi-Fi finding one, but a support goes down. Brew on the opposite side from FSU is no longer in this. That AoE healing is going to be critical and relying solely on Mellow right now, but the attack actually going to work out very well with this very dive-centric and heavy mobility composition.
I love this. I love this choice from FSU. I think this is actually throwing UF really off of their game. Not only do you have the stable DPS coming out from Door on this Ashe, but you also have that surprise factor with Wi-Fi on the Tracer, where Zikronax actually has to switch over to the McCree to try to deal with it.
Yeah, and trying to get some damage in the backside, but here's Tesla up front doing a lot of work with those shurikens, sticking so close to those characters to make sure that all 3 land for that explosive amount of damage. Wi-Fi almost gets hooked here by Yang and is super low, forces the recall. So there's now, at this point, a reset, and we're into that last 60 seconds for FSU to try and bring this to a game 3.
If FSU can just set the pace of the fight, though, with this Wrecking Ball minefield, then they might have this, but Axis gets caught out.
Oh, and the self-destruct comes through to try and maybe even the score, but it will not. Falls short, 50 seconds. Another goes down onto FSU, and now we are in last fight territory with that payload extremely far from this spawn point.
Ooh, and the hook as well. So much sustain here. Is this the right target to go after on the Roadhog? At least you're getting one. Let's see if they can snowball this one, Rich Rad.
I mean, the fact that Yang was playing so far forward, it's possible. Tesla with the Dragon Blade in the back, hoping to get some advancement onto this backline. At least takes down Brew on the Lucio. Wants to get the follow-up onto Mellow. The deflect onto Door. Can the 3rd come through? The quad onto Wi-Fi. But no, it ceases. 15 seconds to go, and these spawns have to come through quickly for Florida State University to keep this round alive.
Oh my gosh, this is coming down to the wire here, but Florida State University has a lot of resources. Can they just use those ults?
Bob going to be thrown from the back line, trying to stick near that payload, and it's going to be nanoed. The McCree already gaining the Deadeye onto G-Man, along with Yang getting access. Numbers at heavily advantage in favor of UF, wanting to end this now and take that 3rd place position, but Doors gets the double. Both tanks are gone. The overtime's still alive. We've seen it go the whole way before. Can now Florida State University do the same thing with this regroup, and a pulse bomb waiting to land on the enemy, and the Ana just evades it.
Oh, there's definitely a way. There's definitely a world where FSU brings the card all the way into the 3rd point. It's going to be tough, but they have the ultimates to do it. Not only do they have the Diva Bomb, but they also have the kills. Wi-Fi's going nuts.
Yeah, Wi-Fi the fact saying, all right, I get it, Tesla. You got your triple. I'm going to get myself one, and I'm going to chase this hog in the backside, forcing him to regroup. And these staggers are going to lend very heavily in favor of FSU to try and go into this long street space. But that catwalk, if you've got University of Florida regrouping on, is going to be absolutely difficult for FSU to counter.
Man, I don't know what this Diva Bomb's gonna do here, but it's gotta be big. Axis could create a huge opening for FSU to bring this cart all the way. We're already rounding the corner for the second.
Oh, and the pulse swarm's gonna be forced onto Yang. Nice collapse with the assistance from the Diva play of Axis, taking down the Hog, chasing immediately after onto the McCree in the high ground with the mitigation from the defense matrix as Doors gets another onto Boosh. Pressing on to this checkpoint. It is still within sight. G-Man on the high ground, forcing the shield, but this high noon could be enough to defend it. No, Axis says otherwise with a Dragon Blade. I cannot get the Deadeye, but the Blade might be able to do the work as a double kill comes through. Bob from Door saying, I will not let this die, and bring this match to potentially the next checkpoint. Yang taking the breather to survive as Axis gets tucked into the corner. The wrecking ball still on this G-Man, gonna be forced away and will not keep the fight going as University of Florida claims this third place position after a miraculous Junkertown map.
The kill feed lit up with red, but it wasn't the Garnet that the FSU were hoping to see. It's UF taking this third place, and my goodness, does this play of the game go well-deserved to Zekranax.
I mean, I have no words. That is probably one of the most extended overtime pushes I think I've ever had to cast, and also to be immediately followed up by a C9 or a Charlie Niner, as I think Kenobi said earlier today. Charlie Niner.
Charlie 4.5er is what I think we heard.
Right?
It was sort of a C9. That was a real C9, though.
I mean, I gotta say, that is a well-deserved third place position coming out from University of Florida, despite everything that had happened. That is going to be the highlight moment for that team in this third place fight. And this is only for the third place position. Again, you still have fourth place, still going home with that $500. That is still a 10% of the total prize pool. So they are not going out of this empty-handed. But we have the grand finals coming up soon. And that's going to be between University of Central Florida and Full Sail University. And we've already seen some exciting Overwatch. This grand final better be just as juicy.
Oh, it's going to be another doozy. It's going to be a real doozy between those two teams. They're practically neighbors. Coming out from Orlando, Florida, and the Winter Park area. So you know there's a little bit of history there.
Oh, definitely. And we're going to go to a brief break before we get this again. 2020 Florida Mayhem Collegiate Rumble underway, presented by Frontier Communications. So don't go anywhere, friends, because you want to see the conclusion of this just as much as we do.
한국 컨텐더스 명문팀에서 리그로 올라오게 돼서 사실은 부담감은 있어요.
That one instantly. Creative gonna be taken out. The drop down. A bunch of damage coming in off the back of the Doomfist. The uppercut is there. Yaki, he finishes off over on Wheelhaul. It's gone. Stalker, the last one to fall. The wipe is there. Runaway. They hold out home. QOQ dead on the ground. Suddenly Yaki comes alive. He's found MCD as well. Had been slow. Mag will finish him off. That resurrection paying off big time.
비록 메이엠은 지금까지 강팀은 아니었지만 제가 그 인식을 바꾸러 왔습니다.
It's time to light it up.
finds both supports. Wolf and Karkar both taken down by that one. Karkar already going to be gone 15% away from that sound barrier, and Wolf absorbs yet another pulse bomb from Yaki. Again. He should be grappling forward to get the melee kill. He gets the shot onto Dalton through the dragon. Another headshot.
At Zaxby's, there's nothing better than hand-breaded chicken, unless it's hand-breaded chicken with sauce. From sweet to savory, mild to wild, even that world-famous Zax sauce. Whatever you're craving, we've got the sauce at Zaxby's.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. We have seen some already intense bronze placement match, but now we're going to see the grand finals of the 2020 Florida Mayhem Collegiate Rumble, presented by Frontier Communications. And now, Necra, as we go into this, we've got so much excitement. But before we get that underway, this is where you, as the viewers, get to do 3 major steps. Answer a question, see if you enter the raffle, you're going to be entered in the raffle, and then you're going to get a skin. Don't forget about that. I mean, right, Necro? Who doesn't want a skin?
I want a Florida Mayhem skin. I want to rep those amazing colors. Why would you not, right? So pay attention to the chat, answer a quick question, and be entered in for a chance to win one of those amazing Florida Mayhem skins.
Question, enter, skin. Question, enter, skin. Question, enter, skin. That's the goal, friends. That's all you have to do. That's at least what I'm telling myself, because I wish I could put my little entry in there, but I can't even see the chat right now, but it's okay. But I digress. As we now enter into, like I said, the grand finals, which is going to be a little bit different. It is going to be best of 5 this time around, and it will be between University of Central Florida and Full Sail University. Now, Necra, these two, we've already seen a great battle between the two for bronze placement because of the rivalry. Yes. But these two teams now just going head to head to claim that #1 spot.
Well, they're neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
University of
Don't
Central
throw
Florida
away.
and Full Sail University are neighbors. So there's a bit of history there for you where University of Central Florida, their big main campus is located in Orlando, and right next to there is Winter Park, where Full Sail University is right there next to a lot of those great schools that Central Florida area has to offer. So both fantastic schools, both fantastic teams vying for that grand final spot and a huge chunk of that money.
Yes, indeed. Again, we said it earlier. If you weren't here to actually find out the full value, it is a $5,000 prize pool going 40, 30, 20, and 10% from that first to fourth placement. So that's $2,000 on the line here. I feel like that game show host. And we're going to have them come on down for $2,000 as the second place gets the $1,500 for the 30% of that total value. And, you know, between these two teams, like we said, there's some really, really big focuses going into this. I mean, specifically when it comes to the support line, we've seen Yakisoba playing a really well-rounded Lucio to talk about one specific player, you know, at least going into this from Full Sail. We also have some really, really great opportunity when it comes into the DPS lineups. We specifically see that with Splona as well. We even saw some really interesting Symmetra play as well, which was quite interesting.
Splona was a little bit of a walking meme with playing the Symmetra and the Torbjorn and doing a fantastic job of it, might I say. But when things get really serious, we actually see Splona and Higu actually play the double sniper role for the team. And I think that's something that you've got to take a look out for if you're University of Central Florida. But I feel like that's not going to be a huge problem for them just because those are very diveable heroes, and University of Central Florida's lineup is very dive heavy, especially when you look at Dean on the Winston. That was an unstoppable force to be reckoned with for UCF. I mean, this is just the best that the Knights have to offer.
Well, and even further, not only from the Winston, but just the synergy between Finite as well and this Diva. There was some really great coordination between the two. And also, I would not be surprised to see the usage of Echo, since that was very relevant from their team composition in the rounds prior. Something that we've actually not really seen in a lot of other teams over the course of the day. So that's another part that I'm really interested to see how Full Sail is going to try and compete against that character that they might not have been able to challenge as much throughout the day.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the reason why I think that Higu's McCree is going to be really impactful for Full Sail University, but also where it might not actually be that big of a deal to run the double sniper composition, because I think that's something that Full Sail University can use against the Echo on UCF. I think that this is going to be a really even matchup, especially when you look at the meta compositions for both of these teams, but also just their skill level in general. There's a reason why they're here for the top 2 seeds in this Mayhem Collegiate Rumble.
I mean, and the fact that we're going on to Lijiang Tower with Gardens being the first one, I'm really looking forward for some environmental kills. And we had that happen earlier again. Yakisoba got a great triple kill off the edge, multiple repositions as well with it. So I guarantee you that University of Central Florida is going to be keeping an eye out for it, specifically if we enter into that night market. And again, I did say it earlier, this is a best of 5. So we do have the control map first leading into Escort, Hybrid, Assault, and then finishing with a potential control. If we do see all 5 matches, I would not be surprised between these two teams as we open up the doors and see how the action starts.
Well, Yakisoba's not actually going to be on the Lucio, but instead on the Brigitte, and I actually think that this is a really smart choice for the team of Full Sail University because this is basically a mirrored composition. Echo, McCree, Sigma, the Orisa. The only difference here is that Alvarocious for UCF is going to be on the Zenyatta, which is going to provide a lot of that extra damage, but Yakisoba, they're on that Brigitte.
Yeah, and honestly, with this combination with Leaf in the Immortality field, just giving some even more reinforcement is going to be critical. But the fact that Storm gets this pick early allows UCF to rotate onto this point with dominance. You have the rotation coming out from Titan, getting those mines, the sticky bombs as well, trying to compete, getting a little overwhelmed from that high ground position. But since Dean gets the kill onto the counter Echo, this is just now going to be a snowball for University of Central Florida and will take this control point first.
Because of how evenly matched these teams are, usually it's the team who loses a member first is going to be the team that loses the fight overall. But in the scrappiness that ensued, there's ultimates online for both teams. So while Full Sail University was able to get to the point first and rack up 20%, UCF is quickly approaching that checkpoint, and they also have their amplification matrix first.
Wow, and the fact that you're going to see the lead with the Flux from Beaver, you've also got the Amplification Matrix, like you said, getting so much extra boost in that defensive aggression here that it's just going to really maintain this point. And FS just has to fall back. Sail can't manage to even go into that, but there's been some decent ultimates expended from Central Florida.
Right, and now though, UCF, they still have ultimates to boot. They have Titan's Echo duplicate, they also have the High Noon, and they're gonna have a Flux of their own. So I don't think that this is a done deal for Full Sail University. It's actually gonna be quite a tough fight for them, even with the Amplification Matrix online.
And with Full Sail rotating through White Room, the Amplification Matrix amping every ounce of damage through that doorway. You've got Finite being careful to rotate around that center pillar. With the Halt gonna pull multiple, the sticky bombs come through. Duplication onto the Brigitte here to have the triple supports with that sustainability on the defense with the duplication of the Orisa here for Full Sail. That supercharger going to be quickly generated to try and counter this damage that you have Titan pumping out. Again, so many low health values doubles the damage of the focus beam with already the duplication removed and the supercharger. This is consistent applied pressure from Central Florida.
Finite. Holy cow, did Finite make great use of that amplification matrix that came through there, just absolutely clicking heads. And who says an Orisa can't do some damage? I mean, you'd know firsthand, right, Rich Rad?
This is true. The Gatling gun is definitely a well-rounded weapon, as you have this first round going to be claimed by Central Florida with 100% to 19 over Full Sail.
We didn't even see UCF's signature composition of that dive. We actually saw them go with the double shield with the Orisa and the Sigma, and basically playing Full Sail University's game, but playing it better. Alvarocious on the Zenyatta was a key factor for UCF taking those kills and getting those targets, because that Orb of Discord made it super difficult for Full Sail University to actually outdo a lot of that damage that was coming through. Now we've got a little bit of an interesting switch up here coming through. I think Splona is just using the Symmetra. Well, maybe not. We'll see what happens, whether or not Splona decides to stay on the Symmetra or not. But it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility to see Splona just stay on it, because this is Lijiang, and Night Market's a great spot to be able to put down some of those turrets.
I mean, night marketed memes are pretty great. I mean, I would say so. As this first initial point is going to be facilitated by Full Sail with that movement speed, but you've got the damage heavily in favor of Central Florida. Finite going to continue to rotate around that outer pillar. Even though you've got the Reaper dealing some significant damage onto Storm, Dean going to respond back, doing some significant damage of their own, with Titan still overhead being really uncontested at the moment, cleaning all members of Full Sail off this point, and will take it.
Titan not only has shown us the aerial forces that can be reckoned with the Echo, but now with the Pharah as well. And this is with Pandemonium right by their side to ensure their safety.
Nice block by the Accretion coming through. Sticky Bomb's doing a lot of damage to Dean, though, with the Immortality Field comes out. You've got Titan dropping the rockets, but can't get the executions necessary in that small corridor. Percentage still climbing for Central Florida as they rotate into that open space, but has to be careful. And the fact that this crossfire comes out with those rockets from Titan in the backside is making it very difficult, but the shutdown onto Pandemonium will give a chance for Full Sail to press onto this point.
We'll be able to press on for sure. Full Sail has the wind in their sails as the Amplification Matrix comes out.
Oh, could it be enough damage to try and pick off Titan in the windowsill, but not able? Actually, there it is. It finds the pick necessary to force back. And now you've got Full Sail finally starting to get some percentage on their side in this night market map.
UCF executing a lot of patience though, so they will have a lot of tools to enter into this next fight with. They have the Gravitic Flux that they can open with, they have the Nano Boost in case things get rough, and they also have another barrage. We just saw Titan use this huge ultimate. Maybe they're going to be able to get some more out of it if they can get rid of the Immortality Field this time and get rid of that sound barrier.
Oh, but there is so much damage coming out from the hit scan to try and shut Titan down and not get a great position for those rockets, but Flux rises 3. Immortality Field comes out defensively from Full Sail as the hit scan finds the bird in the sky. Titan definitely unpleased with that one, and Bob might be able to get some damage, but the focus beam in the back from Full Sail really deals some significant damage to compete. Titan at least able to get those rockets out. This scrappy fight still ensues with Beaver giving some decent coverage on that shield, rotating with Anarchy, and just still facilitating this point and surpassing the percentage that Central Florida has.
Anarchy's doing a fantastic job of stalling this out and buying time for the reinforcements of Full Sail to come back. That might be enough, especially with the Echo coming in.
Oh, but as you say it, and you've got Finite and Storm hyper-focusing that Echo out of this play. Storm now getting some huge shots in the back for the triple to take this away from Full Sail. There's the quad with the Viper shot, and that's definitely got to sting.
With the supercharger, it looked like that Amplification Matrix was actually working against Full Sail University in that situation. But there was a very expensive fight for UCF, and Full Sail coming back in with the Gravitic Flux of their own, as well as the duplicate, might give them a leg up to come back. They were able to capture 76%, but this might be last fight territory depending on how long it takes for them.
Really is. Storm still giving a lot on that front line, but the fact that there's a numbers advantage here for Full Sail could lend them this fight, but Storm evens the score for the time being. Pandemonium gone, making this extremely difficult, with Anarchy watching the side, looks for the halt, can get the environmental kill, but it just comes short, with Storm's Bob doing a massive amount of shots onto the enemy, forcing back Full Sail, but the Flux trying to buy some more time here. And it's really not going to be able to gain that much value as the rockets come through from Titan, claiming one onto Beaver. Biscuits are definitely overcooked after that one, as the overtime just is not able to last for much longer. Titan rocketing their life out. And this overtime is really just going to be drawn out for as long as possible as these picks change over to heavy mobile to keep that overtime going.
Titan might have had their wings clipped in a couple of those situations, but thank goodness they've got the extra pair from Pandemonium because they were able to get back into these fights and able to take out some huge forces for Full Sail University as overtime wicks away. UCF takes this map.
1 point so far, and pandemonium ensued, not only in the Mercy, but the actions as well, and you will have Storm spooked by the Bob, but Bob sure did some work here, along with that rifle. Here's some dynamite explosion onto the enemy. This was that quad kill in total we saw earlier, just doing some amazing work, and the Viper shot for the final kill. Great job as a whole. That will be, again, the first map point going to Central Florida. as this is a best of 5. And now we're going to be entering into an escort map. And we've already seen some interesting plays with the Roadhog pick, with some Genji pick, with some Wrecking Ball. I'd really look to see what these two teams are going to bring into this type of map. If it does end up going to Junkertown. If it does.
That's kind of why I love Collegiate. Like, I'll say it again, and I'll say it every day. I love Collegiate Overwatch, and it's because you get a chance to see a myriad of different compositions, and it's really what these teams are comfortable with. But as you can see, Full Sail University and University of Central Florida are comfortable on a lot of different things. So I think their flexibility is going to lend them really well to whatever map choice Full Sail University decides to come out with.
And we're actually going to get a different map selection. It will be Watchpoint Gibraltar versus the Junkertown. So there's still some decent sightlines across this map in both the first and last stage. There is an opportunity as well in the middle into that garage. It can sometimes be difficult, but those 4 doorways are also a really crippling position to get through if the defensive side can hold through it. The map as a whole, I really, really like Watchpoint Gibraltar going into this.
I do too. I like it more for UCF than I think I like it for Full Sail University, but that has a lot to do with the fact that UCF has shown us the dive before and shown us a very lethal version of that dive. So I really question Full Sail University's choice on this one, just because I think that Watchpoint Gibraltar and Dorado might not have been the best choices just because of UCF's dive. But maybe Full Sail is going to show us something special, something really unique coming out of their strategy pool, and I would love to see it.
They might have an ace up their sleeve, and it could be a good one. We're hoping that we can get to see that action here. And, you know, as we go into this, what do you think you would like to see Full Sail have entering into this? Because, again, Full Sail is going to be on the attack first here, and University of Central Florida is going to be on the defense. So what do you think we could see coming out from Full Sail that would be useful to how their play style is?
I actually think that the double shield composition works out really well, even against the dive, because the dive, the entire idea of it is to try to go into a backline target and take down something that has low mobility. And if you're playing the double shield correctly, there aren't too many characters that are actually out of position where that dive can be super effective. And especially if you're going to be playing it on the defense, then you have another whole level of intricacy that kind of gets layered on top, which is, do you play the dive defensively? Do you wait to dive in? Or we'll see, though.
Definitely. And with us now entering in onto the map, both teams are ready and raring to get into this match. And as I said earlier, it will be the attacking side first here for Full Sail, with the defense by Central Florida. And you mentioned about the double shield composition. I think that is a very worthwhile selection. And honestly, for this attacking side, I want to see something a little bit unorthodox from UCF. I mean, we're still going to get, you can already see in the defensive side the Echo, but here comes the Wrecking Ball with this Orisa play. And I like that there is kind of this, and that's what I mean. Like, you've got this kind of dive-centric, like, positional shielding unification of the two tanks, and I'm really wondering how that's going to work out.
It's kind of like a hybrid composition, if you want to look at it that way, where you do have Dean on the Wrecking Ball, who was a huge nuisance on Winston. So maybe the Wrecking Ball just suits their play style a little bit better. But I have a feeling that Dean's not going to have too easy of a time to get into Full Sail University's backline. You've got a turret coming in from Splona, potentially. Plus, you've got Beaver Biscuit on the Roadhog that might be able to kind of disrupt your mobility there. But as I say that, they're scouting out what UCF has decided to come out with on the defense. And they say, you know what's going to work really well? Slamming him in the face.
Yep. I mean, there was some really patient play on both teams, getting that analytics out in the open, but while that fight began, it ended just as fast with a cleanup by Central Florida here, really managing that catwalk and the harass down below by Dean.
Yeah, I mean, this is really how UCF can kind of set themselves up. And now this begs the question of how Full Sail University is actually going to approach. And Higo switching quickly over to the Widowmaker might give us a little bit of an inclination of how they're going to do that, which is click some heads, create some space.
Yeah, Higu's going to have to find a lot of value between these shields. It's really going to focus on how much damage can be put onto the barrier from Titan, especially with how quickly you have Anarchy refreshing that shield on this upper position, or correction, Finite on the upper position with this Orisa. And Anarchy on the low ground looks for a halt to try and bring a few members down to the low ground to take advantage of it, while Dean goes underneath with the Wrecking Ball, just trying to generate towards that ultimate quickly to lock down multiple members from Full Sail.
Well, take a look at the positioning too on Blue Box coming out from Titan. This is uncontested.
Yeah, and the fact that there is that much damage being pumped out through this narrow corridor is really starting to favor this defensive side. But if there's enough reform with these two supports, Yakisoba and Leaf have been doing a stellar job rotating between their area of effect, also with that immortality field to keep the team alive, pressing underneath that car wash, and now towards the last final meters into this next checkpoint.
Ooh.
And the mines, they're just gonna do the work. I mean, you know, you thought that there was a chance that Full Sail was just going to have the wind pick those sails up and get that checkpoint, but unfortunately, you've got some where's the submarine? Where's the submarine skin? It's got to bring down the ship. I made a good one there. That totally came together, I swear.
Yep, keep telling yourself that, Rich.
I know, I try.
But no, I had to let that play breathe a little bit because the mines, you just never know what's going to happen when a Wrecking Ball is able to crowd control the entire area.
And with that payload being so close to that exit, or the next checkpoint, you were not going to see many maneuver away from it. And the minefield really yielded a lot. And Dean continuing to just cause so much harass, already almost near another minefield with a stacked amount of ultimates from the remaining portion of UCF.
Yeah, Dean's just waiting for their opportunity, I think, to try to go in there and let those mines rip again. Maybe Titan's going to have something up their sleeve too with this duplicate, but my goodness, there are a lot of ults online.
Great focus fire, but it's not going to go unpunished by Higu on the high ground, looking for some damage onto that shield to get that pick onto the support. The halt does bring them into sightline, but Higu goes down as Storm counters that sightline. 50 seconds to go. And this attack from Full Sail is definitely losing much of the gust that's behind them.
Just a little bit here, but Full Sail University is coming back with a stack of ultimates of their own, so they're bringing in the Brigade as well. You've got the duplicate, you have the Supercharger, the Gravitic Flux, and the Rally, so there's definitely a lot that Full Sail University can do here that UCF doesn't have much answer to, especially to that Supercharger.
Man. Titan getting another early pick. This has been consistent every fight. The sticky bombs breaking down those shields and rotating around the outside with that Pandemonium Rally, giving extra reinforcements as Spluna on the front looks to duplicate the Orisa, cannot get the Supercharger in time and is instantly removed from the duplication while it is still holding up front. Dean and Storm just constantly applying pressure here with Titan looking for flanks, and that will be a hold before that first checkpoint.
Wow, I am impressed with the level of coordination that UCF had on that defense, and especially because we were expecting them to come out with maybe the defensive dive, but I think the Wrecking Ball worked out just a little bit better for them, don't you think?
It really did. I mean, when it was almost kind of, it's really the architecture, I think, of this early point that allowed the combination of the Wrecking Ball and the Echo to work out. The Orisa kept, being that anchor in that main position and allowed the Chaos to, cause a pincer maneuver between those side flanks and the aerial position from Echo.
Dean was just pulling strikes left and right. I don't know what else to tell you on that one. And especially with the Wrecking Ball mines on top of that, it was just very difficult for Full Sail University to get a leg into this one. But I think that there is a way that Full Sail University can hold this point. It's very often that we don't see all of Gibraltar because of how evenly matched teams are. But I question whether or not this composition is going to be it, especially if Titan decides to come out on this Bastion.
Yeah, and the other part too is you mentioned it before the match started when it came to Watchpoint Gibraltar, that this map slightly favored the method that Central Florida was playing in their composition. And coming out into this, we're not going to see that Bastion play. You're going to have this Echo with the Widowmaker from Storm, and the shields that you've got on the defensive side really need to be managed to open sightlines for Storm specifically on this turn.
I think that's just respect, though, for UCF and for Full Sail's just ability to play this game. Definitely not coming out of the Bastion is a smart choice for UCF, and it's going to be very difficult for Storm to find some headshots here with these sightlines as well as the architecture.
Ooh, Dean getting a little crowd controlled there in the back line, but does get some assistance from the supports, which is very critical to maintain when you are trying to generate towards that minefield early. It is not too far that you have to go. Great halt drop from Dean. That slam got multiple members, but Higu will be able to at least take down the hit scan counterpart. Storm gonna be gone. Titan is extremely low. A great Bionade lands, but it's a very risky play to try and collapse onto those low health values since Dean is now also taken out of the mix.
Can't sleep on Higu. Higu is a player that we saw just switch over to Widowmaker briefly, get a quick 3K, and then go right back. And that's something that you've got to definitely contest, which is one of the reasons why I think Storm is going to be playing this Widowmaker. But look at this damage from Higu.
Yeah, and the Dynamite just continuously knocking multiple members in that smaller room and just getting so much explosive damage to generate that bomb placement here for this next encounter, already at 90%, and will have it for this fight.
Will have the Bob. I think the Bob is going to be super influential in this one, just as another member and another way for UCF to kind of get distracted.
Ooh, but Dean's gonna get a nice minefield, gets one early onto the support, which will lead into a great turning point. A Bionade lands on multiple, but Leap loves that immortality field up front to try and keep the team alive. But there is far too much focus fire here from University of Central Florida, and Titan on this catwalk, completely in the flank, dealing so much damage. The duplication now onto Titan for a quickly generated flux will be very useful. The only remaining members are these supports trying to stick close to compete, as Spluna on this Doomfist cannot do anything. Instantly slept in the back. There's the combination. You've got nobody from Full Sail to touch. And that will be map 2 in this best of 5, going in favor of University of Central Florida.
The Knights are making some quick work of this series right now, but we'll see whether or not this third and his map is going to be the final one. UCF just looks like a hugely different force, and it's really kind of amazing to watch.
I mean, the Knights are definitely charging. I can tell you that right now. And even though this is the first and second place seed, there is still some serious dominance coming out. And again, if we look at the history of both of these teams, neither of them have dropped a map yet as we look in the history. But now this is where Full Sail is really going to have to evaluate the power level that Central Florida has and try and figure out how they can get back into this and try to now reverse sweep this.
I think they definitely have the toolkit to do it, but we're going to have to wait and see whether or not they can.
Yes, indeed. And as we are on our break, don't go anywhere, friends. We will be bringing this continued grand finals for the 2020 Florida Mayhem Collegiate Rumble presented by Frontier Communications. We'll be back in just a moment to see who is going to claim the victory.
한국 컨텐더스 명문팀에서 리그로 올라오게 돼서 사실은 부담감은 있어요.
Instantly, Creative gonna be taken out. The drop down, a bunch of damage coming in off the back of the Doomfist. The uppercut is there. Yaki, he finishes off Overon. Wheelhaul is gone. Stalker, the last one to fall. The wipe is there. Runaway. They hold out home. QOQ dead on the ground. Suddenly Yaki comes alive. He's found MCD as well. Howdman slow. Mag will finish him off. That resurrection paying off big time.
비록 메이엠은 지금까지 강팀은 아니었지만 제가 그 인식을 바꾸러 왔습니다.
It's time to light it up.
Speed Freaks game. Speed Freaks have 500 meg internet for just $39.99 a month plus taxes and fees. Let us guide the Speed Freak in you.
Hello and welcome back, friends, as we are here to see if Central Florida is going to be able to claim this final map and take it all in this 2020 Florida Mayhem Collegiate Rumble presented by Frontier Communications, or is Full Sail going to be able to prevail and get an entire reverse sweep in this? Necra, you were talking about it on the break. You were saying that you want to see something, and we have to know, what is it that you want to see?
I want to see Splona on the Symmetra. Do it. Do it. I
Go
dare
big or
you.
go home. Go big or go home.
No, seriously though, there's a reason for this. So we saw Splona play the Torb, we saw Splona play the Symmetra, and I feel like it's a surprise pick. It's the surprise factor that could throw UCF off of their game. And I think that Full Sail University needs something like that right now. They picked Kings Row, so maybe we're gonna see a Symmetra Bastion strategy come out. That would be super fun. But all of those heroes that I just mentioned are checks to the team communication and coordination on the opposing team. And I feel like that's where Full Sail University can really catch UCF off guard, especially if they're not prepared for a strategy like that.
I mean, be unorthodox. Be the unicorn. Be the one that you never expect. That's what we want to see from Full Sail. I mean, come on. I mean, let's just have it happen. I mean, seeing a unicorn once in a lifetime, like having a Symmetra being played in Kings Row right now in this grand finals, is something that could happen. I mean, come on. It's not surprising. And like you said, the Bastion strat onto the tower could completely just cause utter confusion to UCF, who have really not gone against something so awry. But, you know, hey, I mean, we're gonna see if that happens. I mean, it really could work out here in this case.
I think the unorthodox play is just the way to go. And it's not even that it's all that unorthodox either. We've seen a lot of Symmetra strategies used on Kings Row and on assault maps. So if that's where we're headed to in the near future, then I think that Full Sail University can take full advantage of that as an opportunity for them to get a reverse sweep. I just truly believe it.
Indeed, and actually it does look like it will be Kings Row from our selection here. And, you know, to talk a little bit further about that, you said about other techniques when it comes to the Symmetra. Of course, there's the typical one that we all know where it's the teleporter on top of the statue, the Bastion gets a Sigma shield and just is able to pump out a ton of damage and really has to force the defensive team around the hotel. But there's also that backside ramp that you can use the Symmetra teleporter to rotate all the way around your enemy.
Yeah. So there's a couple of different ways that you can use it. Heads up teams will decide at the last second how they want to use this strategy, especially when they see where the enemy team is positioned. But I just kind of feel like that's something that Full Sail University can do, is use that to their advantage, catch UCF off guard, and wreak some havoc. I think that's just, and have some fun.
You might, I mean, that's what it's all for, friends. I mean, we're all competitive at heart. I mean, that's just real. It's a primal thing where we all just want to be the dominant one amongst our enemies. But in this case, they're still managing to get a prize pool, $1,500 here for that second place in the midst of it all. Even though you definitely still want to be the crowned MVP for the state of Florida. And making sure that you're the #1 in this for the Florida Mayhem Collegiate Rumble. You want to be the real Rumbler. You want to be the #1 Rumble.
Oh,
I feel like that's gonna be. I feel like that's a wrestling thing. We're gonna be the #1 Rumbler in the Florida Mayhem.
Yeah, where's Golden Boy when you need him?
Right? Oh goodness! You just get a random introduction. Hi guys, this is Golden Boy.
I wish.
Let it rumble. Let it rumble.
I wish. But Rich Rad and I are what you got right now for the grand finals in the Mayhem Collegiate Rumble. And I'm super excited about how this one's going to go, because we've got UCF still on the defense, Full Sail University planning their attack, Higu maybe trying to click some heads here, but most importantly what we're seeing from Full Sail University is a switch up in composition, which is going to be the rush comp. We're going to see that from both teams here. Storm though on the McCree and Higu on that Ashe.
And as the Full Sail pushes through that doorway. The Bionade lands, forcing out the Cryo Freeze early. Far too much damage. This rotation, again, coming out from Central Florida is very critical through this hotel management as well. Sticking near that health pack, being very survival heavy with the aggression coming out from Full Sail. Now the wall comes through, severing part of Central Florida, which is very well done, but it's still going to be a great defensive hold here from Central Florida and forcing back all of Full Sail. And they are definitely, on this defensive side, ready to rumble.
They are indeed ready to rumble. And I feel like a lot of the differences in this composition now that it's a full mirror, actually come down to how you use the Mei wall. Especially if you're the first to use it and to segment off the team and block off the opposing Mei sightlines, then you might have a significant advantage in the fight.
And with that significant advantage going to be potentially dismantled, the Mei wall's trying to block off multiple members, but doesn't really get much value here. But Sploona gets one onto Storm, which is a critical pick to lead into. But this nano boost on the defensive side can be very helpful, especially onto these frontline tanks that might look for a lead into that ultimate generation. Dean going to get it quickly to try and engage up front. The Fire Strike forcing multiple back by Anarchy with the damage into this archway. Finite is not able to survive through Biscuit's damage with a now Blizzard committed to this. What a sweep from Full Sail onto this point to transition into the payload, and it definitely yielded so much value.
Anarchy is here to play a game that does not look like Overwatch. Actually kind of looks a little bit like baseball, knocking these ones out of the park here. As Full Sail University takes the first point and sends UCF packing. Look at this Beaver Biscuit, high charge, melting people.
I mean, the Shed are gonna be committed. Okay, all right. Okay, we get it, Anarchy. It's just like with the Joker saying, introduce a little bit of anarchy. But I think that was far too much given at that ending point. It could have been held into this next fight.
Just a little bit there. A little bit of je ne sais quoi on top of everything that Full Sail University has for us. But UCF now coming back to 6, back into a grab.
And the grab is going to be blocked by the Mei wall. Stellar job from Central Florida to hold off on using that to prevent it. But now a reverse grab going to come through, and Storm trying to find some value, but that Mei wall going to block the sightlines. Actually still gets one. Biscuit going to be forced back. A Blizzard from Titan locking down another. And here comes the reset. Full Sail playing absolutely out of their mind aggressively and is instantly going to be punished for it. That Earth Shatter was definitely needed in that fight.
This was a really tough one for Full Sail University, not having all their eggs in the basket, but UCF, they also found the opening that they needed, so you can't really give all the credit to Full Sail University on that one. Now UCF, though, able to take this aggressive positioning, and they have a way to build up to yet another Earth Shatter before Anarchy does. Actually, on both sides. Let's see where these nano boosts go.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that you can see... I'm honestly feeling that you're going to see the nano again onto Dean here, specifically just to generate that ultimate once again. It's going to lead into the charge. There it is, getting some great aggression onto the opposing Reinhardt. Anarchy stuck in a corner. The Bionade lands as well. Super low, but great coverage. And Dean's actually going to go down, but Anarchy falls as well. Finite getting that much-deserved damage from all of the protective shields to take down another with the rotation coming out surprisingly from Central Florida. It's still not going to gain enough value as this payload will continue to move around that bookstore.
Oh, Beaver Biscuit also committed the Graviton there. I was really hoping Beaver Biscuit would save it. I felt like Full Sail University had full control of that situation, but now that's a tool that they don't have. They're going to have to heavily rely on Sploona's Blizzard to get this second point, where we all know how this second one goes. You need everything. You need to throw all the tools at the kitchen sink.
Ooh, the lead with the Blizzard, but the grab comes in the back, stacked full of ultimates from Central Florida on this defensive side. Actually doesn't gain nearly as much value as they could have hoped for. Dean gonna get picked off with the Earth Shatter expended as well from UCF. Kigu getting a great takedown, and now Titan holding on to the Blizzard through the entirety of that fight, starting to really tilt the scale in favor of the defense as the Nano comes out onto Titan. Surprisingly, in the midst of this all, the lockdown for the Ryan. Anarchy goes down, the reset coming through, and with 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, Full Sail is going to need to cut their losses and take another attempt.
And what a tricky position for Full Sail University to be in, first of all, because look at the significant defender's advantage that UCF has been able to take for themselves. Not only are their respawns going to be closer, but they get a chance to put a lot of pressure onto Full Sail University as they walk this long streets phase of Kings Row. And Full Sail University, though, able to come back in with a couple of things here. Graviton first.
Yes, Beaver Biscuit leading with it. Had it from the last fight, now going to use it into this one as the sound barrier keeps all of Full Sail that remain after Anarchy's down alive. But because the sound barrier came out late, it forces another reset with only 30 seconds to truly work with.
I feel like Full Sail University was trying to find the opening that they needed to there, but once they lost Anarchy, I feel like that was a lost fight. Once you lose your main tank, it's usually over. So you've got to cut your losses where you can, and I think Full Sail University would have hoped to have that sound barrier as an engagement tool coming into this next fight, or even as an answer to Finite's Graviton that UCF is holding on to.
And this corner is going to be critical how Full Sail plays with that grab from Finite. Could just lob it around the payload to find an opportunity of multiple members. There it is. The energy is high with the high noon coming out from Hig in the back. But no, it's going to be blocked by the Maywall as the overtime continues. Pandemonium making sure that no member of Central Florida is going to go down, but there is still a significant amount of explosive shots coming out on to Full Sail, and this could be a chance for a maybe possible recontest in the overtime. Central Florida being forced back with this just consistent survival from Biscuit and Bolt supports. A grab has been generated. The Nano on the Zarya. A cleanup is coming through, and the overtime still ensues.
Oh my goodness, but here come the reinforcements. Finite switching over to the Wrecking Ball, making it very difficult. There's an anti-nade on top too. Can Full Sail University come back fast enough to take advantage of this fight?
It is Hammond v. Hammond as the Blizzard could just be enough for this defensive side to maneuver all of the remaining members off this payload, but there's still a fight to be had. Full Sail, Biscuit getting the double. They are coming hot out of the oven to delete any member of Central Florida off this point. That charge, the sound, it's beautiful in its glory. With a few meters still to be had, Storm having to fall back and regroup with the Reinhardt as this payload still continues to move forward.
Payload moving forward, and Full Sail University able to get full control now as UCF has to back up.
Grab gonna be thrown up front, managing to see some evasion from Storm, but ends up back into the grab, taking a lot of damage by not only Leaf with the bio nade, but also Biscuit up front, just under 5 meters to work with his Dean. Has the Earth Shatter, gets flash countered! No shatter for that Dean player today, with the overtime still managing to commence. Splona on the front will push all the remaining members of Central Florida away as the Blizzard comes down, and we now are in that final push in Furnace.
What a brawl. UCF threw everything at the kitchen sink and unfortunately walked away with a plumbing issue. Full Sail University going full steam ahead into this third point of Kings Row with a lot of tools to work with. Look at this Deadeye.
Yeah, the Deadeye has to find some serious value, but the flashbang comes in just over the shield, but the Maywall blocks a lot of the damage. Shots instantly going to be pumped into that pillar to hopefully get a disengage, but the sound barrier allows some great recontest, especially with the nano boost now on the front of Anarchy. Knocked into the backside, the pin comes through, but Dean gonna get taken out before it manages to take out Anarchy. Rotating around this Maywall, the shield still held high for Full Sail as these last few meters approach for completion, and Splona, honestly on this May, is really picking up a lot of value.
Oh yeah, especially because they not only have been able to get off some massive blizzards, but also be able to wait some members of UCF from touching this point.
Grab gonna come through, ultimate from the side, Storm trying to get the headshots. This is going to be it. The regroup comes out in time. 12 seconds remaining, an entire team kill, the respawn advantage finally favoring Central Florida, and now you see the desperate swaps coming out from Full Sail with the Wrecking Ball and the Lucio. Can they touch in time? And the pile drive comes up a fraction of a second late.
just waited a little bit too long to be able to proc the overtime, but a huge commendation to Full Sail University. That was almost a full capture of all 3 points of King's Row against the formidable force that are the Knights of UCF. It doesn't get any better than this. And now Full Sail University has given themselves a clear win condition in this map to bring us into a 4th.
I'm just gonna say it now. Oh, let's get ready to rumble on the defensive side for Full Sail. They have a distance to cover here defensively to shut down this monster that is University of Central Florida. And as we look at the comp defensively, we have an absolutely similar composition, the direct composition that they had on the attacking side on the defense. And I think it's going to be a good combination that they have to hold and try and prevent University of Central Florida from taking this.
I think that this is smart from Full Sail University, recognizing that UCF might be coming out with a similar composition to what they had on the defense. This is Full Sail University setting themselves up for success in the best way possible, which is just trying to get that heads-up meta composition pick right off of the top. So I really like this coming in from Full Sail. I think that Beaver Biscuit has been able to put in a lot of work on that Zarya, as well as Yakisoba, just there to give them that sort of support that they need with the Lucio reposition for the Song of Speed. But this is a pretty mirrored composition. Only difference now is that Storm's going to try to get some headshots here, but Full Sail University using that architecture really well to deny that.
And a nice Bionade already leading on to 3 for Central Florida to push on to this point. You have a nice rotation, though, from Full Sail, mitigating that damage with the Maywall up front. Another Bionade, though, to counter against Dean and Finite, barely surviving through the incoming damage. And honestly, the brawl between these two are very even right now.
Yeah, but Full Sail University doesn't have a significant source of healing right now.
No, they don't. And the fact that you've already got 2 down from Full Sail, this is going to be a quick capture from Central Florida. And look at the instant changeover from Storm, going back onto the McCree now and starting to use this composition. 5 minutes and 30 seconds, and what a time bank.
Right, what a time bank for University of Central Florida. But Full Sail University, they were able to get a lot of work done. What in the world is Dean doing? That's a question.
I mean, yeah, I was curious if they thought the timer just allowed 1 to respawn in that area, but again, could have been maybe a little bit more useful up the front. Finite barely going to skirt their way out around that corner, but Finite's actually going to take down 1. I mean, this is some scrappy, aggressive play right now.
Absolutely. That might be the go signal for UCF to just kind of jump on this team of Full Sail, but they got to play the Reinhardt mind game. Anarchy is ready with an Earth Shatter, and I don't know if Dean's going to be ready for that when it hit the floor.
That Earth Shatter is going to yield some serious value, but with Dean trying to get it here just around the corner, decent charge as well by Finite, but a Maze ultimate comes through from Splona. This could be enough to equalize that pressure on the front, and it will, with a significant amount of ultimates maintained from Full Sail to carry into these next fights.
Full Sail University saw what UCF did to them on the defense of the second point. He said, you know what, we're going to dish out a little bit of that medicine right back at you and see how you like it. This is going to be a really tough spot for UCF to be in now, but this is a little bit different of a situation. You have UCF walking in with 5 ultimates versus the 4 that Full Sail has. Most notably, not having that sound barrier online for Yakisoba.
Oh, that Earth Shatter does not gain any value. The wall actually lifts the Reinhardt up. Now with a grab going to be thrown out from both sides. Is there damage follow-up onto Beaver? There it is with a counter shatter, and this is absolutely unbelievable. The pixels and the particles on the screen are beautiful from all sides, but it still ends up favoring University of Central Florida with this checkpoint going to be reached and having a huge time bank to go into this furnace.
3 minutes and 30 on before they're able to get the second objective, and I don't know if Full Sail University is going to be able to come back before they end up capturing and completing it, but Beaver Biscuit gets super low. They're going to have to be very careful as UCF gets aggressive.
Yeah, it was far too risky to even go into that fight with how well that you've got University of Central Florida sticking to that. Nice takedown early, though, onto Storm, leading in with the sound barrier for Full Sail. Now trying to collapse instantly on and punish anyone that moved too far forward. The Bionade comes through to try and compete, but there is far too much damage already done, and Full Sail going to take definite advantage of this.
With the mirror composition, you're waiting for ultimates to come online before you really make an aggressive offensive play. So UCF was always going to kind of go into that fight saying, if we can't get picks, then we're not going to be able to take the fight. But now they have the nano boost online, which might give them an earth shatter to move into this third point.
And as the payload rounds this corner, you have the Ashe on the high ground from Storm. Dynamite comes through getting a lot of damage, but the Blizzard will get one in the back, but slept amongst it also. It can't be any more crowd control, and the Bionade lands, and no Cryo Freeze available. You've got Dean on the front giving some huge coverage for that May play on Titan. Storm has been taken out of the mix, though, and now has to take the 6 versus 5 into this bridgeway. Sleep onto Dean, allowing that follow-through from McCree, and there's a reset with a double. Another minute off the clock, and Full Sail still in this.
Told you can't sleep on Hiku. You can't sleep on any of the team on Full Sail University. That's why they are at this point where they are playing in the grand finals matchup, and they're showing you why. I think this is really where we see Full Sail University come back into their own, and I'm really excited to see how they use these ults.
Ooh, the High Noon going to route multiple members from University of Central Florida to that side room where the Mega Pack is. You've got Anarchy still on the front and waiting for this Earth Shatter to get some opportunity of usage. With that, Maywall going to actually cause a little bit of problem here. Titan has the Blizzard, but Bob's going to come out first from Storm. Tucked into the back as Higu gets a lot of damage to try and prevent it with the Shatter from Anarchy leveling the field with still 3 minutes to work with. But Storm, uncontested on the high ground, is definitely a massive advantage. But Titan can't get the Blizzard out to further that opportunity, pushing this payload forward, and Anarchy looking for the pin for an environmental kill. It will be Dean no longer sticking in this fight as you've got Higu focusing that high ground. And once again, another minute off the clock.
I told you Full Sail University had a win condition, and that's just keeping UCF at bay long enough that they can't get to that golden rectangle of victory, and Full Sail University is doing a fantastic job of that. Not only are they going to have another Blizzard online, but they might also have an Earth Shatter too, by the way that Anarchy has been playing this one, and just in case things get rough, the Graviton is there too.
Yeah, Graviton will definitely be a huge addition to that Earth Shatter, but the Blizzard comes out first by Splona. Again, locking down 1 in the center of it, but the Cryo Freeze allows University of Central Florida to survive, but there is just far too much damage. You had the May in the front, Titan go down early amongst all of it, and now we're at 1 minute and 45 seconds, which is potentially 2 decent fights.
A decent fight or a scrappy one. This might just be it, Rich. I think that we're looking at the final fight here as we have ultimates online for both sides, and it's just a matter of how you use them. I'm really looking at Dean right now to carry this one.
Oh, the High Noon comes out in the back, but counters the Shatter.
What?
Oh my goodness, that's going to be enough, I think, here with Storm getting the double on the high ground, going to be slept. You have the High Noon shut down and the movement coming out. Bob being thrown from the high ground. University of Central Florida wants to complete this map to bring it to another. That round here will be unfortunately not able to stop. UCF will claim the victory of this 2020 Florida Mayhem Collegiate Rumble. Oh my goodness. That Shatter. Even though we're not going to see it, that Shatter was
Shatter, though!
Unbelievable!
Oh my goodness. There were some great plays coming out from both of these teams. I really thought Full Sail University had UCF on the ropes for that last map, but the Knights take it all. Congratulations to the University of Central Florida for being your 2020 Mayhem Collegiate Rumble champions.
I mean, I'm still in awe by that. The fact that that shield drop with the Deadeye was the moment, the defining moment for University of Central Florida to take that win and is the #1 team here. What a day. And I am guaranteeing you that every member of University of Central Florida is on the edge of their seat, freaking out and wanting to hug that Reinhardt play by Dean for the rest of this year once quarantine is over.
Yes. Practice safety, friends.
Yes.
But man, that 6 feet rule didn't come into effect at all as these two teams just bashed heads into each other. What a play. The rush compositions in the end lended themselves super well to Kings Row's map and play style, and I couldn't have asked for a better way to finish out the grand finals.
I mean, you have to even say further too, undefeated, no maps dropped across the winners bracket. It's just absolutely insane. Major props as a whole to UCF. And for all of you that have been tuning in, being a part of this adventure, the story that we have been bringing to you live, it is absolutely fantastic to have you tune in and support. Again, we are so very grateful to be a part of this 2020 Florida Mayhem Collegiate Rumble, and serious shout outs presented by Frontier Communications. I am super lucky to be casting with all of our other casters today that you saw. We've been bringing the hype to you because it is always exciting. And like you said, Necra, there's just so much about this collegiate scene that is really rewarding to watch.
I love collegiate. There, I said it again.
It just comes out in it. You're just like, it's like, yeah, it is what it is. It's undeniable. So for all of you, like we said, that have been tuning in, and we also want to give a serious shout out to all of our production that have been doing all the back end for this as well, all of our sponsors. And in addition to this, we hope that you have a wonderful rest of your day, a safe week, stay safe out there, happy gaming, and enjoy the victory, University of Central Florida, because we are enjoying it with you. Have a wonderful night, everybody.